Part 1, Chapters 31 and 32 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 31. Light Relief. "May I come in?" said Capper. Maud started. She had been sitting huddled over the fire for what seemed like countless ages, listening with straining nerves to every sound overhead, and sometimes shrinking and trembling at what she heard. Jake had gone out long since to the stables, and she had been thankful to see him go. His very presence was intolerable to her just then. At the sound of Capper's voice she turned an ashen face. "Say now," he said in a tone of kindly chiding, "you've been scaring yourself, Mrs. Bolton. And if that's not the silliest game under the sun, you may call me a nigger." She rose to receive him, trying to force her quivering lips to practical speech. But she could not articulate. "I heard him cry out several times. Does he want me?" "Not yet," said Capper. He laid a very steady hand upon her shoulder. "Leave him alone for a little. He'll pull himself together best alone. He's got the spunk all right." She stood still under his hand, piteously awaiting the information for which she could not bring herself to ask. He was looking at her keenly, she knew. But she could not face his look. She could have been strong had strength been essential, but the need for it seemed to have gone. Bunny no longer leaned upon her sustaining love. "Come now, I want a straight talk with you," the great doctor said. "I want to understand your point of view, if you will be gracious enough to expound it to me." She made a pathetic attempt to laugh. "Do you think you can cure him, doctor?" she said. Capper laughed too, with a species of grim exultation. "Is that what troubles you? If that's all, I guess I can soon set your mind at rest. I can cure him absolutely, within 3 months. But I shall want your cooperation. Can I count on that?" His hand pressed upon her with something of insistence. His yellow face looked searchingly, with an odd elation, into hers. She met his look reluctantly, and became dominated by it. "Of course you can count upon it," she said. He nodded, pulling restlessly at his beard with his free hand. "To what extent, I wonder? Are you keen?" "Of course I am keen," she said, almost with indignation. He stood silent a moment, his hand still upon her shoulder. "Then, Mrs. Bolton," he said, "do you know your young brother has got a curious notion into his head that you don't want him to be made sound?" "Ah, but that is a mistake," she said quickly. "Is it a mistake?" said Capper. "No, don't answer. Why should you? But it's curious that I should have sensed the same myself the moment I saw you. However, if you tell me it is not so, I shall take your word for it. But at the same time I think I begin to see your point of view. Without the care of him you should feel lost for a bit. Life might be rather difficult. Isn't that so?" She laughed somewhat tremulously. "I think I have always found life difficult. But lately, just lately—" She paused in uncertainty. "Ah," said Capper, "maybe you're up against it. But you've got solid ground to stand on. You may take my word for that, because I happen to know." He spoke with a kindness that went straight to her heart. Almost involuntarily she put her hand into his, feeling the long active fingers close upon it with a sense of security that was infinitely comforting. "Did Jake ever tell you the foundation of our friendship?" he asked her suddenly. She shook her head. "It's an interesting story," Capper said. "P'raps you'd like to hear it." Maud was silent. He proceeded as if she had answered in the affirmative. "It was on a dark night in the Atlantic 10 years ago. Do you remember the wreck of the Hyperion? No, maybe you wouldn't. She ran into a submerged iceberg and was nearly torn in two. I was knocked down by the shock and got jammed against a locker in the saloon. It was a case of every man for himself, and I was soon left to my fate. But Jake, he was working his way across as ship's carpenter, came back on his own to see if there were anyone left below, and found me wedged there in the wreckage. We were settling down fast, the water was over our knees. And I told him to look out for himself, but he wouldn't. I cursed him for a fool, I remember." Capper's yellow face was strangely alight, his fingers gripped hers tensely. "But that didn't make any difference. He had no time to go and get any implements to work with, so he just set to with his hands and ripped and tore at the wood till at last it splintered and he got me free. He worked like a Titan. I've never forgotten. He got me out just in time, heaven knows how. The water was above his waist before he'd done, and I was on the verge of drowning. But he did it, and more also. He grabbed me up out of that death trap as if I had been a priceless possession of his own. He dragged me up on deck and roped me to him, because I was too damaged to help myself. And when we went down, as we very soon did, we sank together, and we came up together, and he managed at last to get me to a boat. Now you'll never get him to speak of that episode, but it's about the finest piece of work I've ever come across. The man was utterly unknown to me, and I to him. Yet he never thought of passing me by, but just kept on till he'd saved my life. Not a thought to his own safety, mark you. He wasn't out for that, and he wasn't out for reward either. When I offered him money later on, he just laughed in a purring sort of fashion, and told me to keep it for some chap who had failed. We don't all of us win out on the 100th chance, he said. Thank the high gods, not me. I saw he meant it, so of course I let him have his way. But it's been a sort of bond between us ever since. A bond that stretches but never breaks. He ceased to speak, ceased also to hold her hand. Maud's face was turned towards him, her blue eyes were intently fixed upon his. She said nothing whatever, and there fell a silence that was curiously intimate between them. Capper broke it at length. He's been a bit of a rover, but I've never quite lost sight of him since that night. When I make a friend like that, I can't afford to lose him again. But I've never had a chance of doing him a service till now. He's a married man, and considerably more civilized than he was in those days. But I have a notion that there's a leaven of the wild ass still in his composition. That's why I'm afraid you may not realize that he's gold all through. All through." He paused a moment, looking at her quizzically. Then, "By way of light relief," he said, "I guess you know the fascinating story of the Princess and the Frog. She had to take the beast as he was, and even give him her pillow o' nights. But only when she struck at last and threw him against the wall did she find out that she'd caught a prince after all. I guess the man who wrote that story was a student of human nature. It's a comic story, anyway." Maud was laughing. Somehow, inexplicably, the man had eased her burden. "Thank you for telling me, Doctor," she said. "You are very kind." "It's mighty fine of you to take that view," said Capper, with a tug of his yellow beard. "I shall do my best to deserve it." 32. The Only Solution. "Oh, Lord Saltash! So you're home at last. What a pity you didn't come back a little sooner." "Am I late for anything, Lady Bryan?" smiled Lord Saltash, holding her hand in his. She shook her head at him. "You are hopelessly late, and you mustn't call me that. I have renounced my title." "Really? How generous of you!" Saltash began to laugh in his easy, mocking way. "Lady Bryan has left town for the south coast, and Mrs. Shepherd is now in residence at Fair Harbor. I am sorry that I was not at hand to escort her ladyship, but I am none the less pleased to be received by Mrs. Shepherd. Have I missed anything besides the first mentioned privilege?" Mrs. Shepherd threw out her hands with a dainty gesture of despair. "My dear Charlie, you've missed everything. Have you seen poor Maud?" He nodded. "More than once. I make a point of seeing her whenever I feel so disposed. Now that she is in such safe hands, there is no longer any necessity to hold me at arm's length. I assure you we are on the best of terms." Mrs. Shepherd groaned. "Why, oh why, didn't you come back sooner? It would have altered everything." He looked at her, the teasing smile still hovering about his swarthy face. "It would have been too obvious a solution," he said lightly. "Don't you know that the unattainable is always the dearest?" Mrs. Shepherd clasped her hands with a tragic gesture. "You don't realize, or perhaps you don't care, that she has sold herself to a man for whom she has not the smallest shadow of affection." "In pursuit of her illustrious mother's example?" suggested Saltash with careless effrontery. "But why did you allow it? Wasn't it up to you to forbid the banns?" "I?" Mrs. Shepherd cast up her eyes. "Do you suppose I ever had any control over her?" "I presume you had the slapping of her in her babyhood," he observed. She laughed almost hysterically. "As if I ever did or could. She was always so serious and quiet and determined. No one she didn't love could ever move her an inch. And the dear child never loved me, you know. Somehow we didn't touch. No, I couldn't prevent the marriage. Only one person in the world could have done that. Oh, Charlie, what a pity! What a pity!" The easy tears had risen to her eyes. She was very appealing in woe. But Saltash was apparently unmoved. He sat facing her with his odd eyes glancing hither and thither, the brows above them jerking continually. "She certainly married in the deuce of a hurry," he remarked, after a moment. "What made her do it, eh? I presume it was the old man. Did he turn amorous, or what?" Mrs. Shepherd laughed rather pathetically and dried her eyes. "Oh, dear, no. Giles was rather too severe. He was always willing to be friendly, but Maud's attitude was so hostile that at last — it was hardly to be wondered at — he turned against her. I was very sorry, but, you know, Maud always takes things so seriously, poor child, and she wouldn't hear of making friends when it was over, but needs go straight away to Jake Bolton and offer to marry him. He was ready to take her at any price, of course. So they settled it all between them with never a word to me." "But you haven't altogether enlightened me, even now," said Saltash, recalling her with his semi-ironical courtesy. "What was this dire offence that Maud couldn't bring herself to forgive? I should like to know for my own future guidance." Mrs. Shepherd's laugh had a deprecating note. "Oh, it was only a little thing, quite a little thing. If she hadn't been really spoilt all her life, I don't think she would have thought so much of it. I blame myself, of course. But there, what is the use? Giles is a plain man, and he believes in a little wholesome chastisement now and then. It does a woman good, he says. And I dare say he is not altogether wrong. But in this case— Oh, forgive me for interrupting you." Rather lazily he cut her short. "That term, a little wholesome chastisement, does it mean a beating, or what?" Mrs. Shepherd nodded with some agitation. "Yes, he gave her a whipping one night. It was very unfortunate, but I must say not wholly undeserved. And I am afraid he had rather a heavy hand. Poor Maud was very much upset." "Really?" said Saltash. "Yes. He shouldn't have done it, of course, but—" "He probably was not in a state to know what he was doing," suggested Saltash. There was a slight frown between his mobile brows, but his voice was suave. Mrs. Shepherd eyed him wistfully. "Poor Giles," she murmured. Saltash uttered a sudden sharp laugh, and rose. "Well, I mustn't take up any more of your valuable time. No doubt you are busy. You have heard about Bunny's prospects, I presume?" "Oh, yes, they have told me about Bunny. I am sure I hope it will be a success, but of course I have had no say in the matter," said Mrs. Shepherd plaintively. "I don't so much as know when the operation is to be performed." "That isn't finally settled," said Saltash. "It's to be according to the American doctor man's convenience. I suggested that they might like to make use of Birchester for the occasion, and Bolton has caught on to the idea. Very sensible of him." Saltash's mouth twisted into a faint smile. "How do you get on with your son-in-law?" he inquired pleasantly. Mrs. Shepherd shook her head dubiously. "I never liked him. There is something of the wild about him. Maud doesn't like him either, I am sure of that. They are complete strangers, and always will be. In fact, if it weren't for Bunny," she lowered her voice, "I believe she would very soon desert him." "What? Really?" said Saltash in a peculiar tone. She met his interrogation with a swift upward glance. "She would never stand life alone with him. It would drive her desperate. I am sure, quite sure, if it comes to that, she will somehow break free. Really?" he said again, subtle encouragement in his voice. Mrs. Shepherd suddenly clasped her hands against her bosom and went close to him. "Oh, Charlie, I do think, sometimes, divorce is the only way. You know she has always loved you. And it isn't your fault you came too late. Charlie, if the chance were to come to you again, the chance to make her your wife, you wouldn't, surely you couldn't, let it slip again?" "Again?" said Saltash. His lip lifted a little. He was looking at her fixedly. She made a small nervous gesture of pleading. "You would marry her, Charlie, if you could. She loves you. You would never, never—" "Let her down," suggested Saltash. His expression was utterly cynical, yet something in those queer eyes of his emboldened her. She placed her two hands against his shoulders and suffered the tears to run down her face. "Charlie, I am wretched about her, quite wretched. Save her from that rough cowherd, Charlie. Make her your own, in spite of all." She broke down into muffled sobbing, and would have leaned upon him for support had he permitted it. But with gentle decision he eluded her, taking her hands and leading her to a chair. "Now, Lady Bryan, there is no need for this agitation, believe me. For the present there is nothing to be done. Bunny occupies the center of the stage. He won't, of course, remain there forever, but he has got to have his turn. Till that is over we can only possess our souls in patience." "But afterwards," wailed Mrs. Shepherd. "It is the afterwards that troubles me." "Afterwards?" he said lightly. "I presume it will be someone else's turn." "And Maud will be miserable," she protested. Saltash was silent. Only after a moment he strolled to the window and stood looking at the grey tumbling waves that dashed against the sea wall. Mrs. Shepherd dabbed her eyes and began to recover herself. It was plainly the only course. She remembered regretfully that sympathy had never been dear Charlie's strong point. When he glanced over his shoulder a few seconds later she mustered a somewhat piteous smile. "Life is very difficult sometimes," she said apologetically. "Oh, quite damnable," he answered in his careless, mocking way. "But we've got to get through with it somehow, and with as few tumbles as possible. I really think I must be going now. We shall let you know when anything definite is settled about Bunny. Don't fret, you know. Take it easy." He came back to her with the words and took her hand with a certain arrogant kindness characteristic of him. She looked up at him with quivering lips. "It is so good of you to let them have Birchester," she said. He made her a brief bow. "I serve my own ends," he said. Mrs. Shepherd rose. "And I don't know what will happen when Bunny is cured," she said pathetically. "He will have to go to school. And who is going to pay for it, I wonder?" Saltash shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps he'll train for a jockey. Who knows?" Mrs. Shepherd sighed. "I can't think how you can treat everything as a joke. I can't myself." He laughed. "I don't chance to be gifted with a serious mind, you see. Besides, cui bono? Does worrying help?" "I'm sure it ought to," sighed Mrs. Shepherd. He laughed again, derisively. "Sheer waste of time, believe me. Either fight or submit to the inevitable. Personally, I prefer to fight." He shut his teeth with a sudden click, and for a single instant his face was grim. But the next he was laughing again. "Good-bye, Lady Bryan. In the name of beauty, don't fret. It can't be done with impunity, remember." He pressed her hand and released it. "You've given me quite a lot to think about. It's been an interesting conversation. I have quite enjoyed it. Good-bye." He was gone. She heard him departing, light-footed as a happy boy, whistling under his breath an old waltz refrain. Gradually a smile came into her own face as she turned to the glass to repair the ravages of her recent emotion. "I wonder whether he will do anything," she murmured to her reflection. "He isn't a man to sit still. And really, the circumstances are so exceptional. It is the only solution. Literally, the only one." She paused a moment, drew out a hairpin, twisted back a curl, and very nicely readjusted it. "And when Giles is bankrupt," she added with a little nod to the thoughtful gaze that met hers, "there will be a home for me to go to." She heaved a pensive sigh. "I am glad he knows everything," she said. "There is nothing like telling the whole truth." She smiled again with more assurance, and went her way. End of chapters 31 and 32. Part 1, chapters 33 and 34 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 33. The Furnace. It was on a frosty morning in February that Maud stood in one of the great guest chambers of Birchester Castle, waiting with Bunny for news of Dr. Capper's coming. A nurse was busy in the room, and the hour fixed for the operation was drawing near. Bunny was full of pluck that morning. He had greeted her bravely smiling. Yes, he had slept like a top, thanks to Jake, who had held his hand half the night and scared away the bogies. Jake was a stunner. He was going to pay him back some day. And what a ripping room Charlie had given him. Was it true that there was a music room close by? That would be ripping, too. Maud would be able to play to him all day long while he was getting well. Maud was looking a bit blue this morning. What was the matter? She had to admit that she had passed a restless night. "Silly," said Bunny, and squeezed her hand. "Why didn't you come and sleep in here? Jake could have looked after you too, then." He chattered on incessantly, making her respond, compelling her attention, till news was brought to her of Dr. Capper's arrival, and she went down to receive him. She found him standing in the great entrance hall with the doctor from Fair Harbor. He moved forward to greet her as serenely as if he had come upon pleasure bent. "Delighted to meet you again, Mrs. Bolton. I am just admiring this fine old English castle. Guess it's the sort of setting that suits you." He held her hand a moment, and looked at her, but he made no comment upon her appearance. She faced the green eyes with an odd little feeling of shame. They seemed to see so much that she hid from all the world. "You are very punctual," she said with an effort, as she turned to greet the local doctor. "I hope you found the car ready at the station." "We were driven up by his lordship himself," said Capper. She gave a great start. "Oh, has he come down? I didn't know." "He joined us at the terminus quite unexpectedly," Capper told her. "I have brought my assistant Rafford to administer the anesthetic. Rafford, where are you?" A dark young man with absolutely black eyes and a high dominant forehead turned sharply from a rapt contemplation of Saltash's "Captured Angel," and bowed automatically to Maud. "I was just trying to make out the anatomy of those wings," he said in a very pronounced American accent. "Guess it's a cute addition to the human frame, but I'd like to know how it's worked from the spinal column without an extra vertebra or two." Maud suddenly felt hysterical. She looked at Capper, who pulled at his beard and smiled. "Guess it's up to you to find the solution, Raff," he said. Rafford bowed again. "I'd like to make a sketch of that figure, if Lady Saltash will permit me," he said. "It's an anatomical problem." The blood rose to Maud's pale face in a great wave. She was about to speak, when a voice at her shoulder spoke for her. "I am sure Lady Saltash will be charmed to do so. But I think the face must be excluded. That can scarcely be of any anatomical interest to you." Maud started. Saltash's hand gripped her elbow for a moment, and instantly relaxed. He did not speak to her. The young American glanced back at the face of the statue, stared at it for a second, then looked again at Maud. She saw his thin black brows rise ever so slightly. "The face is certainly of interest," he said, speaking with evident caution, "but not, as you say, my lord, from an anatomical point of view." He withdrew himself with the words, seemed as it were to become Capper's background, while Saltash sauntered forward to offer refreshment. Capper asked for coffee and smoked a cigarette. He sat in an ungainly attitude by the fire while these were in process of consumption, and spoke scarcely at all. Maud stood near him in silence, chafing at the delay, yet dreading unspeakably the moment when it should be at an end. Saltash lounged, smoking on a settee with Dr. Burrows of Fair Harbor, and chatted cheerily about local matters, with one eye on the great American surgeon who sat cracking his long fingers so abstractedly before the fire. Suddenly Capper turned his head and looked up at Maud. "Where is Jake?" "He is coming," she made answer. "Coming? Why? Does the boy want him? Is he nervous, Annie?" "He is being very brave," she said. "But of course, naturally, he is nervous." He nodded. "Well, I guess we needn't wait for Jake. Let's go up. He'll keep a stiff upper lip if you're there." He got up with the words. His bony yellow hand closed upon her arm, kindly, reassuringly, confidently. The burden of her anxiety grew magically lighter. She felt immensely comforted by reason of that friendly pressure. She prepared to lead the way. Capper paused a moment. "I am going to have 5 minutes' talk with the patient," he said to Dr. Burrows. "Will you be kind enough to follow on when the time is up? Raff, you can make your anatomical study right now, but be at my disposal in 5 minutes. Lord Saltash, maybe you will stay behind and show them the way." He made his dispositions with the calm air of a man accustomed to obedience. And then, his hand still upon Maud's arm, he turned with her to ascend the stairs. A great shivering fit assailed her as they went. She fought it resolutely down. "Say, you're not worrying any?" he questioned. "It seems to me that it's you Jake ought to be thinking about. What have you been doing since I saw you last?" "Nothing, nothing," she said hastily. Capper grunted. "That's a very unhealthy occupation, especially for a woman." She looked at him appealingly. "Oh, please, Dr. Capper, don't talk about me. I would so much rather not." Capper smiled a little. "You're a true woman. But I can't have you worrying to death like this. Will you believe me when I tell you that this operation is going to be an almighty success?" She stopped short. "Are you sure? Quite sure?" she breathed. He nodded. "I am willing to stake my reputation on it. If I weren't sure, I wouldn't touch it. I'm past the speculating age." He led her gently on along the corridor at the head of the stairs. "You may bet your last dollar," he said, "that I shan't mush up this business. I never lose my patients when they're young and keen. It's the older ones when they get tired, fed up with life." He paused, and a very human shadow crossed his face, darkening his shrewd eyes. "That's when God sometimes interferes," he said. "So I'm never quite sure of the older ones. But the youngsters, he lets me have my own way with them. There's such a mighty force in what the French call joie de vivre." A quick sigh rose to Maud's lips. She laid a sudden impulsive hand upon the long fingers that held her arm. "You are so good, so very good," she said tremulously. Capper smiled. "Oh, just ordinary, I guess. Wait till you're up against me. You won't like me then. I'm going to have a straight talk with Jake presently. About you." She gave a quick start of dismay. "Oh, no, please don't. Please don't. It's nothing to do with Jake. He wouldn't understand." "He'll understand me," said Capper inexorably. "I've a patent way of expressing myself that leaves no room for misunderstandings. There. Now I've given you something more important than your brother to think about. Suppose you take me to him?" She would have detained him to protest still further, but he refused to be detained, and she found herself compelled to yield. Very quietly he insisted, and she had no choice. They entered the room in which Bunny lay, and immediately a square check-clad figure rose from the boy's side and came forward with hand outstretched in greeting. "Hello, Doc," said Jake. Maud gazed at him in astonishment. "I had no idea you were up here. How did you come?" Jake was faintly smiling. "I came just now by the back way, as is my custom. I promised to be here to give him a send-off, Doctor. Guess you've no objection?" "So long as you go when you're told," said Capper rather shortly. "Reckon I always do that," said Jake. "Do you?" said Capper with his sudden smile. "That's not always been my experience of you." "Oh, shucks," said Jake, turning deep red. Capper passed him by and went to Bunny. Maud saw that he was intent upon reassuring him, as he had reassured her. She turned away to the window and waited. Jake did not join her there, possibly because his hand was tightly locked in Bunny's. But very soon Capper called her back to the bedside, and drew her in to talk, keeping her there till he finally rose and went out with the nurse. Maud scarcely knew how she came through the next few minutes, but Jake and Bunny seemed to feel no strain. Jake was talking of the horses, and the boy's keenest interest was aroused. "And you're going to teach me to ride like you do," he said, with an eagerness that Maud had seldom seen in him. "I'm just mad to begin." He was picking up Jake's manner of speech in a fashion that his sister deplored, but could not attempt to check. But no evil word had she ever heard on his lips, nor had she ever heard Jake use bad language in his presence. Like one in the mesh of an evil dream, she listened to Jake's reply, marveling at the easy detachment with which he made it. And then the door opened, and the nurse came in with Rafford. She stood up, her heart beating as if it would choke her. Bunny shot a swift glance around. "You'll stay with me, Jake?" he said quickly. "Sure," said Jake. Bunny drew a hard breath. "Hang on to me tight, tight, Jake," he whispered. And Maud turned to the door without a word. He did not need her. He did not need her. She had a passing impression of the sympathy in Rafford's eyes as he held open the door for her, and then she was alone in the passage outside. She moved along it uncertainly, almost as if groping her way, found the door of the music room ajar, and entered. A warm fragrance met her on the threshold, a sense of Eastern luxuriance and delight, soothing her troubled spirit as if with a soft, healing hand, wooing her to a curious peace of mind. It was as though a misty veil had been drawn over her troubles, obscuring them, deadening her faculty for suffering. She went forward to the fire that burned so mysteriously red and still, reaching out her cold hands to its comfort. She had a feeling that she ought to kneel and pray, but somehow in that strangely soothing atmosphere prayer was an impossibility. Her brain felt drugged and powerless, and she was numbly thankful for the respite. "Come and sit down," a cool voice said. She turned with no surprise or agitation, and saw Saltash lounging on a divan behind her. He had a cigarette between his fingers. The scent of it came to her with a strange allurement. Almost mechanically she accepted the invitation. "Have you been here at all in my absence?" he asked, stretching a careless arm along the cushions behind her. She shook her head. "No." "But why not? Does Jake think I am not to be trusted?" She smiled at that. "Oh, no. Jake never interferes. But, somehow, I haven't wanted to make music lately." "You are not happy," said Saltash with conviction. She colored a little. "It has been an anxious time, Charlie, and I am afraid, yet will be." "You take things too hard," he said. She clasped her hands tightly together. "How can I help it? Everything is hard. Life is hard." "Only if you choose to have it so," said Saltash. He leaned a little forward, looking into her face. She turned her eyes to his with a vague reluctance. "Yes," he said. "You've got the wrong pilot on board. That's why you're getting dragged into the whirlpools. You'll have to heave him over the side if you want to ride the seas with a free helm. My dear girl, what a frightful mess you've made of things." She did not resent his tone. Somehow, in that atmosphere, resentment was difficult. Moreover, her attention was not wholly given to what he was saying. "I had to think of Bunny," she said after a moment, as one in search of an excuse. Saltash laughed. "And when are you going to begin to think of yourself? Don't you realize what is going to happen now that Bunny has been taken off your hands? You, the dainty, the proud, the fastidious, who wouldn't look at even the man you loved because you thought him unworthy. On my soul," a sudden tremor of passion ran through his speech, "I think you were mad. You must have been mad to have done such a thing. Have you looked forward at all? Can you see yourself a few years hence? I can, and it's a sight to make angels weep. Oh, Maud, my love, my fate, is that to be the end? I'd sooner see you dead." His hand was upon both hers as he ended. His dark face was burning with a fierce emotion. But Maud only shivered, and, leaning forward, gazed deep into the heart of the fire, saying no word. Saltash watched her, a mocking light in his eyes that shone and slowly died. "What are you looking for?" he said. She shook her head in silence. He threw his cigarette suddenly into the deep glow upon which her eyes were fixed. It leaped at once to flame, flame that burned ardently for a brief while and then went out. "Are you trying to find a way out?" he asked her then, very softly. "There is a way out of every hole, believe me." She gave him a quick glance, as of one hard pressed, but still she did not speak. He leaned forward also, pointing to the red heart of the fire that glowed but never flickered. "If you have the nerve, the pluck, to face the furnace," he said, "it may scorch you a bit, but it shan't consume you. And it would soon be over. Would you be afraid to face it with me?" His voice was low, sunk almost to a whisper, yet it reached her, for he spoke almost in her ear. She sat rigidly still, gazing before her. The fragrance of the burnt cigarette came out like incense from an altar. He drew a little closer to her. "Maud, I am always ready, always ready. I am willing to offer any sacrifice. I should never count the cost. Nothing could be too much. I don't say any more that you are mine, unless you stoop to bestow yourself upon me. But I am yours, always, for all time. Bear that in mind, when the time comes." He paused a moment, then, "Let that ring of ours be the sign and message," he murmured. "When you need deliverance, I will come to you from the world's end." He rose with the words so suddenly that she was startled, and in a moment his voice, calm and debonair, rang across the room. "Hello, Bolton. How long have you been hiding there? Come over here and see if you can put a little heart into your wife. She needs it." Maud, her white face turned over her shoulder, saw Jake's square shoulders outlined against the furthest south window. He was looking over his shoulder also. Their eyes met across the room. Then he turned fully around in his solid way and came to them. He was wearing slippers that he had donned for the sick room, and they made no sound. Saltash's lithe form straightened. He stood ready, almost on guard, at the other man's approach. But his face remained debonair still. There was even a hint of humor about his mobile brows. His eyes flashed wickedly. "So they've turned you out, have they?" he said, with that hint of regal haughtiness that usually characterized his speech when addressing an inferior. Jake did not answer. His eyes, red-brown and very still, were upon Maud. They did not leave her for a moment. They seemed to search her through and through. There came to her a second of deadly panic that stopped her heart. She put up a hand to her throat with a spasmodic effort to breathe. And suddenly it seemed to her that she sat engulfed in the red, red heart of a soundless furnace. She gave a gasping cry, tried to rise, and fell forward, fainting, at her husband's feet. 34. The Sacrifice. He lifted her. She knew that he lifted her, but all her powers were gone. She hung, a dead weight, in his arms. Over her head she heard his voice, intensely quiet, but deeper than usual. She thought it held a menacing note. "I'll take her to the window. Thanks, I'm not wanting any help from you." She felt the strength of the man as he lifted her bodily and bore her across the room. He set her down upon the window seat, supporting her with the utmost steadiness while he opened the window. The wintry air blew in upon her, and she shivered and came to life. "Don't move," he said. The awful weakness was still upon her. She obeyed him because she had no choice, lying back against his arm in quivering submission. "I'm so sorry," she whispered at length. I never did anything so stupid before." "That's so," said Jake. She lifted her eyes with a piteous effort to his. "Please leave me now. I shall do quite well, by myself." "That's so," he said again. His eyes held hers with a piercing, straight regard. But after a moment his hand came up and rubbed her icy cheek. It was a small act, but it affected her very curiously. She turned her face quickly to hide a rush of tears. Jake's attitude changed on the instant. He stooped over her, his arm about her. "Say, Maud, my girl, what is it? What is it?" he said. "The little chap will be all right. Don't you worry any." The old kindness was in his voice. He held her to him just as he had held her on the morning that she had first gone to him for help. For the moment she yielded herself, scarcely knowing what she did. Then she realized his nearness, and began to draw herself away. "I am foolish," she whispered. "Just foolish. Don't take any notice." "Guess you're worn out," he said gently. She shook her head, striving to master herself. "No, it's not that. It isn't anything. Please leave me alone for a little. I would rather." He let her go, but he still remained beside her, looking down at her bent dark head. She leaned against the woodwork of the window, panting a little. "I am better," she said uneasily after a moment. "Please don't worry about me any more." "Who else should I worry about?" he said. "Do you suppose you weren't first with me every time?" She quivered at the question, but she made no attempt to answer it. He went on with a restraint that was somehow eloquent of vehemence suppressed. "I know well enough that you aren't happy with me. It's not in nature that you should be. Maybe it's my fault, too. Maybe it's not. I've been a damn fool. I know that. But even so, you've no call to be afraid of me. You won't come up against me if you play a straight game." He paused, and she saw his hands slowly clench. At the same moment she became aware of someone approaching, and turned her head to see Saltash coming towards her with a wineglass in his hand. "Oh, that's right. You're better," he said. "Here, Bolton, make her drink this. It'll put a little life into her." He gave the glass to Jake, who stood a moment as if undecided as to what to do with it, and then bent over Maud. She drew back. "Oh, no, thank you. I never drink brandy. Besides, I am quite well again now." She made as if she would get up to demonstrate this fact, but he stopped her. "Take a little," he drawled. "Lord Saltash has had the trouble of fetching it." "I would rather not," she said. "I would much rather not." "Let her please herself," said Saltash sharply. But Jake's hand, steady as rock, was already holding the glass to her lips. She drank as one compelled. Saltash fidgeted up and down in front of the window in evident dissatisfaction, his ugly face full of lines. "I am infernally sorry this has happened," he said. "You ought to have had the stuff sooner. I wish I had ordered champagne. We'll have some presently. Ah, that'll do, Jake, that'll do. Don't force it on her, for heaven's sake. Look here, you and I will clear out now, and let her rest in front of the fire. You'd like that, Maud, wouldn't you?" Maud murmured an affirmative. "Sure," said Jake. She looked up at him. "Yes, but not too near the fire. And leave the door open. I want to know." Her voice failed, sank into silence. "All right," said Jake quietly. "I'm not leaving you till it's over." The calm decision of his speech silenced all protest. Maud attempted none. Saltash shrugged his shoulders and flung round on his heel. Jake bent to offer a steady arm. She accepted his support in silence. There was that about him that would not brook resistance just then. She was sure that Saltash was aware of it also, for after a very brief pause he began to whistle under his breath, and in a few moments more sauntered from the room. Jake, very quiet and determined, led her to a settee. "I won't lie down," she said restlessly. "I want to listen." Jake was looking round for a chair. Failing to see one, he seated himself by her side. "I reckon this is the most respectable piece of furniture in the place," he observed. "Here is a cushion. Lean back and shut your eyes." "I wish you wouldn't wait here," she murmured uneasily. "I've got to wait somewhere," said Jake. And then his hand descended upon hers and held it. She started at his touch, seeking instinctively to free herself, but in the end she yielded, lying back in a tense stillness in which she knew the beating of her heart to be clearly audible. What was he going to say to her? What had he overheard? What must he think of the agitation she had displayed upon discovering him? Her breath quivered through her parted lips. The dread that she so often felt in his presence was upon her, but 10 times magnified by her present weakness and the thought of that which he might have overheard. But Jake sat in unbroken silence, his hand holding hers in a steady, purposeful grasp. And gradually, very gradually, her fear began to subside. He could have heard nothing. Surely he could have heard nothing. Surely if he had, he would have spoken, have questioned, or accused. A great shiver went through her. "Cold?" said Jake. She opened her eyes. "No." His hand closed more firmly about her own. "Don't be so anxious," he said. "It'll be all right." His voice was kind. She tried to smile. Was he very nervous?" she asked, finding relief in speech. "Game all through," said Jake. "Went off like a baby. Say, Maud, he'll be a fine man some day." "He'll never be mine any more," she said, and turned her face aside. Jake said nothing. He fell into a musing silence that seemed to stretch and widen to an unknown abyss between them. She closed her eyes, hoping that he would think her sleeping. He remained absolutely still by her side while the silence lengthened and deepened. She wondered for a while if he were watching her, wondered if he were actually as free from anxiety on Bunny's account as he appeared, became vaguely aware of a curious hushed sense of repose stealing over her tired nerves. She drifted away at last into a state that was not quite slumber, that yet held her trance-like and unaware of time. She knew that Jake was beside her, never wholly forgot his presence, but he had ceased to have a disquieting effect upon her. Somehow he fitted into the atmosphere of peace that surrounded her. She was even dimly glad that he had not left her alone. She was tired, unutterably tired, but her mind had ceased to work at the problems that so vexed her soul. It had become, as it were, dormant. Even the thought of Bunny did not disturb her any more. Had not Dr. Capper solemnly declared that all would be well? So she sank into an ever-deepening sea of oblivion, unmindful of the hand that so surely held her own, and so that long, long hour crept by. When there came at last the opening of a door and the sound of voices, she was too far away in her merciful dreamland to hear. She knew in a vague fashion that Jake's hand left hers, even murmured a faint protest, but she did not attempt to rouse herself. She had yielded too completely to the healing magic of rest. There followed a space during which all consciousness was entirely blotted out, and she slept like a weary child, a space that seemed to last interminably, and yet was all too short. Then at length nature or conscience stirred within her, and her brain began to work once more. Out of a vague obscurity of dimly registered impressions the light of understanding began to dawn. She opened heavy eyes upon the red still fire that burned so steadily, so unfailingly. It put her in mind of something, that hot silent fire, but she could not remember what it was, something that was vigilant, intense, unquenchable, something that she could never wholly grasp or wholly elude. She opened her eyes a little wider and moved her head upon the cushion. Surely she had slept for a long, long time. And then she caught the sound of a voice that whispered, a low, clear whisper. "Why don't you take her for a honeymoon, my son? It would do you both all the good in the world." There was a pause, and then someone, Jake, murmured something unintelligible. Maud raised herself slightly and saw him standing before the fire. His thick-set figure was turned from her. His head leaned somewhat dejectedly against the high mantelpiece. Capper was standing beside him, lounging against the carved wood in an ungainly attitude, his hands thrust deep in his pockets. At Jake's muttered words he turned, and looked at him keenly with eyes of semi-quizzical sympathy. "Say, Jake," he said, "the man who walks his horse along a hedge-side never gets there. The hedge has a way of getting higher, moreover, every step he goes. Guess being in love has kind of demoralized you. You'll never win out this way." Jake moved a little, straightened himself, stood squarely facing the great doctor. "I'm going to win out," he said. And with that, very abruptly, he wheeled round and came straight to Maud, as though she had called him. So sudden was his movement that she was taken wholly by surprise. He stooped over her and took her hand before she had time to draw back. "It's all right, my girl," he said, and she heard a note of reassurance in his voice. "The little chap's come through it finely. There's nothing to be anxious about. Capper says so, and whatever Capper says goes." "Guess that's so," said Capper. He remained at his post by the fire, a smile of keen satisfaction on his parchment face. "You shall see him presently. Not yet, not for another hour, and then only for a few seconds. He's got to be kept as quiet as an infant. But I've done just what I figured to do. In another 6 weeks he ought to be learning to walk." "Bunny, walking." Maud spoke the words as one dazed. The whole of her world seemed suddenly to have changed. It was as if she actually breathed a new atmosphere. She caught her breath, feeling half afraid. Is it true?" she said. Capper laughed. "Seems like a miracle, does it? Never met with a miracle before? Yet there's quite a lot of 'em to be seen in this curious old world. Maybe you'll come across some more now you've started." He came quietly to her, bent and took her free hand into his. She felt his thin, sensitive fingers press her pulse. "I'm quite well indeed," she said in a tone of protest. "Please tell me more about Bunny. I want to hear everything." "My dear lady, you know practically all there is to know," he made answer. "Bunny is going to be one of my proudest successes. But there's just one thing to be arranged. I want to have him under my own eye for a time. It's for his own good, so I know your consent is a foregone conclusion. No, not yet, of course. I will give him a month here, and then I want to fetch him up to London and keep him in a home there, belonging to my colleague Sir Kersley Whitton, until I am able to discharge him as cured. Will you agree to that?" His eyes, shrewd and kindly, looked down into hers. His hand still held her wrist. She felt the magic of his personality and found it hard to resist. "But to take him away from me," she said rather piteously. "Must you take him away?" Jake had withdrawn a little, as if he did not wish to take part in the conversation. Capper sat down beside her. "Mrs. Bolton," he said, "I guess that young brother of yours is just one of the biggest factors of your existence. Isn't that so? You'd do anything for him, and never count the cost. Well, here's something you can do for him. A mighty big thing, too. It'll be a very critical time, and I want to have him under my own eye. I also want to have complete control of him. I'm not hinting that your influence isn't good. I know it is. But for all that, he'll do better with comparative strangers during that critical time than he would with his own people. I want to lift him entirely out of the old ruts. I want to start him on an entirely new footing, to give him self-reliance, to get him into good, wholesome habits. It'll make all the difference in the world to him, or I shouldn't be urging it so strongly. Say now, you promised me your cooperation. You are not going to refuse?" She could not refuse. She realized it with a leaden heart. Yet she made one quivering attempt to pierce through the ever-narrowing circle. "But the cost," she said. "It won't cost you a single cent," said Capper. "It's just for my private satisfaction that it will be done." Her last hope faded. She made a little gesture of helplessness. "He is in your hands, doctor," she said. I am much more grateful to you than I seem." Capper's hand pressed hers. "You will never regret this sacrifice as long as you live," he said, looking at her with his keen, kindly eyes. "I'm even ready to prophesy that you'll one day reap a very considerable benefit from it." But Maud's only answer was a dreary little shake of the head. End of chapters 33 and 34. Part 1, chapters 35 and 36 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 35. The Offer of Freedom. Slowly the dreary winter days gave place to spring. March came with gusty rainstorms that swept over sea and downs, lashing the waves to fury, blotting the countryside like a torn veil. March went, smiling and wonderful, with a treacherous graciousness that deceived all nature into imagining that the winter was really gone. At Birchester Castle, Bunny, lying perpetually flat on his back by the doctor's unalterable decree, alternated between fits of bitter complaining and fits of black despair. He suffered more from tedium and weariness than from any definite pain, and Maud found herself fully occupied once more with the care of him. The nurse was thankful to have her at hand, for Bunny was at all times a difficult patient. And to be in attendance upon him was Maud's greatest joy in those days. She watched over him with such a wealth of devotion as she had never displayed before, a devotion at which even the boy himself sometimes marveled. Jake came and went, but he was never with him at night. The nurse slept in his room, and Maud in the one adjoining. Jake went back to his home to sleep. He and Maud saw but little of one another. They met daily, but she avoided all intercourse with him so strenuously that only the most ordinary commonplaces ever passed between them. She saw much more of Saltash, though he was often away. His comings and goings were never known beforehand, and he never intruded himself upon her. Only when she went in the afternoons or evenings to the music room, and propping the door wide, played and sometimes sang to Bunny, he had a fashion of coming lightly in upon her, dropping as it seemed from nowhere, and lying outstretched upon the settee near her while he smoked his endless cigarettes, and occasionally criticized. How he entered she never discovered. He was always there before she knew, and he never came in by the door. When she asked him, he would only jest. "Some day I will show you my secret chamber, ma belle reine. But not yet. Not yet." No intimate conversation took place at these times. They were seldom really alone, being always within call of Bunny's imperious voice. Saltash was very good to Bunny, but his company was considered by the nurse to be too lively for her patient, and she would not permit him to stay long in the sick room. Her orders regarding Bunny were very strict. He was to be kept quiet, contented also if possible, but always quiet. For that reason his mother's visits were also very brief. She did not often come to the castle. It seemed to Maud that her plump face was beginning to wear a harassed look, but there never had been any confidence between them, and she did not like to question her. She knew herself quite powerless to assist in the bearing of her mother's burdens. During that final month of devotion to Bunny, she gave herself up to him so completely that even her own problems grew remote and almost unreal. She was upon the usual friendly terms with Charlie, but he was very far from occupying her first attention. So absorbed, indeed, was she that the memory of their brief conversation on the day of Bunny's operation, together with his mad, characteristic suggestion, had faded altogether into the background of her mind. It seemed somehow impossible that Bunny could ever cease to be the center and aim of her whole conscious existence, impossible that Capper and his miracles could so alter the trend of her life's destiny. Her feeling for Saltash seemed to be lying dormant, very far below the surface. She was not thinking of herself at all just then. She was too fully occupied. Her feeling for Jake also was almost a blank. Now that he no longer attempted to play any part in her life but that of passive spectator, she treated him without conscious effort as a comparative stranger. But all the time, deep down in her heart, she smothered that nameless dread of the man that once had been so active. She did not want to think of him. She instinctively restrained herself from thinking of him. She had schooled herself to meet him without agitation. She had thrust him unresisting into the furthest background of her consciousness. And now she lived for Bunny, and for Bunny alone. So that last month slipped away. April came, but no word from Capper. A faint new hope began to dawn in her heart. Was it possible that the sacrifice might not after all be demanded of her? Was it possible that the miracle might even yet be worked out with much patience at Birchester? Bunny did not seem to be making much progress, but at least she was sure he was not losing ground. He did not suffer so much as formerly, though his chafing irritability sometimes seemed to her to be even greater than before. He talked incessantly of Capper, urging Jake to write to him. But Jake would not be persuaded. "Capper knows his own business, my son. You leave him alone," he said. And Bunny had perforce to accept the fiat. He never seriously attempted to resist Jake. Their friendship was too near for that. Jake's influence over him was practically boundless. But he could not check the boy's fierce impatience, which grew perceptibly from day to day. It was on a warm afternoon towards the middle of the month that Maud was sitting at the piano, trying to soothe him with the music he loved during the absence of the nurse, when the sound of a footfall in the room made her turn. Saltash had been away for a few days, but she was half expecting him. He never remained away for long. "Why, Charlie," she began with a quick smile of welcome, and broke off sharply. It was Capper. Her face must have displayed something more than surprise, she reflected later, for his first words, albeit he smiled whimsically as he uttered them, were words of apology. "So sorry, Mrs. Bolton. I shouldn't have taken you off your guard like this, only I had a notion that being somewhat overdue, you might be more or less prepared to see me." She left the piano and went with outstretched hand to meet him. "You at last," she said. Her welcome was cordial, but it was wholly without eagerness. Her heart was beating wildly, uncontrollably. She felt suddenly cold, as if she had stepped into a stone vault. Capper bent a little over her hand. She saw his eyes flash over her. "I don't find the frog in attendance," he remarked. "Has he been shunted for a spell?" She felt her colour come again. "Don't you want to hear about Bunny?" she said. He smiled at her. "I know my own business so well, madam, that I know all I need to know about Bunny," he told her dryly. "The boy is just mad to be allowed to try his strength, and between you and me he'll have about the biggest disappointment of his life when he does. It won't do him any harm, though, so don't you worry any." He suddenly held up her hand to the light and surveyed it critically. "Say, Mrs. Bolton," he said, "what do you live on? Just monkey nuts?" She laughed in spite of herself. "I live very well, I assure you. But I could never get fat. It's not my nature." He grunted and pulled at his yellow beard. "Do you realize that you've lost pounds of flesh since it was first my privilege to meet you?" She shook her head protestingly. "Oh, no, really. It is your imagination." Capper shook his head also. "My imagination feeds on facts only. Jake is not looking after you properly. It's my belief he is treating you to slow starvation." "Oh, indeed, indeed," she broke in with vehemence. "Jake has had nothing to do with me lately. I have been much too busy with Bunny, and he has had the good sense not to interfere." "Is that good sense?" said Capper, in the tone of one who does not require an answer. "Besides," she went on rather breathlessly, "it's not Jake's business to look after me." "I thought that was what husbands were for," said Capper, with his whimsical smile. "It's a fool policy anyway to leave a woman to look after herself, and you're just a living illustration of that fact." Her hands clasped his arm almost unconsciously. "Please, please don't ever discuss me again with Jake," she begged, in tones of distress. He patted her hand with fatherly reassurance and passed the matter by. "What are you going to do when Bunny is gone?" he asked. Her face paled again. "You are really going to take him away?" she said. "Tomorrow," said Capper. She removed her hands with a gesture that was piteous. She said nothing whatever. Capper turned aside. "Maybe you'll take up housekeeping," he said practically. "If I dare to venture upon the suggestion, you would make a charming hostess." She was silent still. He glanced at her. "Say, Mrs. Bolton," he said, "I guess you'll think me several kinds of a nuisance. But your husband has offered me his hospitality for tonight. And I have accepted it, provisionally, that is, on the condition that he can supply me with a hostess." She looked at him in blank dismay. "But I sleep here," she said. I must always be at hand, in case Bunny should want me." "Isn't the nurse in attendance?" asked Capper, with a touch of sharpness. "Oh, of course," she answered. But "And how often in the night does she generally call you?" Maud was silent. Capper's hand patted her shoulder again, paternally, admonishingly. "Guess he could spare you for tonight," he said. "Pack your grip and come home. Jake will be pleased to see you, sure." She shivered. "It isn't home to me," she said. "What?" said Capper. "Not your husband's house?" The hot color rushed up over her face. She turned from him. "Come and see Bunny," she said. A few minutes later she stood alone in the music room, gazing forth from the western window with eyes that seemed to search the horizon for help. Capper was occupied with Bunny. The nurse had returned, and she was not needed. The certainty of this was upon her, a dead weight pressing her down. Bunny's need of her was past forever. Duty, stark and implacable, was all that remained in life. Ah! A step behind her. She turned swiftly. "Charlie!" He came to her, a smile on his swarthy face, a gleam of wickedness in his eyes. He took the hands that almost involuntarily she stretched to him. "You summoned me?" he said. Something in his look warned her of danger. His clasp was electric in its tenseness. She stood a moment before replying, then, "I didn't so much as know you were in the house," she said. She left her hands in his. An odd recklessness was upon her, the recklessness born of despair. He laughed into her eyes. "Yet you summoned me, most tragic Queen of the Roses," he said. "You weren't so much as thinking of me, perhaps. Yet subconsciously your spirit cried to mine, and behold, I am here." He had drawn her close to him, holding her hands against his breast, so that the quick, ardent beat of his heart came to her, sending a curious, half-reluctant thrill through her own. She looked into his face of mocking subtleties. "No, I wasn't thinking of you, Charlie," she said. "I was thinking of myself, hating the life before me, hating everything." The concentrated bitterness of her speech was almost like a challenge. She spoke passionately, as one goaded, not caring what came of it. Saltash was bending slowly towards her, still laughing, ready to take refuge in a joke if refuge were needed, yet daring also, warily marking his game. "Why don't you think of me for a change?" he said. She turned her face swiftly aside. Her lips were suddenly quivering. "No one, not even you, can help me now," she said. "You are wrong," he answered instantly. "I can help you. It's just what I'm here for." She glanced at him again. "As a friend, Charlie," she said. He bent his dark head over her hands. "Yes, a friend," he said. "But—" She had begun to tremble. The old dread was upon her, the old instinctive recoil, the old ache of distrust. She set her hands against him, holding him from her. "How can you help me?" she said. He did not lift his head. "I can't keep you out of the furnace altogether," he said, "but I can save you from living in bondage to a man you loathe. You will have to trust me, to a certain extent. Do you trust me?" "I don't know." Her voice was low, quivering with an agitation she could not repress. "Tell me what you are thinking of. Tell me how—" "I will tell you," he said, "when you have made up your mind as to my trustworthiness." She controlled her agitation with an effort. "Oh, don't play with me, Charlie," she besought him. "Don't you see I'm cornered, desperate? Of course I will trust you." He looked up at her with a wry lift of one eyebrow. "Being a case of needs must," he observed dryly. "Well, my dear girl, the case is simple enough. You are ready to trust me because you must. No one else is under the same obligation. Every one else, the worthy cow-puncher included, knows my fascinating reputation. Disappear with me for a week or so, we'll run away and hide, and all charitably minded folks will jump to the obvious conclusion. The result will be an undefended divorce suit, and I shall pay the damages." His smile became a grimace. "That is your road to freedom, ma belle reine," he said. "And think on me, I pray thee, when that freedom shall be achieved. There are sunnier lands than England, where lovely ladies may be wooed by wandering cavaliers. And surely, surely," his smile flashed forth again, "having thus made such atonement for past offences as lies in my power, my queen would stoop to be gracious to me at last." He bent again over her hands, holding them pressed to his lips. Maud stood mute. The audacity of the suggestion seemed to deprive her of the power of speech. None but Charlie could ever have evolved such a plan. None but Charlie, who loved her. The sudden realization of his love went through her like a sword thrust in her heart. She actually gasped with the pain of it. What he suggested was impossible, of course. Of course. But how gallantly, and withal how tenderly, he had laid the offer before her, urging no claim merely, out of the love he still had for her, offering her deliverance. But she must find an answer for him. He was waiting, bent in courtly fashion, with that king-like carelessness of pose that marked him out from all other men. She looked at the bowed head that could be poised so arrogantly, and suddenly her eyes were full of tears. She made a movement to withdraw her hands. "Oh, Charlie," she said in a broken, passionate whisper, "if only I were free." He raised his head on the instant. "But you can be free. I am offering you freedom. A little courage, a little confidence. Can't you face it with me? Are you afraid?" His voice was eager, his eyes were shining and boyishly persuasive. His hand still clasped hers with a pressure so vital and insistent that she felt impelled to suffer it. She shook her head. "No, Charlie, it isn't that. But my promise." "Oh, what of that?" he said impetuously. "A promise made under compulsion is no bond at all. You can't keep it and yet be true to yourself. The mistake lay in making it. But to stick to it would be worse than madness. Listen, Maud. You must listen. Your marriage is an abomination, and you must rid yourself of it, whatever the cost. I have seen all along, that it is an absolute violation of your whole nature. You shrink from the man. I believe in your soul you abhor him. You did it on impulse, he knows that, and you have repented ever since. Your heart was never in it. I think I know where your heart is." His voice suddenly softened, and his hands began subtly to draw her back to him. "But we won't discuss that now. It isn't the time. I am concerned only to deliver you. And I am offering you such deliverance as you can accept, a deliverance that you can safely contemplate without shrinking. The publicity of the thing never need touch you personally. You can live in seclusion till it is all forgotten. Maud, my Maud, won't you, can't you, trust an old friend?" His hands were drawing her closer. His dark face, aglow with the ardor of his quest, was close to hers. "You want to be free," he urged. "And, my darling, I want you free. I want you free." His voice throbbed into silence. He was drawing her, drawing her. In another moment he would have had her in his arms, but she held back from him with quivering, desperate strength. "No, Charlie, no," she said, gaspingly. He released her hands at once, and abruptly. With a species of royal indifference curiously characteristic of him, he veiled his ardor. "It is for you to choose," he said. "I don't take, I offer." Then, as she covered her face, he softened again, took her suddenly, very lightly, by the shoulders. "Have I gone too far, Queen of the Roses?" he whispered. "Yet he will go further still. It is that I want to save you from. You must forgive me, sweet, if I seem too anxious. I am hard-pressed myself. I want you badly enough, it's true. But that isn't my main reason for urging this. If you had married a man you cared for, I could have borne it. But this is intolerable. There, I have done. Only remember that I am ready. I am always ready. I shall wait for you by day and by night. Sooner or later, I know you will come. Don't be afraid to come, Queen Maud. I will be to you whatever you wish, always. I only ask to serve you." Rapidly he uttered the low words, still holding her with a touch that was scarcely perceptible, but of which she was so vividly conscious that she quivered from head to foot, every nerve stretched and vibrant, burningly alive, chafing to respond. The wild impulse to yield herself to his arms, casting away all shackles, was for the moment almost overpowering. Her spirit leapt to the call of his, beating fiercely for freedom, like a caged bird viewing its mate in the open sky. How she restrained it, She knew not. Perhaps it was fear, perhaps it was that old instinctive sense of fitness that had influenced her long ago. But the moment passed, and she remained motionless. Saltash turned aside. He betrayed no sign of disappointment. That also was characteristic of him. He saw no defeat in failure. He regarded it only as victory postponed. And his attitude said as much when after a moment or two he began to speak in a light and careless strain of matters indifferent to them both. If he had not squarely hit his mark he was not far therefrom, and with that he was content. He knew her to be nearer to his level than she had ever been before. The Maud of the old days would have viewed his suggestion with the shrinking horror of a spirit that had never known temptation. The Maud of to-day was different, more human, more truly woman. She had suffered, and her dainty pride had ceased to uphold her. He had offered himself to her in the light of deliverer, and as such he believed he would win her. The odds were at last in his favor. As for Jake, he might be formidable, but Saltash was no coward. He fancied that when the time came Jake would accept the inevitable. In any case he was far too keen upon the chase to be deterred by the thought of an outsider like Jake. If any element of danger existed, he welcomed it. If a thing were worth having, it was worth fighting for. Saltash never had in any one of his rash intrigues paused to count the cost, and certainly it was not often that the cost had been borne by him. He snatched his pleasures, and he drank deep thereof, but the dregs he was wont to throw away. Once only, or possibly twice, had he ever been made to drink to the bottom of the cup. And he did not stop now to consider that on each of those occasions the cup had been firmly held in the hand of Jake Bolton. 36. The Bond. "I have called him the 100th chance," said Jake. "But I guess he is going to be a winner." He was stooping over a tiny black foal that stood with trembling legs pressed against its mother's flank. She was looking round at the master with questioning eyes. Even he was only allowed in the loose box on sufferance. "You're very hopeful," said Capper. He stood leaning on the half door looking in upon Jake's latest treasure. Maud was standing with him but slightly apart fondling the red setter Chops, who fawned about her knees. Chops had been unfeignedly delighted to see her again, and he could not desist from telling her so. She had bid good-bye to Bunny till the morrow, but she had made no definite arrangements for leaving the castle, and even yet she was wondering if she might not manage to return for that one last night of her brother's sojourn there. Jake had received her without comment when she had arrived with Capper half an hour before. She fancied his manner was somewhat guarded, but he treated her as if he had expected her, and her coming had caused him no surprise. Upon an ordinary occasion she would have been charmed with the sight of the week old foal that Jake had brought them thither to see, but at the moment she was too stiff with shy reserve to enjoy it. So she stood apart instead, while Jake talked in his soft voice to the doctor, striving to hide her embarrassment in murmured endearments to Chops. "Oh, yes, the dam's a blood mare," Jake was saying, "the most valuable animal we have. She's a mass of nerves, unfortunately. We've had a lot of trouble with her." He stretched a fondling hand to the creature's inquiring muzzle. She laid her ears for a moment, but the next her tongue came out and softly licked first his fingers and then the wistful black face of her offspring. Jake smiled and stood up. "She's a good mother, Doctor. I like a good mother," he said. His eyes fell on Maud, bending low with flushed face over the dog. A momentary shadow crossed his face. He had counted upon a greater enthusiasm on her part. Never before had she failed to take a keen interest in the animals. "Reckon we'd better go in and get some supper," he said. They went in. The spring twilight was falling, and with it a brief shower that pattered a while and was stayed. Down in the orchard the blackbirds were singing in a wonderful chorus that seemed to fill all the world with music. The scents that rose from the rain-steeped earth were of that wondrous fragrance that holds the senses spellbound in the magic of spring. From somewhere near the open French window there came the breath of violets, and from a little further away, subtly mingling with it, the incense of wallflowers, all wet and luscious from the damp sweet earth. "A wonderful season," said Capper. Jake smiled somewhat grimly. "A stormy May," he said. The meal was of the simplest, served by Mrs. Lovelace in her best gown of black sateen. Her plump face wore a pursed look of peculiar severity. Maud, very pale and still, at the end of the table, gave her a murmured greeting which called forth a very grim response. Jake was apparently at his ease, but he made no attempt to draw his wife into the conversation. He talked to Capper, or was silent. He was still wearing the riding costume with which she always associated him. She heard the clink of his spurs whenever he moved. Capper was very gentle with her, full of kindly consideration. There were no difficult pauses. To a casual observer there would have been no evidence of strain. Only to the girl sitting there at her husband's stable, a stranger, was it almost insupportable. She did not know how she came through the meal, nor was she aware of eating anything. When it was over at last, she was thankful to rise and go. She took refuge upstairs in the room that had been Bunny's, standing there in the darkness, striving with herself, fighting desperately for composure. What was expected of her she did not know, whether to go or to remain. The impulse to go strongly urged her, but she held it back. There was the morrow to be thought of, the morrow to be faced, and she had a feeling, a dreadful growing suspicion, that Jake was drawing to the end of his patience. Not that he had betrayed it by word or look, only he seemed to be waiting with an iron determination that no action of hers could balk. She felt that if she fled from him tonight, she would never dare to face him again. The thought of Charlie arose within her. Charlie, careless, debonair, gay of soul. He had offered her his protection. Should she go to him, even now? Could she? Dared she? The temptation drew her. She knew Charlie so well. She was sure he would be chivalrous. She was sure she could count upon him. But his protection, what was it worth? Now that she had seen Jake, had felt the primitive force of the man anew, her heart misgave her. She was possessed by the appalling conviction that in the matter of lawlessness Jake could outdo Charlie many times over if once roused. No trammels of civilization would hold him. He would go straight for his prey, and no power on earth would turn him aside, or make him relinquish his hold till he had wreaked his vengeance. For the first time it occurred to her that it might not be upon herself alone that vengeance would fall. A great shudder went through her. She quivered all over, and turning, crept to the bed and crouched beside it. She was terrified, unnerved, despairing. Her own wickedness frightened her, so that she could not even pray for help. She knew not which way to turn. A long time passed thus. Then there came a step upon the stair, a steady, quiet step. A hand pushed open the door. "Say, Maud, are you here?" Jake said. She tried to answer him, but could not. She knew that the moment she spoke she would betray herself. He came forward into the room. She saw his square figure against the light outside the door. "Capper has gone back," he said. "He wouldn't stay any longer." That startled her to a tragic activity. She sprang up in wild dismay. "Dr. Capper gone? I thought he was spending the night." "I wanted him to," said Jake. "He wouldn't. He said I was to wish you good night, and thank you for your hospitality." Maud stood still, her hands at her throat. For the moment she was too electrified for speech. Then anger, bitter, furious resentment, came to her aid. "So you brought me here by a trick," she said, her voice pitched very low, but full of a quivering abhorrence that must have reached him where he stood. "I don't know what you mean," said Jake. His voice was curt and cool. He spoke without the smallest evidence of indignation or constraint. "I never asked you to come, nor did I ask Capper to bring you. I presume you were a free agent so far as that goes. But since you are here, there is not much point in running away again. It's here that you belong." The finality of his speech came upon her with stunning force. It had the dead level of absolute assurance. As he made it, he came forward into the room, and she heard the rattle of his matchbox as he drew it forth. She stood and waited tensely while he deliberately struck a match and lighted one of the candles upon the mantelpiece. All the blood in her body seemed to be throbbing at her throat. She had not been alone with him for weeks. She had never been alone with him as she was tonight. The light from the candle showed her the room prepared as for a guest. The chintz covers were all newly starched, and from the bed there seemed to come a subtle scent of lavender. The lattice window was wide to the night, and from far away there rose the long, deep roar of the sea. Jake turned from the lighted candle, and pointed to a low chair by the bed. "Sit down," he said. "There's something I've got to say to you." She looked at him with hunted eyes. She thought his face was very grim, but the dim flickering light threw strange shadows upon it, baffling her. He came to her as she still remained upon her feet, took her between his hands, and held her so, facing him. "Say now," he said, and a hint of half-coaxing kindliness softened the measured resolution of his speech, "where's the sense of fighting when you know you can't win? You're not a very good loser, my girl. But I reckon it's just a woman's way. I won't be hard on you on that account." She drew back from him swiftly, with the old instinctive shrinking from the man's overwhelming force of personality. "Oh, need we talk about that now?" she said hurriedly. There is still Bunny to think of. It is his last night, and she broke off with a sound half choked that was almost a cry. For Jake's hands were holding her, drawing her, compelling her. She realized that in another moment she would be in his arms. She set her quivering hands against his shoulders, pushing him from her with all her strength. He set her free then, with a gesture half contemptuous. "So it's to be the same old fool game, to the bitter end, is it?" he asked, and she caught in his voice a new note as of anger barely held in check. "Well, I reckon it's up to you to make good sooner or later. It was not my intention to hold you down to that bargain of ours. But if you must have it, you shall. I want to know when you propose to make good." She shrank away from him in quivering disgust. "Oh, never! Never!" she said. The words rushed out almost against her will, and the moment they were uttered she wished them back. For Jake's eyes leapt into sudden furious flame, such flame as seemed to scorch her from head to foot. He did not speak at once, but stood looking at her, while the awful seconds crept away. At last, "It's rather rash of you to put it that way," he said, and there was a faintly humorous sound in his voice, as though he restrained a laugh. "So you're not a woman of your word after all? That's queer. Damn queer. I could have sworn you were." She wrung her hands hard together, in a desperate effort at self-control. "Oh, Jake," she said piteously, "it isn't my fault that we're not made of the same stuff, indeed. You wouldn't ask the impossible of me." "Perhaps not," said Jake, and now he spoke in the old soft drawl that she knew well as a cloak to unwavering determination. "But has it never occurred to you that I might leave asking, and just take?" She recoiled further from him. The man's deadly assurance appalled her. She had no weapon to oppose against it. And his eyes were as a red-hot furnace into which she dared not look. "Now listen to me," he suddenly said. "There's been enough of this fooling around. More than enough. I've put up with it so far, but there's a limit to everything. The time has come for you to remember that you are my wife. I am your husband. We may not be over well suited to one another, as you have pointed out. But the bond exists, and we have to make the best of it. And so you will not go back to the castle to-night. You will stay here under your husband's roof and fill your rightful place by my side. Is that understood?" He spoke with the utmost decision, and Maud, white to the lips, attempted no reply. She had made her appeal, and he had not heard it. She knew with sure intuition that further resistance would be useless. She had staked all, and she had lost. In that moment she saw her life a heap of ruins, blasted by a devastating tempest that had scattered to the four winds all that she had ever held precious. And nothing was left to her. Nothing of value could ever be hers again. Only out of the smoking ruins there presently arose one thing, a poison plant, that was to flourish in the midst of desolation. Out of the furnace of a man's unshackled passion it sprang to full growth in a single night, ready to bear its evil fruit when time should have made it ripe. The seed of it had been sown by Saltash; the tropica raising of it was the work of Jake Bolton; the nourishing of it was left to Maud. But the final ingathering of that bitter harvest was to fall to the lot of all three. End of chapters 35 and 36. End of part 1. Part 2, chapters 1 and 2 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The Race. 1. Husks. Chops the setter was puzzled. He had been following his mistress about in his faithful way throughout the whole of that hot July afternoon, and he had fathomed the fact that she was preparing for a visitor. He even half suspected that he knew who the visitor would prove to be. But none the less was he puzzled by her attitude. For to Chop's plain and honest mind the coming of a guest was a cause for undiluted joy. But it was evident that to Maud the advent of this one was a matter of anxiety, even almost of dread. Jake's old bedroom facing the stables had been assigned to the newcomer. She had spent hours of loving care upon it, yet on this, the great day of arrival, she did not seem happy or by any means content. A great restlessness possessed her, and Chops in consequence was uneasy too. He had conceived a vast affection for his young mistress that was in some fashion vaguely mingled with pity and concern. She had a disconcerting way of weeping in private when only Chops might see, and he had a feeling that such consolation as he was able to proffer, though quite wholehearted, was never altogether equal to the occasion. The tears she shed were so piteously hopeless, and even her smiles were hopeless too. Chops often mourned over the sadness of his idol. She had just come in from the garden with a great handful of sweet peas. It was a glorious sunny morning, and she had put on an old blue sunbonnet that had done duty down on the seashore in previous summers to protect her from the glare. She was holding the flowers up to her face as she mounted the steps to the parlor, and such was her absorption that she did not notice what Chops, following close behind, perceived on the instant: the strong square figure of her husband waiting in the entrance of the glass door. She was actually within touch of him before she was aware of his presence, and then with a great start she lowered her flowers, while over her face there came a look that was like the sudden donning of a mask. "I thought you had gone," she said. "Not quite," said Jake. He bent slightly as she entered, stretched out a hand, took her by the chin and kissed her mask-like face. She endured his action with the most complete show of indifference, neither returning nor avoiding his caress. A faint tinge of color showed in her cheeks as with scarcely a pause she passed on into the room. That was all. "It is getting late," she observed. "I think you had better go." Jake's eyes, red-brown and shining, followed her with a masterful expression as she moved to the table and laid down her flowers, marking the queenly bend of her neck, the cold majesty of her pose. He said nothing for the moment, merely took out his pipe out of his pocket and began to fill it. Maud went to the sideboard for a vase. Her movements were very measured, very stately. She did not so much as glance towards the man who watched her. The old quick nervousness of manner had gone utterly from her. She was like a marble statue, endued with a certain icy animation. "You don't look exactly excited," remarked Jake as he finally stuck his pipe into his mouth. She smiled a cool, aloof smile, saying nothing. He lighted his pipe, his eyes still upon her. "Say, Maud," he said between the puffs, "why don't you come too?" She raised her beautiful brows a little at the question, and slightly shrugged her shoulders. "You don't want to?" pursued Jake. Her blue eyes met his for a single instant. They were dark and remote as a deep mountain tarn. "Not in the least," she said. He swung round with a jingle of spurs and came to the table by which she stood. "What if I wish you to come?" he said. The faint cold smile still drew her lips. She had begun already to arrange her flowers. "Of course your wish is law," she said. He leaned towards her, laying an abrupt hand upon hers. "Maud!" he said. She became still on the instant, but she did not look at him, or attempt to avoid the tobacco smoke that curled between them. "Maud," he said again, and there was a hint of pleading in his voice, "why can't you be friends with me? Surely I'm not all that hard to get on with." She kept her eyes lowered. The pale composure of her face did not vary as she made reply. "I am sorry if you are not satisfied. I thought you had got all you wanted." He pulled the pipe from his mouth and laid it on the table. "Do you think any man is satisfied with husks?" he said. Her lip curled a little. She said nothing. He took her by the arms, not violently but with firmness. "Maud," he said, and there was urgency in his voice, "where's the use of behaving like this? Do you think it's going to make life easier, happier? Is it doing God's work in the world to be always fighting the inevitable? I'm rough, I know, but I'm white. Why can't you take me as I am, and make the best of me?" He had never thus appealed to her before. She stood stiffly between his hands. But still she did not look at him. Her eyes were on the flowers on the table, that lay scorching and slowly shriveling under his pipe. "I really don't know what you want," she said in a tone of cool aloofness. "And don't care," said Jake with sudden vehemence. "On my soul, I sometimes think to myself that if you treated Shepherd as you treat me, he had some reason for giving you a hiding." Her eyelids quivered sharply at the rough allusion, but she did not raise them. "You are rather hard to please," she said in a low voice. "Am I?" said Jake. "And do you ever try to please me by any chance?" A slight tremor went through her. "I give you submission, obedience," she said. "You have all that you married me for." "Have I?" said Jake. His voice was suddenly ironical. "Ah, my girl, you know a mighty lot about that, don't you? And have I also your confidence, your goodwill, your friendship?" Her eyes flashed him a look of swift protest. "They were not a part of the bargain," she said. "Damn the bargain!" said Jake with force. "If I didn't want them, what did I want?" Her eyes comprehended him, and fell again. She said nothing. He held her by the shoulders and gave her a sharp shake, as if to bring her to her senses. "Perhaps you think I'm brutal," he said, "but you treat me as I wouldn't treat any brute in creation. Why do you never speak to me? Why do you never kiss me? On my oath, you starve me of all that's good in life, and yet expect me to remain civilized." She made no attempt to free herself, nor did she utter remonstrance of any kind. If the grip of his hands hurt her, she did not show it. She stood in utter silence. Slowly Jake's hold relaxed, the fierceness went out of it. He stood for a few seconds watching her, a deep frown between his brows. "I don't seem to be able to get hold of you somehow," he said at length, "and yet it ain't for want of trying. Say, Maud, can't you be decent to me for a bit, now the little chap is coming? He'll notice sure if you're not. Guess we don't either of us want him pestering around with questions." There was a species of half-grudging persuasion in his voice. He held her as though at the faintest sign of encouragement he would have drawn her into his arms. But Maud made no such sign. She stood motionless. Without looking at him, she spoke. "I can't pretend to love you. You see, I don't." He made a sharp gesture, such a gesture as a man might make if stabbed in the back. A very bitter look came into his eyes. It was as if an evil spirit looked gibing forth. They glittered like the red flare of a torch. "All right, my girl," he said, and his voice was soft and slow and wholly without emotion. "Then I continue my meal of husks." With the words he let her go, took up his pipe from the table, and left her. Mutely she watched him go. Then, as the sound of his footsteps died away, she sank on her knees by the table, burying her face upon the scorched and ruined flowers. And so she remained for a long, long time. Even the sympathy of Chops was lacking. He had followed his master and the dog-cart to the station to welcome the visitor for whom such loving preparations had been made. And he was compelled to fly like the wind to keep pace with the flying wheels. 2. The Poison Plant. The wheels of the dog-cart clattered back over the stone paving of the yard, and a wild whoop of welcome echoed through the place. A small boyish figure leaped impetuously to the ground to be caught and fast held in Maud's straining arms. "Hello, Maud! Hello, Maud!" cried Bunny. He hugged her none the less ardently, hugged and kissed her. They had not seen each other for 3 months. Maud's greeting was inaudible. She could only hold him passionately close, feeling the abounding activity of his light young frame, and realizing with a great throb of rejoicing that the miracle had been wrought indeed. Bunny had been made whole. "I say, isn't it fine?" the boy cried eagerly. "I've been doing gymnastics and physical exercises to any amount. I can swim, too, and Dr. Capper says I may learn to ride. Jake's going to teach me, aren't you, Jake? Oh, isn't it fine, Maud? Isn't it fine?" She held him a little from her, gazing at him fondly ere she gathered him close again. He was very slight and thin, but he was taller than she had thought possible. The deep hollows about his eyes were far less marked than before, though his whole face bore that indelible stamp of suffering which had always made him older than his years. He gave her another hearty hug. "I'm as fit as a fiddle," he declared, "but I still have to do 4 hours flat on the floor every day. I told Jake that I wasn't going to do it any more, but he swears he'll tie me down to the table legs if I don't. You're a sport, aren't you, Jake?" He left his sister abruptly to attach himself to Jake, whose threats of violence were plainly a huge attraction to his boyish mind. Jake thrust an arm about the narrow shoulders. "We've got to make a man of you somehow, my son," he said. "And Capper is very emphatic about keeping up the treatment for another 6 weeks." "Yes, and after that I'm going to school," said Bunny, with the assurance of a man who holds the ruling of his own destiny. "There's Fairharbor College up on the hill, Jake. That'll do for me. And I'll be a weekly boarder, and you'll take me to races on Saturdays." But Jake shook his head. "Not at your time of life, young feller. No, when you go to school you'll stay there. You've got to make up for lost time. Perhaps in the holidays. We'll see. But I make no rash promises. Now, Mrs. Bolton, what about tea?" They went within to the meal prepared in the sunny parlor with its door thrown open to the garden. They sat at the table, Bunny alert, excited, radiant. Jake cheery and indulgent, bestowing his exclusive attention upon him. Maud very quiet and reserved, but watching the boy with eyes of shining affection that scarcely left him for a moment. He had so much to tell them of his treatment, and of that how at the beginning of things he had found it so hard to bear, and how the doctors had helped him through. "They were so awfully decent," he said. "There was one of 'em, Dr. Wyndham, who was no end of a swell. He used to come twice a week and put me through the most ghastly drill that rolled me out quite flat. He made me think of you, Jake. He was such a chap for getting his own way. Somehow I never could get ratty with him, though I used to dread the sight of him for ever so long. He soon got to know it, and he'd sit down by my side and talk in a reassuring sort of way till he'd worked me up to it. He seemed to have no end of time to waste, and yet he was always ready. Used to come in with his hands in his pockets, and a funny smile on his face, and send the nurse packing because he knew I hated anyone looking on. I got to like him no end. You'd have liked him too, Maud. He was just our sort." And there he stopped suddenly, for the first time gazing fully at her. "Great Scott!" he said. "How queer you look!" "I?" said Maud, slightly startled. Bunny was looking at her hard. He turned abruptly to Jake. "Why does she look like that? She hasn't been ill, has she?" Jake's eyes went to his wife's face. He regarded her critically for a moment. But before he could speak, Maud hastily broke in. "Bunny, how absurd! Of course not. I am never ill. Jake, pass up his cup." He obeyed in silence, and she received it with a hand that trembled. Her face was burning. "You look better now," said Bunny. "Perhaps it's the heat. How do you amuse yourself nowadays? Is Saltash at the castle?" She shook her head. "No. He left on the same day that you did. I have scarcely seen him since." "You have heard from him?" said Jake in the tone of one making a casual statement. She was silent for a second or two while she poured out Bunny's tea. Then, without lifting her eyes, "Yes," she said, "I have heard from him. "Where is he?" asked Bunny. "Does he write often?" "Not often," said Maud. She suddenly looked across at Jake with eyes that seemed to fling a challenge. "I expect you know where he is," she said. "He is in town," said Jake. He met her look with the utmost deliberation, and almost at once she looked away. "I expect he'll be going to Scotland next month," said Bunny, "but I hope he'll come here first. I'd like to see him. Aren't there some big races at Greydown soon, Jake? Won't he come for them?" "I can't say what he'll do," said Jake, pulling out his pipe. "The Birchester Cup will be run in a fortnight." "Oh, Jake, old chap, do let me see that," urged Bunny with shining eyes. "Is the Mascot going to run again?" "No, not the Mascot this time. The Albatross. You remember him? Reckon he ought to carry it off, if his jockey is good enough." Jake spoke with something of a frown. Bunny was all eagerness. "The Albatross? Wasn't he the chap you were forcing into the water that day you first spoke to us? Yes, I remember him, of course. A beauty. Who's up, Jake? Isn't he any good?" "I wanted Vickers to ride him," Jake said. "He's been training. But he has just broken his thumb, confound him. That leaves it to Dick Stevens, and I don't feel just sure of him. He may pull it off, but he's not like Sam Vickers. The animals haven't the same faith in him. Any more than I have." He got up from the table as he spoke, and went to the mantelpiece for a match. Bunny gulped down his tea and sprang up also. "Say, Jake, I'm coming round the stables with you," he said. "I won't be in the way." Jake, his clay pipe between his teeth, puffed forth a cloud of smoke and turned. "Not tonight, my son. You've got another 2 hours floor drill before you. You go and do it." Bunny's face fell. "Oh, damn it, Jake, not tonight." Jake's hand shot forth and grasped his shoulder. "Who taught you to say that?" he demanded. Bunny stared. "I don't know. Lots of fellows say it. Charlie often does." "I do myself," said Jake grimly. "But you're not to, savvy? I mean it. It ain't a mite clever, my son. It's beastly ugly. And you've got to be a gentleman if you do live under the roof of a bounder. Now you go and do as you're told. Quick march. I shall know if you don't, and I shall know the reason why, too. Take him upstairs, Maud, and if he don't behave himself, undress him and put him to bed." He would have gone with the words, but Bunny, with a red face, stayed him. "I'll do as you tell me, Jake," he said, "but I won't be managed by anyone else. And I'm not a bit afraid of you, see?" Jake stopped, and the old kind smile that once had been so much more frequent lighted his face. "That's right, little pard. You've no call to be," he said. "But I won't have it said that you were brought up in a stable. And I won't have you hanging around with the boys in the yard, either. Our language is not your language, and you're not to learn it. Now go and do your duty. I'll take you round the stables to-morrow." He bestowed a kindly pat upon Bunny's shoulder, and departed. Bunny turned round to Maud. "What's the matter with him?" he said. She sat with her face to the window, her eyes fixed unseeingly upon the sunlit garden. "Nothing that I know of," she said, without moving. Bunny came to her side. "But, Maud, he isn't always like that. At least, he used not to be." "Like what?" she said. Bunny was looking at her hard. "You used not to be like this either," he said. "What's happened to you both?" She gave herself a sharp shake. It was almost like a shudder suppressed, and came out of her reverie. She met Bunny's questioning eyes with a smile. "My dear boy, nothing has happened. Don't look so suspicious. There, come and let me look at you. Do you know I hardly know you? You seem so young." Bunny pushed an arm about her neck and gave the kiss for which she yearned. "You look years older than you did," he said with brotherly candor. "I thought you'd get on like a house on fire when you hadn't me to worry you, but you look more down in the mouth than ever." "I shan't now I've got you," she whispered, clinging to him. "I've missed you. Horribly, dear." "I thought you would," said Bunny with complacence. I missed you too at first. When they gave me that beastly massage I used to howl for you." "Was it so terribly bad?" she murmured, holding him faster. "It was unspeakable," said Bunny. "I shouldn't have stuck to it if you'd been there. As it was, well, I couldn't help myself. But they were awfully kind, too. No one ever pitched into me for behaving badly. They all seemed to take it for granted that I should. And when I began to get better they were so jolly encouraging. But I'd rather be flogged every day for a year," ended Bunny, "than go through it all again." "Dr. Capper didn't tell me it would be so bad," said Maud. "No, Capper's a deep one. He didn't tell me either. He laughs about it now," said Bunny, "and says the end has fully justified the means. He's rather a card, but he's a fine chap. He is coming to see us before he leaves England. I made him promise. He'll be off before the end of August." Bunny stretched himself luxuriously. "How's the mother getting on?" he inquired. "I haven't seen her for quite a long time. I believe she is very busy," Maud said. "They have discharged some of the servants at the Anchor. I don't believe it answers. She was looking rather worried the last time we met, but she didn't tell me anything, except that times were bad." "They always are with some people," said Bunny. "I suppose Jake is quite prosperous, is he?" "Oh, quite, I think," she said in surprise. "Of course he is Charlie's paid man. Why do you ask?" "He looks a bit bothered," said Bunny. "Perhaps it isn't that, though. Come along. Let's go upstairs." He twined his arm in hers. They went up side by side. A little later they separated, and Maud went to her own room. Down in the training field below the orchard a solitary horseman was riding a young untamed animal that fought savagely against his mastery, striving by every conceivable artifice to unseat him. She paused at the casement window and watched the struggle, marked the man's calm assurance, his inflexible strength of purpose, his ruthless self-assertion. And as she watched, that evil thing that she nourished in her heart opened its first poisonous flowers and bloomed in rank profusion. She hoped with a sickening intensity that the animal would win the day, and that Jake Bolton would be killed. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 2, chapters 3 and 4 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Confidences. 3 days after Bunny's return, Maud drove him down in the dog-cart one afternoon to see their mother. She herself would not go into the Anchor Hotel. She had never entered it since that bitter day in the winter when she had thrown herself upon Jake's protection, nor had she exchanged a single word with her stepfather since her wedding day. Her mother seemed to have grown completely away from them, and would seldom be persuaded to visit her daughter, even though Jake himself offered to fetch her. She had become fretful and irritable, and was in a certain measure vexed with Maud, who had not apparently made the most of her opportunities. There was no denying the fact that they were drifting further and further apart, and to neither of them did the other's presence afford the smallest pleasure. Now that Lord Saltash had quitted the scene, Mrs. Shepherd took no further interest in her daughter's doings. She strongly suspected that it was in response to Maud's insistence that he had gone, and she was inclined to regard his absence as a personal grievance against her in consequence. Emphatically, Mrs. Shepherd was not improved by adversity. Her looks were fading, and her placid temperament had vanished. Giles was such a trial, life was so difficult. She had always acted for the best, but she never reaped any benefit therefrom. In fact, fate had never been kind to her, and she was beginning to cherish a grudge in consequence. Bunny was by no means anxious to pay her a visit. It was only by Jake's command that he went. Maud was a little surprised to find that he was developing a scrupulous regard for Jake's wishes. She drove the dog-cart into the stable-yard of the Anchor, and left it there with a promise to return for him in an hour. Then she herself wandered down to the shore to pass the time. The day was sultry with a brooding heat. The sea lay wrapped in mist like a steaming sheet of molten lead. There was no sound of waves. Only now and then the wailing cry of a seagull floated across the water, and sometimes there throbbed upon the heavy air the paddle of an unseen steamer beating through that silent waste of greyness. She had no sunshade, and the glare was intense, albeit the sun was veiled. Half mechanically she turned her steps towards the shelter in which, how long ago, Jake had made his astounding proposal of marriage. She felt miserable, depressed, sick at heart. The close weather did not agree with her. She was limp and listless, and she could neither eat nor sleep. She dropped wearily down upon the seat and leaned back with her eyes half closed. Her head was aching dully, as if a heavy weight pressed upon it. There was no one in sight. That end of the parade was little frequented. The gay crowd preferred the vicinity of the bathing machines, where a little group of Pierrots were making merry. Now and then the raucous voice of the funny man of the party reached her, but it was too far away to disturb her. She was thankful for the attraction that kept the people away. Chops lay at her feet, snapping at the flies, grave, sympathetic, watchful. He was feeling the heat too, but he took it philosophically, with the wisdom of experience. He knew better than to chafe at the inevitable. Half an hour crawled away thus in dumb oppression, while the atmosphere grew imperceptibly thicker, gradually extinguishing the sun rays, darkening the world. At length a long ridge rose with ghostly suddenness on that flat desert of waters and swept shorewards, bursting upon the beach with a startling roar. Maud started and opened her eyes. In a moment she was on her feet, dismayed, irresolute. One glance at the ominous sky and sullen glassy water told her that a storm was imminent. She could not stay in that exposed place. She would not contemplate taking refuge at the Anchor. Whither could she go? She began to walk swiftly along the parade, Chops pacing sedately behind. The Pierrots were gone, the crowd scattered. She was sure that in a few moments there would be a terrific downpour. Another long swell showed like the beck of a swift-moving monster on the face of the waters. It travelled landwards with incredible rapidity. It burst in the water just below her. A great swirl of surf rushed up to the wall and receded to rejoin the inky water. And suddenly the blast of the storm caught her. Almost before she realized it, she was fleeing before it down the deserted road. Eddies of dust rose up under her feet, and sand whipped up from the beach stung her face. She raced the tempest, making for the nearest side road to escape the unbroken fury with which it raged along the shore. As she tore across to the sheltering houses there came a blinding flash of lightning, and instantly overhead a splitting explosion that seemed to shatter the whole world. For a second or two she was checked in her wild career. She felt stunned. Then in a sweeping torrent the rain was upon her, and she stumbled towards the nearest doorway. Before she reached it, however, a voice called to her. A stout figure came running forth with amazing lightness, and two plump hands seized one of hers. "Come in, my dear, come in," panted a wheezy voice. "Why, whatever brought you out in such a storm? You look scared to death. Come and sit down in my back parlor behind the shop. It's all right, dearie, all right. Don't be upset." Gasping and unnerved, Maud tottered into the little shop, groping, clinging to her guide. The gloom without made almost impenetrable darkness within. She had not the faintest idea as to whither she was being led. But there was no hesitation about her companion. She pressed her forward till a glimmer of light revealed a window in a dingy little room beyond the shop, and here she deposited her with a friendly firmness upon a horsehair sofa, making her lean against a cushion sewn with beads while she recovered her breath. "Don't you be frightened any more, my dear," she admonished her. "You're quite safe. Trust the dear Lord for that. The wind and storm are only fulfilling His will. Poor child, you're all of a tremble. There, let's take your hat off. And I'll get you a cup of tea, dear. You'll be better then." Tenderly she removed the hat, while Maud, panting and spent, lay limply against the cushion. Chops sat pressed against her, his silken head on her knee. "Why, look at him. It's just as if he's trying to tell you not to take on," said her rescuer. "There's a deal of soul in a dog, I always say. Now you know who I am, Mrs. Bolton, my dear, don't you? You don't feel as if you're taking shelter with a stranger. You are Mrs. Wright." Maud said, speaking with an effort. "That's right, my dear. I felt sure you'd remember me. Now will you be quite comfortable if I run into the kitchen and make the tea? Or will you come along with me? I often think company is a good thing in a storm." Maud was recovering herself. She sat up with something of her usual quiet demeanour, though her heart was still beating unpleasantly fast. "Please don't trouble to get any tea for me," she said. "If I may stay till the worst is over, I shall be very grateful. But I must go directly it gets better. My brother is waiting for me at the Anchor." Another terrible flash pierced the gloom, and she shrank involuntarily, one hand covering her face, while the thunder crashed above them with a force that shook the house. As the dreadful echoes died away, she awoke to the fact that Mrs. Wright was kneeling stoutly beside her, one kindly arm pressing her close. "It's all right, darling. Don't shiver so," she murmured maternally. "We're quite safe in the Lord's good keeping. He won't let us be harmed if we trust in Him." Maud made a slight gesture, as though she would withdraw herself, and then the comfort of that motherly arm overcame her shyness. Very suddenly she let herself go into the old woman's embrace. She hid her face on the ample shoulder. "I'm not really frightened," she whispered piteously. "But oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired." "Poor lamb," said Mrs. Wright compassionately. She gathered her to her bosom, rocking her softly in her arms, as one who soothes a hurt child, and whispering endearing words from time to time, while Maud, spent and weary, wept silently there, till with the shedding of tears some measure of relief came to her aching soul. She forgot the storm that raged around them. She forgot that Mrs. Wright was a comparative stranger to her. She forgot the passage of time and all besides, in the blessed consciousness of another woman's sympathy compassing her round, sustaining, comprehending, lifting her up from the depths of despair into which she had lately sunk so low. "There, then, there. You're better now," murmured Mrs. Wright at last. "Would you like to talk a bit, darling? Or shall we just pretend as there's nothing to talk about?" But Maud was clinging to her, as a drowning person clings to a spar. "You're very good to me," she whispered tremulously. It was enough for Mrs. Wright. She proceeded with boldness. "It didn't become me to take the first step, dearie, you being a lady like you are, and me only a clumsy old woman. But I've had troubles myself, and I'm not blind. You aren't well, dear. You aren't happy. I was afraid that day in the winter, and I've been much more afraid since. I was wanting to step up and see you again, but then I wasn't sure as you'd want me. But I've thought of you often, and poor Jake, too." Maud shivered. "Life is horrible, horrible," she said, and there was a quiver of passion in the words. "Ah, dear," Mrs. Wright held her closer. "Maybe that's because you're not taking things just as you should. No, I don't suppose as it's your fault. I wouldn't presume. But there's ways and ways of looking at things. And sometimes, when a girl is hurried into marrying, like you were, she's likely to be a bit taken aback when she comes to realize what it means. And it is then maybe that she gets a wrong impression of men and their ways which is like to interfere with all happiness. But you know, dearie, men are only a pack of children. Any woman can manage a man if she puts her mind to it, and he'll like her the better for it, too. But if once a man gets the whip hand, and knows it, that's fatal. A spoilt child soon becomes a tyrant. Jake is no child." Low and bitter the words came. Maud's face was buried deep in her new friend's shoulder. "He is nothing but a brute." "Lord love us!" ejaculated Mrs. Wright. And then, very tenderly, her hand began to smooth the girl's tumbled hair. "Has he been that to you?" she said. "Ah, dear, dear, dear! And what's going to happen, I wonder, when he knows what you're going to give him? No, don't shrink, darling. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Would you be ashamed if God sent an angel to lay a baby in your arms? For it's just that, darling. It is His gift. Aren't you going to thank Him for it? The first is so much the most wonderful. Think, dear, Think of the little wee thing that will cling to you, cry to you, depend on only you." Maud was shivering violently. She did not lift her head or speak. Mrs. Wright's hand did not cease to caress and soothe. "I am right, dear, am I?" she asked softly. And Maud's silence answered her. Thereafter there came an interval during which the loud patter of the rain was the only sound. Maud's tears had ceased. She sat bowed upon the old woman's breast, as though she lacked the strength to lift herself. But presently, without moving, she spoke. "I suppose I am very wicked, but I don't feel that about it. I can't. I don't want it. You'll be dreadfully shocked, I'm afraid. I've never spoken my mind to anyone before. But the fact is, I've never felt really married to Jake. I don't in my heart belong to him. And that makes everything wrong." My dear," said Mrs. Wright. "But he is your husband all the same. And you are the one woman in the world to him. He loves you as his own soul." Maud shook her head hopelessly. "Oh, no, indeed he doesn't. He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he did, things would be very different." "Dear heart, that's just where you go wrong. The beginning and end of the whole trouble," declared Mrs. Wright. "I knew he loved you that night last year at your mother's wedding party. Why, it was shining in his eyes for all to see. Was he such a dunderhead then that he never told you so?" But at that Maud raised herself. She met the old woman's eyes in the gloom, her own heavy with bitterness. "Mrs. Wright, that was not love," she said, "or anything approaching to love." She paused a moment, as though the tragic word had cost her all her strength. Then piteously she ended. "He told me he had a fancy for me, that was all. So for Bunny's sake, and partly for my own, I married him. And now I am the slave of that fancy." "Oh, dear, dear, dear!" Mrs. Wright said again. "And has he never made love to you at all?" "What a silly fellow, to be sure! Men don't know anything. Upon my word, they don't." "I didn't like his methods of making love." Maud spoke with growing bitterness. "And I never suffered them. Oh, yes, I have to endure them now. He takes whatever he wants. But every spark of affection or respect that I ever had for him went out one night in the winter when he came home the worse for drink." "Sakes alive!" exclaimed Mrs. Wright. "Not Jake?" "Yes, Jake." Maud spoke with tragic vehemence. "I saw him, and so did Charlie. We both knew it." "Who is Charlie?" questioned Mrs. Wright. A faint tinge of colour rose in the girl's pale face. "Lord Saltash. He is an old family friend of ours. He was always Charlie Burchester to us in the old days." "And he told you Jake was drunk?" demanded Mrs. Wright with round, indignant eyes. Maud made a gesture of weary indifference. "He didn't actually tell me so. I think he didn't want me to know. But he couldn't deny it when I put it to him." "Then, my dear, he was very grievously mistaken," declared Mrs. Wright with stout emphasis. "Jake was not drunk. He never drinks. Why, look at the man. His eyes are as clear as the day. Oh, believe me, dear, you've wronged him. You've wronged him cruelly. And that's maybe what brought about all your trouble. For men can't put up with injustice. It's the one thing they can't abide, and I don't blame 'em." She paused. Maud was listening, but not as one convinced or even greatly interested. "It doesn't really alter anything, whether it's true or not," she said. "I had begun, even before that, to know what sort of a man he was. I heard him using the most appalling language one day. That opened my eyes." "Not to you, dear, surely?" urged Mrs. Wright, looking momentarily shocked. "Oh, no, not to me. I overheard it accidentally. But," Maud shivered again, "I've never forgotten it. Sometimes the memory of it turns me nearly sick." "Oh, dearie me, what a pity! What a pity! And he loving you so." Mrs. Wright put up a very tender hand and stroked her cheek. "Poor little hurt princess," she said. "If I could but open your eyes and show you how much true love there is behind his roughness. You'll see it some day. I'm sure of that. Please God, some day quite soon. You're tired and heartsick now, dear. But that'll get better as time goes on. And if you'll take an old woman's advice, you'll tell him soon of the little one that's coming. It'll maybe make all the difference to you both." But Maud drew back sharply at the bare suggestion. "I couldn't possibly tell him yet. I couldn't tell anyone." Mrs. Wright looked at her with eyes of motherly wisdom. "You'll feel different, presently," she said. "I know, dear. I know." "You don't know. You can't know." Maud's voice was strangled. She seemed to be striving for self-control. "I do know." Very firmly Mrs. Wright made the assertion. "Just you listen a minute, dearie, and I'll tell you something that I've never told to mortal being before. I'm only just an ordinary old woman, but I am a woman, and I know what it means to love the wrong man." She spoke impressively, but she did not seem to notice Maud's quick start. "When I was a girl I was something of a belle. It seems funny now, don't it? But I attracted the attention of a good many young men, and I got a bit uppish in consequence. My poor Tom was the best of the bunch, and I always knew it, though I led him a fine dance before we came to walking out together. And then a young doctor's assistant came to the place, and well, I'll not deny it now. We was both young and a bit flighty. We got larking together on them roundabouts one night at a fair, and after that we took to meeting one another on the sly, till, to cut it short, I fell in love with him, very badly in love. I ought to have known better, of course, for gentlemen like him don't marry little farmers' daughters like me. But I was young and inexperienced, and I thought his intentions were honest, till one night I found as they weren't. I've never ceased to thank the Almighty that I had the strength to send him about his business then and there. And I got engaged to Tom the following Sunday, and tried to forget it all. I wasn't in love with him, but I knew he was a good sort. And the match pleased my people, who weren't too well to do. Well, I thought I was going to be happy in a home of my own, and I let everything be arranged, and I deceived myself into thinking that it was going to be all right. And then, when the wedding was over, I felt, quite sudden-like, sick, just sick to think what I'd done. I didn't let on to Tom. He was such a good solid man. I'd have died of shame if I had. I didn't let on to anybody. But I was that miserable. There were times on and off when I almost hated him. And then, well then, I began to have hopes. It didn't help me a bit at first, but gradually, very gradually, the thought of poor Tom's baby purified me. And when I'd come through my trouble and little Tom was born, I felt as if I had been born again too, and all my regrets were gone. I never had 'em any more, dear, after that. And I got that fond of poor Tom he never guessed. I thank the Almighty he didn't, for the morning as he died he told me so simple-like that I'd been the sunshine of his life from the first day he ever met me." Mrs. Wright paused to wipe her eyes. "Poor Tom! I was never good enough for him," she said. "He was such a good, kind soul, and, luckily for me, he never saw an inch beyond his nose." She got up with the words, dismissing the subject with practical common sense. "Now I'm going to get you some tea, dear, and by that time it'll have left off raining. See? It's getting lighter already. I'm so glad you came this way. Maybe you'll come again now, and if there's ever anything I can do, why, you've only to let me know, and it's as good as done." She bent in response to Maud's silent gesture, and kissed her tenderly. "Try not to fret any more, darling. Everything will come right. I'm sure of it. I know Jake so well. You only know the rough side of him at present. There's a whole lot of reserve in Jake. He won't show you his heart so long as he thinks you've no use for it. Maybe he's shy, too. I've sometimes thought so." Maud turned from the subject with a sigh. In some subtle fashion old Mrs. Wright's confidences had helped her, but she felt as if the matter would not bear further discussion. "I shall never forget your kindness," she said rather wistfully. I wish I had come to see you long ago. I did mean to. And then there came Bunny's operation, and after that, I felt too miserable." Mrs. Wright shook her head in gentle chiding. "Don't ever again stay away on that account, dear," she said. "And do you know, I've got a feeling that maybe he is miserable too. Why don't you try a little kindness, my dear? Do now. It's wonderful what a difference to sore hearts a little kindness makes." She bustled away with the words. She also knew that for the moment there was no more to be said. Yet there was a smile on her face as she closed the door, a wise mother smile that turned its plainness into beauty. "Poor children," she murmured to herself, "they'll find each other some day. And then, dear Lord, how happy they'll be." She permitted herself a little chuckle as she set the kettle to boil. Things always came right in the end. 4. The Letter. Maud drove home with Bunny after the storm through an atmosphere washed clean of cloud and golden with evening sunshine. She found him very silent, and concluded that he had not greatly enjoyed himself. She asked few questions about his visit, and Bunny did not seem inclined to volunteer anything till, as they reined into a walk at the steep hill by the church, he turned abruptly towards her and spoke. "I told the mother you were corresponding with Saltash." Maud started a little. "Really, Bunny?" she said in a tone of protest. Bunny's face was red. He looked at her with a species of dogged defiance. "I didn't mean to tell her. It just came out. I don't see why she shouldn't know anyway. Jake knows." "There is not the faintest reason." Maud's tone was cold. She stared straight ahead between the horse's ears with eyes that were fixed and hard. "I don't see why it should interest her, that's all. Charlie is such an old friend that surely there is nothing very surprising about it." "Or anything to get ratty about," said Bunny with a touch of warmth. "That wasn't what I set out to tell you. But you do jump down a fellow's throat so. Of course the mother didn't see anything in it. Why should she?" "What were you going to tell me?" Maud's voice still sounded cold, but she forced herself to smile. She had no desire to give offence to Bunny, who was not always easy to conciliate. Bunny considered a moment. "Well, it has to do with Charlie. You know he owns the Anchor." Maud's attitude relaxed. She turned towards him. "Yes, I know he does. He holds the mortgage, at least." "Yes, that's it, the mortgage." Bunny's face wore a troubled frown. "Well, it seems that the place isn't answering, and they can't go on paying interest. In fact, they are badly in arrears already, and he, or his agent, is tightening the reins and threatening to sell them up. The mother is pretty desperate about it, but she was very particular that I wasn't to tell anybody but you. She says it means ruin, and no one can prevent it but Charlie, unless someone came along with a little money, which is the last thing likely to happen. She wants you to get hold of Charlie. Says he will do anything for you, though I don't know how she knows that. In fact, she went on as if it was a matter of life and death. Say, Maud, do you really think they are going to be ruined? What would happen if they were?" Bunny looked at her with worried eyes. Evidently Mrs. Shepherd had succeeded in impressing him with the urgency of the situation. Maud shook her head. She had not the least idea. "How much money do they want to tide them over?" she asked. "Rather a lot," said Bunny uneasily. £400 at least, she said. "I suppose it would be no good to write to Uncle Edward? He wouldn't do it for the mother, I know, but he might for you." "I couldn't ask him," Maud said. "I might if it were for you or myself, but not for mother. I am sure he wouldn't do it." "It's a beastly mess," said Bunny gloomily. "You'll have to get round to Charlie. There's no other way." "I must think," Maud said. They reached the top of the hill, and she took the reins. In sober silence they trotted home. Jake was in the yard when they turned in. He came to meet them. "I've had a fine scare about you," he said as he helped Bunny to descend. "Were you caught in the storm?" Sam Vickers came to the horse's head, and Maud followed her brother down. Jake did not offer to assist her. He was wearing neither coat nor waistcoat, only a white canvas shirt with rolled-up sleeves, unbuttoned at the neck and displaying a good deal of brawny chest. His clay pipe was between his teeth, and the pungent scent of his tobacco seemed even more nauseating than usual. "No, we weren't caught," Bunny made answer. "I was at the Anchor, and Maud took refuge with that old Wright woman who came here in the winter." "What, old Mother Wright?" Jake turned to his wife with a smile of approval. "Been having tea with her, have you? I'm real pleased to hear it. You couldn't be in better company." Maud stiffened a little. Somehow his approval nettled her. "I took the first shelter within reach," she said coldly. Bunny stared at her as though astonished at something in her tone. Sharply Jake turned on him. "You trot in, my son, and do your floor drill," he said. "You've got just 2 hours before supper." Bunny colored and flung away. "Oh, damn!" he said. He was on the step with Maud immediately behind him when Jake's voice arrested him. "Bunny?" It was a perfectly quiet voice, but it was the voice of authority. Bunny stopped short. "Well?" "You will do an extra half hour for that after supper," Jake said. Bunny faced round, his face crimson. "Oh, I say, Jake, that's too bad. I didn't mean to say it, and anyway I can't do any extra time. It's beastly enough as it is." "I have said it," remarked Jake. Bunny clenched his hands. "Dash it all, you can't make me," he said, his voice low and defiant. "No, you can't." Impulsively Maud broke in, her hand through Bunny's arm. "It's ridiculous and tyrannical. I won't have him bullied, Jake. You are to leave him alone." She spoke with vehemence, carried away by a gust of indignation. But the moment she had spoken she realized that she had made a mistake. Jake said nothing whatever. He did not so much as look at her. But he did look at Bunny, hard and straight, and in a moment the boy's attitude changed. He unclenched his hands with a gesture half shamed, half deprecatory. "All right, Jake," he said in a tone of sullen submission, and to his sister curtly, "Shut up, Maud. You always make a mess of things." With the words he pulled himself from her hold and went within. She turned to follow him upstairs, but was checked by the knowledge that Jake was entering the house behind her. He did not speak, but it was certainly not of her own free will that she passed on to the parlor instead. Angry as she was, she yet would have avoided the encounter had it been possible. It was not possible. Jake followed her grim as fate, and in desperation she turned and faced him the moment she was in the room. "Jake," she said, in a voice that quivered in spite of her, "I can't have you interfering with Bunny, punishing him like this. It's too much." Jake closed the door and stood against it. The sheer brute strength of the man had never been more forcibly apparent to her than at that moment. The thick, powerful neck and broad chest, the red-brown lynx-like eyes, the merciless mouth, all seemed to mock her openly, exulting over her, dominating her. Like Bunny, she clenched her hands, meeting the straight gaze of those glittering eyes with the defiance born of conscious impotence. "And another thing," she said, "I wish you wouldn't come into the house in that horrible Wild West attire. You look worse than any stable hand. I don't know how you can expect Bunny to be civilized with such an example before him." She paused a moment, but as he said nothing, rushed blindly on, finding silence intolerable. "You come in at all hours in the day with your horrible clay pipe and vile tobacco. You behave like a farm labourer. You use hateful language to the men. And still you take it upon you to mete out punishment to Bunny because he has picked up, doubtless from you, an expression that is a household word in your daily life." She stopped, for Jake had made an abrupt movement, as if her fierce words had somehow pierced a joint in his armor. He came squarely forward, took his pipe from his mouth, and knocked out the half-burnt contents into the grate. She turned to watch him, feeling her heart racing like a runaway engine. And, so turning, her eyes fell upon a letter that lay upon the table. She could not read the address, but in a flash she recognized the handwriting, and suddenly the mad racing of her heart died down so that it did not seem to be beating at all. Swiftly, while Jake was still intent upon his pipe, she reached across the table and picked up the letter. Her fingers felt the crest on the back of the envelope as she slipped it into her dress. She had fallen into the habit of walking to meet the postman of late, but today the storm had made her miss him. She hoped, earnestly hoped, that Jake had not chanced to see the letter. She was sure his eyes had not rested upon the table. Her heart began to beat again with great leaps as Jake turned from the fireplace. She felt as if she had overtaxed her strength in opposing him, and yet now that she had begun she must go on. She must. But still he did not speak, and, fascinated, she stood and watched him, saw him thrust the offending pipe deep into his breeches pocket, unroll the sleeves of his shirt, and button it at the neck. Then at last he came and stood before her and spoke. "I'm sorry I've offended you," he said. The words were so utterly unexpected that Maud literally gasped. She drew back before him, as if he had threatened her. There was something about him at that moment that made her feel infinitesimally small and mean. She stood silent, dismayed, ashamed. Jake was looking straight at her with a steady intentness that seemed to search and search her soul. There was no anger in his face. She almost wished there had been. He waited for her to speak, but as she did not, broke the silence again himself. "I know my ways are not exactly polished. I'll try and mend 'em. As for my language, I didn't know you had ever heard me in full swing. You were never meant to, anyway. As for Bunny, I guess he's your brother, and you've a right to stick up for him if you think he needs it. But I give you my word of honor, my oath if you like, that he'll never be 1 cent the worse for anything I may do to him. You can tell him from me that if he don't do that extra half hour, I shan't say a word." Maud's lips quivered. She strove for dignity in the face of overwhelming defeat. He had beaten her, as it were, with his hands behind him. "He won't take it from me," she said. "You know that quite well." "That's so," said Jake. "Well, I reckon he'd better go through with it, then. It won't hurt him. It'll do him good." He paused a moment, then, "Are you still feeling mad with me?" he asked. Her eyes fell before his. She did not understand his tone. It held a note of gentleness which she had not heard since the day of Bunny's operation. It was almost as if he were pleading with her, striving to pierce through her resentment. She found it very difficult to reply. "I don't want to quarrel with you, Jake," she said at last, with an effort. Jake's intent look deepened, became for a moment almost intolerable. Then it passed. He even faintly smiled, albeit his smile had a touch of irony. "All right, my girl," he said. "Don't you worry any about that. I like you for being open with me. It's an almighty mistake to keep things back." He moved to the window with the words, stood a moment or two as to give her an opportunity to call him back, then, as she remained silent, went down the steps into the garden, and passed out of sight round the house. Maud was left with a stinging sensation of discomfiture that was compounded of doubt, indignation, and shame. She was relieved to think that he had not seen the letter, but she hated the impulse that had moved her to conceal it. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 2, Chapters 5 and 6 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Rebellion. That letter from Saltash, written in French, contained the announcement of his approaching return. It was at her urgent written request that he had gone 3 months before. Somehow the very thought of him at the castle had been intolerable after what had passed between them on the day of her return to her husband. But they had corresponded ever since. She could not refuse to receive and answer his letters. Her intimacy with Charlie was like a gem with many facets. He had an adroit fashion of flashing it before her hither and thither till dazzled, she wondered if she had ever truly grasped its full value. Sometimes it seemed to her that it had been cut from the very bedrock of friendship, and at such times the realization of the sympathy that ever pulsed between them was a pure joy to her. At other times, remembering the strange impulses of the man, his sudden gusts of passion, swift misgiving would assail her, and she would tell herself that she was making a terrible mistake. And then again she would catch a glimpse of his careless butterfly temperament, and her doubts would vanish almost in spite of her. How could she take him seriously? His gay inconsequence made the bare notion seem ridiculous. They were pals, no more. True, he had offered to help her. But knowing him through and through as she did, he was the last man in the world to whom she would really turn for help. And since she was so sure of herself, what had she to fear? Charlie was, before all things, a gentleman. There was nothing coarse or brutal about him. In his own words, where women were concerned, he did not take, he offered. For that very reason he was the harder to resist. But she knew him to be safe. That was the foundation of her confidence. She had no fear of him. He had always set her at her ease. Without virtue he might be, yet was he not without a certain code of honor? He tempted, therein lay the subtle attraction of the man, but he never compelled. He was selfish. Oh, yes, he was selfish, but he was also strangely, whimsically kind at heart. In all her experience of him, she had never found him merciless. And so she did not see why she should wholly deny herself the friendship which seemed to her to be the only good thing left in her life now. She had not wanted to see him, but now that he wrote to announce his return she found that she was glad. The first meeting with him might be a little difficult, but Charlie always knew how to deal with difficulties. He understood her. It would not be really hard. They would be friends again. Just friends. She slipped the letter away with a smile. He always allowed himself a little more latitude when he wrote in French. It was but natural. It meant nothing, she knew. How could anyone take him really seriously? His soul was as elusive as thistledown. It was only in the realms of music that she ever really saw his soul. He did not say on what day he would return. She wondered if Jake knew, wondered if she could induce Bunny to ask him without betraying any interest in the subject herself. She was a little afraid of Bunny. His shrewdness embarrassed her. It was like a microscope, discovering things that otherwise would have escaped notice. She did not want to come under that microscope very often. There were some parts of her existence that would not bear it. She suspected that Bunny was already beginning to find that out. She was sure that he was aware of a lack of sympathy between herself and Jake, and she wished she could have kept it from him. With regard to her mother's affairs also, she would have been glad if the boy had not been drawn into the discussion. It was characteristic of Mrs. Shepherd to fling her burden upon the first shoulder that offered, but Maud was fashioned otherwise, and she wanted Bunny to throw off his precocities and become like other boys. The thought of his education was beginning to weigh upon her. She wanted to talk about it to Jake, but somehow she did not know how to broach the subject. She wondered if she would write to Uncle Edward, but hesitated to do so. Letters were never satisfactory. She was pondering this matter as she undressed that night, when a sudden thought struck her. A thought that darted through her like a flash, leaving a shining trail of possibilities behind. Why should they not accept the old man's invitation and go to him for a little while? He would be glad to see them, she was sure. And she would be glad, oh, unspeakably glad, to get away for a time. Face to face with him, she might even plead for her mother. She would infinitely rather be under an obligation to him than to Charlie. The idea drew her more and more. She wondered it had not occurred to her before. In the end, finding it still early, she sat down at the table and began to scribble a hasty note. She determined that she would not tell Jake until Uncle Edward's reply reached her. She felt convinced that it would contain the invitation she was soliciting. Feverishly she penned her appeal. Would he invite them to spend a few days? Bunny was well, or nearly so. She herself was feeling the heat and would like a change. Jake? No, she found that she could not mention Jake. With trembling fingers she brought the note to an end. She had scarcely finished addressing the envelope when she heard Jake's step on the stairs. Startled, she caught up letter and writing case and pushed them into a drawer. He seldom retired late, but she had not expected him so early as this. Swiftly she turned, shut the door that led into his room, blew out her lamp, and slipped into bed. But he did not pass on to his own room. He stopped at the door of hers, paused a second, then quietly opened it. She heard the creak of his gaiters as he entered. He had a candle in one hand, he put up the other to shield it from the draught, and the door blew gently to behind him. Maud leaned against her pillow and watched him. Her heart was beating very fast. She wondered if he had heard her hasty movements of the past few moments. He came to her side and set down his candle. "Say, Maud," he said, "I saw your light go out, so I guessed you weren't asleep." Maud's eyes, blue-black and somber, looked up to his. "What do you want?" she asked him coldly. He stood squarely beside her. "I wanted just to speak to you," he said, "and I thought if I waited to undress, maybe you'd be asleep." With the words he sat down rather heavily in the chair by her side, and there fell a silence, a dragging, difficult silence. Maud's heart was beating very fast. Had he come to talk about that letter from Saltash? Was he about to make a scene? His stillness began to act upon her nerves. She turned towards him restlessly. "Oh, what is it?" she said, veiling her doubt with a show of impatience. He stretched out a strong hand and took one of hers. "It's you, my girl," he said, and in his voice was a note of anxiety that partly reassured her. "You've not been yourself lately. Guess there's something the matter." "There is nothing the matter," she said hastily. He held her hand closely. "You've no call to be afraid of me," he said gently. "Maybe I've been rough and rude at times. I've never meant it, my princess. I can't live up to you always. But I try. God knows I try." A sudden tremor sounded in his voice. He became abruptly silent. Maud's hand was hard clenched in his. She did not look at him, but the beating of her heart rose up between them, a hard, insistent drumming that she was powerless to control. After a brief space he spoke again, his voice quite steady and controlled. "Reckon you're not happy. Reckon you're not well, either. I've been thinking maybe you'd like to go away for a spell, you and the boy. If so, I'm willing to manage it. It'll be a bit of a rest for you." He paused. The clenched hand he held had made a sharp convulsive movement, as if at a sudden twinge of pain. Maud lay breathing rapidly, her eyes fixed upon the flame of the candle. He waited a few moments, then, "What do you think of the proposition, my girl?" he asked. She turned her head slowly towards him. "Bunny and I alone," she said. "That's the idea," said Jake. Her eyes met his resolutely, with a certain challenging directness. "As a matter of fact, I had thought myself that we might go to Uncle Edward for a little," she said. He showed no surprise. "You would like that?" he asked. "Yes." She spoke with instant decision. "Then go," said Jake. He set her hand free with the words, but he remained seated as if he had something further on his mind. "By the way," he said after a moment, "I had a letter this evening." She started. "A letter?" "Yes." Very deliberately he answered her. "I met the postman and took it from him at the door." "Ah." It was scarcely more than a whisper. She shrank against her pillow with a gesture wholly involuntary. Jake's eyes were upon her, alert, unswerving, dominating. "My letter came from Capper," he said quietly. "He is coming to us in a few days. He wants to see Bunny again before he leaves England." "Oh, surely we needn't wait for him." With a sudden rush the words came. She spoke with feverish vehemence. "If we really are going away, let us go soon," she urged. "Why should we wait?" "I thought maybe you'd like to say thank you to Capper before he goes," said Jake. "But I needn't see him for that," she said in growing agitation. "I'll write." Jake was silent. "He will very likely sail from Liverpool," she went on. "He could come and see Bunny there." Jake bent towards her. "Say, Maud," he said in his soft, slow way, "don't be upset any. If you're not wanting to meet Capper, it's all one to me. But, my girl, there ain't anything he could tell me about you that I don't know already." Her face flamed scarlet. For the moment she was furious with an indignation that burned intolerably. Her very soul felt on fire. It was more than she could bear. "Oh, go away!" she cried out fiercely. "Go, I say, go! You make me hate you more and more every day, every night." He rose on the instant. For a few quivering moments she thought she had roused him to anger, for his eyes glowed in the dimness like a slow burning fire. And then in utter silence he turned away. He went into his own room and softly closed the door. 6. The Problem. "He's going to be a winner, is he?" asked Saltash, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he stood in the training field with Jake. "That depends how he's ridden, my lord," said Jake dryly. "He is a hot favourite." "Pity you can't ride him yourself," observed Saltash, watching the Albatross with a critical eye as he cantered down the field. "Who is in the saddle? Not Vickers?" "No, Vickers is incapacitated. I have put Stevens up. He seems keen for the chance, though I'm not so keen to give it him." Jake spoke with grimness. "He ought to pull it off," said Saltash. "He ought, my lord." Jake's tone lacked conviction notwithstanding. Saltash turned. "What's the matter with the lad? You don't seem over-enthusiastic about him." Jake flicked at a clump of nettles with his riding whip. "I've done my best to shape him, but he's a bit of a cur. The animals don't trust him." Saltash uttered a careless laugh. "Oh, you always were an adept at reading the equine mind. Come along and show me the latest offspring. What was it you called him? The 100th Chance? A curious name to choose." Jake's grim face relaxed to a smile. "Oh, he's in the paddock along with his mother. He promises to be the most valuable animal in the stables. He'll carry everything before him when the time comes." "Is that why you've given him such a hopeful name?" asked Saltash. Jake uttered a brief laugh. "Even so, my lord. He carries my luck with him wherever he goes." "You're a queer fish, Bolton," observed Saltash, turning to leave the field. The paddock lay on the further side of the orchard, and here they found the pride of Jake's heart, a frisky black foal who kicked up his heels and scampered at the sight of him. "He'll take some taming presently," commented Saltash. "And he'll knock spots off any animal I have ever had to tame," said Jake. Saltash laughed again with nonchalant interest. "If ever there were the right man in the right place, it is you," he said. "Can we go back through the garden? I believe that's the shortest way." He spoke with a wary glance in the direction whither he wished to go. A white figure was visible on the steps that led into the parlour. "I hear Mrs. Bolton is away," he added, immediately averting his eyes. Jake turned in his sturdy fashion and began to walk towards the house. "No, she is at home for the present," he said. "We are expecting Capper. In fact, the lad has gone to the station to meet him." "What, Bunny? Is he really all right? Capper must be a magician," ejaculated Saltash. "He is the biggest man I know," said Jake simply. They approached the house. The white figure had disappeared. Saltash chatted inconsequently, strolling along with a cigarette between his lips and a confident smile on his dark face. He had come down as usual unexpectedly, but she was probably aware of his advent. His car was awaiting him in the stable yard. He did not think she would suffer him to pass the window unnoticed. Yet as he drew near she made no sign. Chops came smiling down the steps to greet him, and he paused at once to fondle the dog. Jake paused also, but he did not invite him to enter. He stood pulling at the lash of his riding whip, stolidly patient, awaiting his patron's pleasure. Suddenly Saltash looked up. "I believe your guest has arrived, Bolton. You'd better go. Never mind me." There came undoubtedly the sound of wheels from the other side of the house. Jake glanced towards the gate that led thither. Saltash bent again over the dog. "You'd better go," he reiterated. "I won't show. Don't let me keep you." Jake raised a hand to his cap and turned away. Instantly Saltash straightened himself. He uttered a low, clear whistle, and almost immediately Maud, clad in white, came to the window. He sprang up the steps in a single bound and caught her hands into his own. "I had your letter," he said. "Quick! When can you meet me?" Maud was gasping a little. Her face was deeply flushed. "Charlie, you are so sudden. I only want a few minutes alone with you." He held her hands. "When?" he said. His eyes were gazing into hers freely, ardently, but he was laughing as he always laughed, ready to turn his ardor into a joke at a moment's notice. She hesitated. "Quick," he said. "They are coming, and I must go. Come down to the orchard gate after dinner to-night. Jake and Capper will be smoking. No one will know, Queen Rose. That is settled, then. I shall be at the gate alone." He laughed under his breath, lifted her hands to his lips, made a wild gesture as if he would clasp her in his arms, laughed again as she drew back, and wheeling, sprang down the steps and was gone in a moment round the side of the house. Maud's cheeks were burning. She turned to meet the visitor with the feeling of one who has a sudden rapid fall through space. She was not sure of the ground beneath her feet. She did not know how she greeted Capper, but somehow the difficult moment passed. She was convinced afterwards that her manner had been perfectly normal, for the atmosphere was quite natural and free from strain. In a very few minutes they were all seated round the tea-table, and to her relief, Bunny and not she was the centre of observation and general topic of their talk. She feared that when tea was over Capper would seek her out, but he did not. He went round the stables with Jake. She went to her own room to rest and recover her composure. It was true that she had wanted to see Charlie alone. In fact, it had become essential to her mother's interest that she should do so. But she had not altogether expected so prompt a reply to her request. She wished she could have made some more ordinary arrangement. She wished with all her heart that she had had the presence of mind to veto his suggestion. It had never been her intention to meet him secretly and at night. Not that she cared personally how or when she met him. Their friendship was too old for that. But she did not like secrecy. Small as was the confidence she extended to her husband, she yet had no desire to exclude him deliberately from the knowledge of her doings. She did not wish to commit any act, however innocent, which might appear suspicious in his eyes. The thing was unavoidable, however. The appointment was made. She could not leave Charlie to wait in vain. For this once she must run the risk and trust to luck to bring her through. It would not be a long interview. She was fully determined upon that point. And she would never agree to another on the same clandestine lines. She must assert her independence and meet him openly. Jake must learn to trust her. She must not suffer him to interfere with her liberty of action. If he were ridiculous enough to be jealous, that was his affair. She would not allow herself to be influenced by such an absurd attitude. She never questioned his doings. She must not suffer him to question hers. So she sought to reassure herself the while her uneasiness grew. She put on a dress of black lace when the supper hour drew near. It made her look even paler than her wont, but she gave scarcely a thought to her appearance. Her mind was weighed down by far more serious matters. Even the prospect of a tete-a-tete with Dr. Capper hardly disquieted her, and when she discovered him on the garden steps of the parlor, she went forward to join him without hesitation. His greeting of her was full of kindness. There was nothing disconcerting about his attitude. "I was just thinking about my friend Rafford," he said. "You remember him? And how mad he went over that piece of statuary at Birchester Castle. But, strange to say, it's not the anatomy that interests him any longer. It's the face." She felt herself colour a little. "If it bears any resemblance to me, it is purely accidental," she said. "Or rather a coincidence," amended Capper. "It's a fine piece of work, anyway. But he is nothing of a judge. Guess it's just the humanity of the thing that gets him." "It's rather a painful study," Maud said. "Ah, but it leaves endless possibilities. That is where the genius of the sculptor displays itself. Rafford saw that. 'The hotter the furnace, the purer the gold,' he said to me. If I had the naming of that work, I'd call it The Crucible, or 7 times Purified." "What a peculiar point of view!" Maud exclaimed, almost in spite of herself. Capper assented. "Raff is highly imaginative. He has a very long perspective. A bit of a dreamer, too. If it weren't for that, I should prophesy a great future for him. But there's no time for dreaming in this world. You must either hustle through or be content to stand aside. You can't do both." "I don't like hustling," Maud said with a smile. He made her a bow. No, you are English. But Raff has not that excuse. That's why I doubt if he ever gets there. He needs to be up against a thing before he considers it worth while. That's not the way to win out handsomely. It's the way to get whipped off the field." "Always make for the crest of the wave," said Jake's voice behind them. "You may get there, some day, if you're lucky. Though it's more likely you'll be dragged under and swamped." Capper turned to him. "Not you, Jake," he said. "You're a born winner. I'm sure Mrs. Bolton will bear me out there." Jake's hand descended upon his wife's shoulder. "Mrs. Bolton doesn't know my capabilities in that respect at present," he remarked dryly. "She has only witnessed the start." Maud did not turn her head. "You are all invincible, of course," she said. Bunny's advent diverted the conversation. He could think and talk of nothing but the forthcoming races at Greydown, which had been fixed for the end of the week, and which he had prevailed upon Jake to allow him to attend. Capper, though not particularly enthusiastic, was to remain for them, "just to see Jake come out on top," as he expressed it. It was taken for granted by all that Maud would go too, and she supposed she would do so. But she took no part in the conversation which Bunny found so all-absorbing. She was too occupied with the thought of Charlie. There was no need for her to talk. She sat silent and abstracted while the protracted discussion went on around her. Bunny had learned more about the animals in 10 days than she had discovered in as many weeks, and Capper listened with amused indulgence. It all went over her head, and no one seemed to notice her aloofness. Bunny would gladly have sat up till late, but Jake would not permit this. He ordered him off to bed on the stroke of 9, and Bunny went without demur. He was learning to obey his brother-in-law without any thought of rebellion. Maud noted the fact bitterly. It was another proof to her of the despotic mastery of Jake's personality. He ruled them all. She herself rose from the table upon Bunny's departure, and as she did so, she was for the first time conscious of Capper's critical scrutiny. It passed almost immediately as he sprang to his feet to open the door. "I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again?" he asked. She bent her head. "I am only going to fetch a wrap for the garden." He smiled and bowed her out. Jake was in the act of lighting a cigarette when he returned to the table. He proffered the end of it to Capper, and as the latter stooped to kindle his own, their eyes met. Capper's held a question that could scarcely be ignored. Half reluctantly, Jake removed his cigarette and spoke. "It's the biggest problem I've ever been up against." Capper puffed forth a cloud of smoke. "What's troubling you?" Jake sat down heavily. "She ain't pleased. Not any. Life is damnably difficult. I thought I was going to make her happy, but I've made an almighty failure of it. She used to just tolerate me in the old days, but now she hates the very sight of me. The mere thought of bearing me a child seems to drive her clean crazy." He ceased to speak and sat bowed in his chair, his chin on his breast, his eyes gazing somberly forth under bent brows. Capper was still on his feet. He stood cracking his fingers one after the other with meditative regularity. His eyes, very green and shrewd, rested upon Jake's head, that shone like copper in the lamplight. There fell a silence of several seconds. Then, at length, with another great puff of smoke, he spoke. "Guess it's just a question of patience, Jake, my lad. These things right themselves, you know, when the time comes. It's wonderful how childbearing softens a woman. And you love her. That'll make a difference, too, when the time comes." Jake did not look up. "God knows I do," he said slowly. "But you know, Doc," he seemed to be speaking with something of an effort, "I don't fancy she knows it." "Oh, shucks!" Capper exclaimed. "She wouldn't be a woman if she didn't." Jake shook his head despondently. "I suppose I'm just a brute beast. She thinks so, and I can't show her anything different now. Maybe I am more flesh than spirit. But for all that, she is the one woman I want, and none other could ever satisfy me now. But I haven't got her. Even when I hold her in my arms, she ain't there. And she has never kissed me. Never once. Again he ceased to speak, and Capper pulled at his beard and said nothing. There fell a long silence between them, through which the grandfather clock in the corner ticked with a melancholy beat. It was like the heart of a tired man. Jake's cigarette hung neglected between his fingers, which almost trailed on the floor. His eyes still stared before him, as though they saw one thing, and only one. Capper smoked with scarcely a pause. His yellow face was very thoughtful. His cigarette came to an end, and he dropped it smouldering onto a plate. Then he turned and laid a kindly hand upon Jake's shoulder. "Keep a stiff upper lip, my son. I guess she's yours for the winning, or she will be. It's no good trying to understand a woman's moods. You will never do that as long as you live. But she'll come to you in the end, sure. Give her all the rope you can. If she hasn't any use for you at present, it'll come." "Will it?" said Jake rather bitterly. "I reckon I'm further away from winning her now than I've ever been. Once, it's ages ago, she came to me and cried out her troubles on my shoulder. She'd no more dream of doing that now than she'd dream of flying. She'd be more likely to—" He broke off short. "What?" said Capper. Jake sat slowly up. His eyes still seemed to be fixed upon some definite object. "I was going to say," he said in a voice that had become peculiarly soft and deliberate, "that she'd be more likely to carry her troubles to Saltash. But I don't think exactly that. He's too crooked to hold a woman's confidence. No woman with any sense would trust him." He grasped Casper's hand and looked up with a curious smile. "It would be a pity to have to shoot a freak like Saltash, wouldn't it?" he said. "Reckon a good many women would miss him." His eyes shone red for a moment, then he uttered a laugh that seemed to dismiss the subject. "Come into the garden and see the moon rise," he said. End of chapters 5 and 6. Part 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The Land of Moonshine. The dew was thick on the orchard grass as Maud ran down under the trees. An orange moon was rising behind them, and the shadows lay deep and mysterious across her path. The wind blew fresh from the sea, sweeping the wide down, bringing relief after the heat of the day. She was trembling as she went, yet as she neared the trysting place, she checked herself and walked with some dignity. She did not want to arrive in a state of agitation. She was sure he would be waiting for her. She was sure. Yes, he was there. They saw each other simultaneously, and in a moment he had sprung to meet her with the ardor she knew so well. Her hands were in his almost in the same instant. He held them closely, lingeringly. "At last," he said. Rather breathlessly she made response. "Yes, but I can't stay. I want to speak to you, only to speak to you, about my mother." "Good heavens," said Saltash. His hold relaxed for a second, then tightened again. "My dear girl, how absurdly prosaic of you to come to me on such a night as this and talk about anybody or anything on earth besides ourselves. I won't allow it, and that's a fact." She laughed a little unsteadily. "But it is just that I have come for, Charlie, and nothing else. And I can't stay either. You must let me say what I have to say quickly, and then go." He drew her gently through the gate and led her to the summer house close by that overlooked the down. The moonlight filtered in upon them through a lattice work of leaves. "Don't tremble, ma belle reine," he said. "You shall go whenever you will. But need we waste tonight? I will call upon you formally in the morning if you desire it, and talk about anything you wish." She sat down with the feeling of one who moves beneath a spell, and after a moment he sat beside her, still lightly holding her hand. Yes, she was at liberty to go whenever she would, and yet she could not. The witchery of the hour was upon her. It was not the first time that they had sat thus, he and she, hand in hand, wrapped in the mystery and romance of a summer night. Her thoughts went back with a bitter pang to the old dear dream. Ah, why had she sent him from her? She had obeyed the instincts of her soul, perchance. But she had wrecked her life to do it. Why? Why? He was speaking, leaning to her, his swarthy face against her shoulder. "Maud, let us forget the world to-night. Never mind what brought you. Just remember that you are here, in the land of moonshine, with me." She turned at his voice. She yielded ever so slightly to the subtle drawing of his hand. "But let me speak, Charlie," she whispered. "I am so troubled. I want your help." "It is yours forever," he made answer. "You have but to command." "That is a promise?" she urged. "My solemn promise," said Saltash. "Now, shall we forget?" His voice was full of a tenderness that stirred her to the depths. A piteous sob caught her throat. She put up a swift, silencing hand. "Oh, if only I could," she said. "You can," said Saltash. He, moved also, slid a gentle arm about her. "Close your eyes, dear heart, and forget all your troubles," he whispered. "I can charm them all away." She shook her head. Her eyes were full of tears. "I am caught in the whirlpools, Charlie," she whispered back. "I shall never get away. All the romance is gone out of my life. Forever." "I can bring it back," he said. Her tears overflowed. She could not hold them back. "I wish I were dead," she said. The arm that encircled her grew gradually tense like the tightening of a coil. "Come to me," he murmured. "Listen to your own heart, and come. What does it matter what lies behind? Put it all away from you, and come." She suffered his arm, but she yielded herself no further to it. "I can't," she said hopelessly. "I can't." "Why not?" he urged. "Haven't I waited long enough? Are you afraid?" She bent her head, covering her face. "Oh, yes, I am afraid. Afraid. Life is so dreadful. It is full of terrible consequences." It had come upon her so suddenly. She had, as it were, stepped out of prison into a world of seething temptation with the passing of that gate. Never before had she felt so lured and drawn by that which was evil. The swift spell had caught her in a moment, and it held. How it held her! His arms were about her. He drew her to his breast. "What do I care for consequences?" he whispered passionately. "Come to me, queen of my heart. I have been cheated of my right long enough. Yes, my right. My right. You have belonged to me always, and you know it. Oh, what are we to fight against destiny? Do you think I don't know how you have suffered? Do you think I haven't suffered too? All because you loved me and sent me away. You will never do that again, Queen of the Roses. You have called me back to you. You are mine. Turn your face to me, sweetheart. There is no love in all the world like ours. How can we resist it? It is greater than we ourselves." But she kept her face covered, hidden low against the throbbing of his heart. His words went into silence, a silence that was stark and cold, the very shadow of despair. It bound them both for a while. Then shudderingly she spoke. "It is no good, Charlie. I can't do it now. If I had known, 3 months ago, what was before me, I think I would have come. But the whirlpools caught me, drew me down. I realized too late. Too late. I can't come now. I am bound, hand and foot, in outer darkness." "I can deliver you," he said. "No one can deliver me." The bitter conviction of her voice silenced even him. "It is what you foretold. I am a slave, and I have got to bear the yoke of my slavery. I shall never be free now, never as long as I live. I am bound to the oar by a chain that, even you, could never break." She moved in his arms. She raised her head at last. "Say good-bye to me, Charlie," she whispered, "and go." He caught her to him. He looked closely into her quivering face. "You love me still," he whispered with passionate insistence. "Tell me you love me still." She seemed to hesitate, as if reluctant or irresolute. She seemed about to draw back. And then something magnetic in his face or his touch must have moved her, or was it the weird enchantment of the night? She gave him her lips without a word, and so he had his answer. There came the click of the orchard gate, the sound of a quiet voice. "Come round to the summer house, Doc. There's a fine view from there." Maud stiffened in Saltash's arms as if turned to stone. He set her free with the utmost coolness and rose. The next instant she was sitting alone in the checkered moonlight. He had vanished without sound round the side of the arbor farthest from the orchard gate. She sat with a thumping heart, waiting. There had been something almost eerie in his disappearance. She knew he must be standing pressed against the wall by which she sat, but yet his going had been so silent that, even though her lips still burned with the memory of his kiss, she felt curiously as though the whole episode were as incredible as a dream. She made no attempt to move. Her limbs felt like lead. Only her heart raced so madly that she gasped for breath. She heard again the quiet, drawling voice. "The gate was open. Very likely my wife is here." A great shiver went through her. She felt suddenly cold from head to foot. She clasped her hands tightly together, striving with all her strength for self-control. There fell the tread of feet upon the grass, and Capper's tall, thin form came round the side of the arbor. He saw her in a moment, for the moonlight was on her face. She stared at him with hunted eyes. Where was Jake? He accosted her at once. "Ah, Mrs. Bolton, so here you are. Say, do you think you're wise to sit here with the frogs? It's cold, you know. Where's that wrap you were going to fetch?" She stretched out a hand to him instinctively. "Yes, I am cold," she said, and her teeth chattered upon the words. Is Jake there?" Capper glanced over his shoulder. "He was there, but, Columbus, how cold you are, child. You will be sick if you stay here. Come, let me take you in." He drew her to her feet. Then, as she tottered, leaning upon him, passed a wiry arm about her. As he did so, she saw Jake come round the other corner of the arbor and stop upon the threshold. She turned suddenly giddy and clung weakly to Capper. He had seen. He must have seen. But why had there been no encounter? No challenge of any sort? Where was Charlie? She went through an agony of apprehension during those few moments. She thought the awful suspense would kill her. Then Jake's square figure advanced, blocking the opening. His voice pierced through her agitation. "So you have found her, Doc. I thought she would be hereabouts. I see there is a mist coming up. We had better go in." There was nothing in the words, but she shivered uncontrollably at the sound of them. That soft, slow speech was as a veil that hid unutterable things. With a great effort she mastered her weakness and spoke. "Yes, it has turned quite cold. I think it is the dew. Did you come here to admire the view, Dr. Capper? It is one of the best in the neighborhood. I often think I should like to come and camp out here on these summer nights." "You would want plenty of blankets," said Capper. "There is a creepy chill in the atmosphere that reminds one of the fall." He took his arm from about her and drew her hand through it. "Come, we must go. It isn't right for you to take risks. A glass of wine before you turn in is what I should recommend." She made an attempt to laugh, but she did not feel it to be a success. "That is Jake's invariable remedy for all ills," she declared. "But I thought it had ceased to be popular with your profession." She emerged from the summer house holding his arm, but a new strength, born of terrible expediency, seemed to have entered into her. She moved without effort, Jake stepping back to let her pass. "Do admire the beauties of it before we go," she urged. "It is so romantic by this light. The Brethaven lighthouse is over there. It has a revolving light. Do you see it?" She turned and spoke over her shoulder. "Jake, come and show Dr. Capper all the different points of interest." But Capper would have none of it. "I shan't be satisfied till I've got you indoors," he said. "What have you got on your feet? Nothing but light slippers. Say, Mrs. Bolton, you ought to take more care of yourself." "Oh, but I never have," she protested. "I am wonderfully strong. Jake will tell you that." "I think as Dr. Capper thinks," Jake said. You ought to be more careful." She felt herself flush. Now that her agitation had subsided she was capable of feeling resentment once more, and there was that in the quiet utterance that stung her. She made no rejoinder, but her face burnt hotter and hotter as they began to walk back. She was sure, quite sure, that she had been made a subject of discussion between her husband and Dr. Capper. Jake walked on her other side. She had the feeling of being a prisoner between two warders. And she wondered if Charlie were watching with that mocking humor in his eyes. She set her teeth as the memory of his voice, his touch, went through her. She wondered with a sinking heart what she would have to tell him when they met again. 8. The Warning. Half an hour later Maud stood in her bedroom, waiting. The window was wide open, and the night air blew in cold and pure, with a scent of dew-drenched roses and the salt of the sea behind. There was a large moth in the room. It had been attracted thither by the light of the candles, but it seemed to be dashing to and fro now in a wild search for freedom. She watched its futile efforts with a vague pity. But she was powerless to help it. Every moment it was circling closer and closer to the flame, and would probably perish there in the end. She supposed it didn't matter. It was born to die in any case, and surely death was kinder than life. She had often thought so. If she could have chosen death in that moment, instead of this numb waiting for an ordeal which she felt would be beyond her strength, she believed she would not have hesitated. This continual battling against a will so immeasurably stronger than her own was wearing her down. The bare thought of an open conflict made her sick. And that an open conflict was before her she felt convinced. He had not chosen to confound her in the presence of Capper, but she knew that the reckoning was only deferred. She had come to know him as a man of unerring justice, and she had long ceased to hope for mercy from him. Ah! She heard his step at last, and turned, bracing herself. The moth was flitting dizzily round and round the candle. Her eyes followed it, fascinated. Suddenly it made a headlong dash for the flame, there came a sharp crackle, and then the dull thud of its fall upon the floor. A great shudder caught her, almost convulsed her. And in the same instant the door that intervened between her room and Jake's opened, and he stood before her. She faced him stiffly, in utter silence. One glimpse she had of his face, and only one, for she could not look again. The red-brown eyes were alight with a fire that seemed to consume her even from afar. She stood, and numbly waited. He came straight to her. "So," he said, "you have decided to make a fool of me, have you?" His voice was very low, but it had in it the sound as of an angry animal. There was something of the animal in his pose, also something from which her whole being shrank affrighted. Yet she was not without courage. She forced herself to a certain calmness. "Will you tell me what you mean?" she said. He made a slight gesture that seemed to cry aloud of a savagery scarcely restrained. "I guess you can do that," he said. "What do I mean? Tell me." She drew back from him with an instinctive movement of recoil, but on the instant, as though she had stepped into a trap, his hands came out and caught her by the wrists. He held her firmly before him. "Tell me," he reiterated. But she took refuge in silence. She had no words. He held her so for many seconds, and she knew that during those seconds his eyes remained immovably fixed upon her. She made no attempt to resist him. She knew beyond all question that resistance would be worse than useless. But she refused with mute determination to meet his eyes. Crush her, conquer her, as he would, he should not force his way past every barrier unopposed. Her submission was physical, but not mental. She had always held back from him her soul. He spoke at length, and still in his voice she heard that terrible deep menace, as of a savage force that gathered and gathered under the thinning surface of his civilization. "I reckon you think I'm easier to fool than I am. Old friends must have their privileges. Ain't that so? And if they include a little genteel love-making, where's the harm? Who is to raise any objection? Not the husband, who has been too big an oaf ever to make love to you in his life. The husband who just takes what he wants and leaves what's over for the lover. He should be the last person to interfere, I reckon. Ain't that so?" She shivered in his hold, but she spoke no word. Had they not always been utterly at variance with one another? How could she hope to make him see anything but evil, now that his brutal passions were aroused? How could she ever attempt to convince him that he alone was responsible for the fact that temptation had become even possible to her? And so she stood in silence, while the dreadful force of the man mounted and mounted, menacing her. He waited for several seconds for some response from her. Then at last, as she made none, he moved, drew her locked wrists behind her, forcing her slowly back till her face was turned up to his gaze. She felt the scorching fire of the eyes she would not meet, and in a moment her whole body seemed to burn in a furnace of shame. The hot blood stung her from head to foot, pricking every vein. Crimson and quivering, she hung there in his hold, waiting. "So you won't speak to me," he said. "Won't even try to defend yourself? Well, maybe you're wise. Maybe explanations would do more harm than good. I know well enough how it is with you. You've got to the pitch of enduring me like a loathsome but incurable disease. You never reflected, did you, that in so doing you were making your own hell? You hate me, but you don't realize that the thing you hate is not me at all, but a brute of your own creation. And because of that, perhaps it's a natural consequence, you've come to prefer another man's love to mine." His hold was tightening upon her. She felt herself being drawn to him, felt the warmth of his body like the glow of an open fire. And a sudden wild wave of rebellion went through her, goading her into action at last. She had never resisted him before. She resisted him now, fiercely, passionately, striving with all her strength to free herself from that pitiless hold. "You never offered me love," she panted, straining back from him even while he mastered her. "Love is a very different thing." Her voice went into a gasp that was almost a cry. He was holding her crushed to him in a grip that nearly suffocated her. His eyes blazed down into hers, terrible in their intensity, cruelly, appallingly bright. The savage in him had leapt free of all shackles at last, and had her utterly at his mercy. "Well," he said, speaking with lips drawn back, showing his set teeth, "and what is love as defined by you and Saltash? Something peculiarly holy?" The taunt pierced her like a knife, with a pain so unbearable that for the moment she was almost beside herself. For an instant she winced from that intolerable thrust, but only for an instant. The next, with a furious wrench, she freed one hand and struck him across his grim, menacing mouth. "How dare you say that?" she cried. "How dare you? How dare you?" She struck him afresh with each repetition, so stung to frenzy was she by that sneer. But when the sudden realization that he stood to endure her blows without the smallest attempt to check or avoid them came upon her, the spirit went out of her. She became passive again, trembling from head to foot, so that but for his upholding arms she must have fallen. "Let me go," she whispered voicelessly. "Let me go." He was still gazing at her, but his look had changed. His eyes still burned, but they no longer threatened. Rather, she read in them a slow gathering wonder, as of a man who has picked up some strange substance of which he does not know the value or properties. He held her a while longer, and then, very gradually, he let her go. She drew away from him, her bosom heaving, her lips panting, and leaned upon the dressing table for support. She had withstood him, indeed, but it had cost her every inch of her strength. She did not know how she endured his silence. It seemed to pierce every nerve, while he still stood observing her, as it were appraising her. Then at length, very slowly, he spoke. "I take back what I said about Saltash. I see I was wrong." He paused a moment. She had made a sharp gesture of surprise, but she spoke no word. He went on. "I realize, now, that you do not know what love is. If you did, you wouldn't be so ashamed. Maybe you will never know. It isn't given to all of us. Not that sort. But let me tell you this. Your friendship, or whatever you call it, with Saltash must end. There must be no more letters, no more secret meetings. Saltash is not a white man. I believe in your own heart you know it. Trust him, and he will let you down, sure." He spoke with somber force. She heard him in utter silence, her head bent, still striving to call back her vanished strength. He came a step nearer to her. "Maybe you think you can hoodwink me, disobey me, and I shan't know. You haven't a very great opinion of my intellect, I guess. But you may take it from me, I shall know. And if you try to deceive me, you will repent it. You wouldn't fancy life on a lone ranch, with not a soul but me to speak to, and all the dishes to wash." A grim note that was not without a hint of humor crept into his voice. "That's what it will mean, my girl, if you don't obey your husband now. I'm a man of my word, and I think you know it." He was standing close to her. She felt the vitality of the man, encompassing her, enthralling her. Her brief resistance was over. The very heart of her felt too tired to beat. He had not forcibly quelled her rebellion, yet in some fashion he had taken from her the power to rebel. He waited for her to speak, but still she could not. Only after a moment or two she drew back from him again and sat down in a chair by the table. He had delivered his ultimatum. There seemed nothing more to be said. She wished dully that he would go. Surely he could see that the game was his, that she had ceased to move or to attempt to counter that final stroke. Yet he still stood motionless, almost as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly he spoke again with an odd restrained vehemence. She felt that he spoke in spite of himself. "That's a prospect that doesn't attract you, I reckon. You've no use for me, never have had, save once. My love is just an insult to you. You even call it by another name. But I tell you this." His voice deepened with a strong vibration that affected her very strangely, gripping her close attention. "Whatever it is, it's a driving force that I can't restrain. It may be an obsession, it may be a curse. But there is no getting away from it. It simply is, and it has got to be. And if any man ever dares to come between us, you had better mark what I say. I'll shoot him." He spoke with a fatalism that sank deep into her soul. It was no savage threat, but the clear pronouncement of a man who knew exactly what he would do under given circumstances. And she was sure in that moment, absolutely sure, that no dread of consequences would deter him. She did not answer him. There was nothing to say. But there swept over her another dreadful wave of apprehension, such as had caught her in the summer house an hour before, turning her cold from head to foot. What would he say if he knew what had passed between them, if he knew that their lips had met? She pictured him selecting his weapon with the deadly determination that had inspired his words, saw the cruel set of the mouth, the ruthless glitter of the savage eyes; and she shivered uncontrollably, convulsively, as one in the grip of an ague. He saw the shiver, he could not fail to see it, and his attitude changed a little. A measure of softening came into it, even a tinge of kindliness. "There, you're overwrought," he said. "It's time you got to bed. Reckon you understand me, so we'll give the matter a rest." He turned with the words, turned in his sturdy, purposeful fashion, and went back to his room. She did not watch him go, but she listened with straining ears for the closing of the door between them. It did not come to her. There was to be no relief from his presence that night. The door remained half open. She sat on motionless for a moment or two, listening in a numb, hopeless fashion to his quiet, methodical movements. She got up sharply at length, and began with quivering speed to undress, not daring to linger lest she should have to meet again the straight, unsparing scrutiny of those terribly bright eyes. Once only, and that just at the last, did she stay a moment and stoop over a small dark object on the floor. Something she fancied she had dropped. But the next instant a wild fit of trembling seized her. She stood up again, feeling giddy, physically sick. The thing on the floor was the charred remnant of the moth that had fluttered impotent wings to escape but so short a time before. It lay there, shriveled, lifeless, the wings that had beaten so madly for freedom shattered and consumed in the flame. She caught her hand to her throat. What evil fate had decreed that such things should be? Even the tiniest thread of life could not escape the seething whirlpool of destruction. Sick at heart, she turned and extinguished the candle that had wrought so cruel a doom. The moonlight shone whitely into the room. She went to the window and pulled down the blind. Then, trembling, she crept to bed. And the darkness covered her soul. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 2, chapters 9 and 10 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Invitation. Saltash did not come to her on the following day, and for her own sake she was thankful that he did not. But the problem of her mother's difficulties had begun to vex her sorely. Without communicating with him she knew that it could not be solved. He had given his promise to help her, yet somehow she did not feel the task before her to be a very easy one. Charlie was so curiously elusive in some respects. It was not always a simple matter to detach him from the whim of the moment, and she had many a time heard him declare that he was not a business man. She watched the post with nervous anxiety, but nothing came for her. She was relieved to have nothing to conceal, but her mother's anxieties weighed upon her. She hesitated to write to Charlie, but told herself she would have to do so if no word came from him. It was all highly unsatisfactory, and behind her uneasiness there lurked a deep sense of self-reproach, self-distrust. She had suffered him to go too far, too far. It might be difficult to recover a normal footing. It might be he was even now planning some deep game, some master stroke to follow up the advantage he had gained and win her for his own. He would not succeed. He could not succeed. She would not so much as allow her thoughts to wander in that direction. She had been mad that night. There had been witchery in the very air. But now she was awake to the crude realities of life, awake and sane and bitterly ashamed of her weakness. He might plot and intrigue, but he could not overthrow her reason a second time. The madness had passed, and it would not return. But the necessity for seeing him remained, and it was an urgent one. She found it hard to wait in inactivity. The whole day passed without a sign from him, and her patience began to wear thin. Surely he could not fail to keep that solemn promise of his. Surely he could not have forgotten, or be waiting for her to make the first move. She went for a walk on the down with Capper in the evening. She did not greatly want to go. She was a little afraid of his shrewd insight. But she found that she had no cause for fear. He was full of kindly commonplace topics, and he touched upon no intimate subject whatever. She returned from the walk feeling soothed and refreshed. They went through the training field on the way back, and here they came upon Jake giving Bunny his first riding lesson. It was good to see the boy's eagerness, his flushed face and shining eyes. He was utterly fearless, and even impatient of Jake's care. They stood a while and watched, then turned and walked up through the garden. "He is very happy," Maud said. Capper smiled. "Jake is an A1 companion for him, Mrs. Bolton. He is thrice lucky to be in the care of a man like Jake." She agreed without enthusiasm. "Yes, Jake is very kind." "That's so, and he won't spoil him either. Also," Capper spoke with emphasis, "he'll never learn anything that isn't clean and straight from Jake. Guess he'll make a fine man some day." "Thanks to you, Doctor," Maud said. "No, madam, thanks to Jake. My part was a very small one. I am just a mechanic, but Jake is a driver of engines, a maker of men." Maud said nothing, and he changed the subject. They lingered in the garden till Jake and Bunny joined them. Then they separated, Bunny, contrary to custom, attaching himself to Maud, and Jake taking possession of Capper. Brother and sister ascended the steps into the house and entered the parlor. Bunny was still flushed and excited. Life was full of absorbing interest to him. He had actually been off the leading rein most of the time. Yes, and he had cantered, too. Jake said he was to go and have a warm bath and then do his time on the floor. It was a great bore, but he supposed he'd have to. What was Maud looking so sick about? Wasn't she well? This amiable enquiry was made just as Maud's eyes had fallen upon a letter lying on the table. She almost snatched it up, and then found with a mingling of relief and disappointment that it was not from Saltash. The crabbed writing was wholly unfamiliar to her. She stood gazing at it while her sudden agitation subsided. "Who's it from?" said Bunny, coming to peer over her shoulder. "Liverpool postmark. Why, that's from that queer old codger who was down here in the winter, I'll bet. What on earth does he want?" "To be sure, Uncle Edward," Maud said. She opened the letter with Bunny looking on. They read it together. "My dear grand niece, I am pleased to acknowledge your letter of the 4th instant, and I write to inform you that I shall be delighted to receive you and your brother on whatever date it may suit you to come. I am glad to hear of the latter's excellent progress. I presume you are capable of keeping him in order. You will, of course, be prepared to find your own entertainment. Should your worthy husband care to join the party by any chance, I have room for all. Your affectionate uncle, Edward Warren." "Holy Christopher!" ejaculated Bunny. "What on earth did you want to write to him for? I'm not going there, jiggered if I am. And to be tied to your apron strings, too? Not much." Maud folded the letter. "I thought you might like to go away with me for a little," she said. He stared at her. "What, away from Jake? Not much." She tried to smile. "You're not very flattering, Bunny." Bunny was still staring. "I can't think what's come to you. Jake's the best chap in the world, and yet you don't seem to get on with him. Say, what the blazes is the matter with you, anyway?" She bit her lip. "I wish you wouldn't be so horribly imitative, Bunny. You never used to talk like that." Bunny flared up on the instant. "I'll talk as I damn well please. It's no affair of yours. As to leaving Jake, I'm hanged if I will. You can jolly well go by yourself." "And as to behaving like a beastly bounder, you'll apologize for it before you leave this room," a soft voice said. Both started violently. Jake had come up the steps from the garden. He walked over to the mantelpiece, searched for and found a box of matches, then turned. "If we were alone, my son, I'd punch your head for you. Maud is quite right. You've no call to talk like a cowboy. Now apologize, quick." But Bunny stood sullenly silent. Maud turned to the door. "Pray don't trouble to make him do that," she said. "I am accustomed to cowboy manners." The door closed upon her, and in the same instant Jake's hand closed upon Bunny's shoulder. "Go after her," he commanded. "Catch her up and say you're sorry." But Bunny resisted him. "I won't, Jake. I'm not sorry, and I won't go away and stay with Uncle Edward. There. If you send me, I'll run away." Jake shook him. "I'll be mad with you in a minute, my son. Go after her, do you hear? Go after her and make it up before she starts crying." "She won't cry," said Bunny incredulously. "She never does." Jake swung him round to the door. "Bunny, don't you be a skunk. If you don't go, there'll be trouble. Bad trouble." "But it was her fault," protested Bunny, stung to remonstrance. "She set on to me first." "I don't care whose fault it was," said Jake. "You're to go." Bunny writhed in his hold. "You're beastly unfair, Jake. If I do go, I shan't apologize." "You won't," said Jake. "No, I won't." There was a faint note of apprehension in Bunny's voice, notwithstanding its defiance. He stood up to Jake, but his eyelids quivered ever so slightly. His hands opened and shut in the old nervous fashion. Jake was holding him fast. "Think it over," he said. "Think it over." His voice was steady, his grip inflexible. His eyes never left the boy's hot face. They held a stern warning that could not be ignored. Bunny straightened himself to meet it. "I suppose you'll thrash me," he said. "Well, you must, that's all." A faint gleam crossed Jake's face. It was hardly a smile, and was gone on the instant. "No, I shan't thrash you," he said. "Now will you go?" And Bunny capitulated, struck his colours unconditionally, flung his arms round his brother-in-law's shoulders. "All right, Jake. I'll go, old man, I'll go. Don't look so confoundedly grim." Jake held him back with one hand on his rough, dark head. "Be off with you, boy. I'll see you later. Maybe when you're in bed. Go now." He smiled upon Bunny, for there were tears in the boy's eyes, patted him on the back, and turned to go as he had entered. 10 seconds later Bunny was beating a rousing tattoo on his sister's door. "Say, Maud, let me in. Quick, quick." He wriggled at the handle, for the door was locked, and meeting with no response, beat again. "Maud, I say, let me in. I've come to say I'm sorry. Don't be waxy, old girl. Open the door." There came a lagging footstep. The key turned. Bunny burst into the room headlong. "You're not crying, are you? I knew you weren't. There. It's all right, isn't it? What makes you so touchy nowadays? You never used to be." Her arms held him tightly in a mute embrace. She kissed him with a yearning tenderness. Bunny drew back and looked at her with sudden close attention. "Maud, what's the matter? Tell me what's the matter." She was smiling, a strangely drawn smile. Not for the first time he became conscious of the veil of reserve that hung between them. He strove with it indignantly, seeking to tear it aside. "Maud, tell me, I say. You would have told me in the old days." She caught back an involuntary sigh. "You were older then, Bunny." "I wasn't," he declared. "What rot!" "Ah, well," she said gently, "things were different in those days." And suddenly there came to Bunny, who had lain and watched life so long that his eyes had grown tired with watching, one of the old shrewd flashes of enlightenment solving the mystery. He held her very tightly, his face burning red. "Say, Maud, old girl, is it? I know what it is." "Don't, Bunny," she whispered inarticulately. He kissed her with the warmth of renewed understanding. "That's why Jake's so beastly worried about you. Poor old boy, he's getting as lean as chops. Have you noticed?" She had not. They sat down together on an ottoman near the window, Bunny's arm protectingly around her. "He sent me up after you in such a hurry because he was afraid you were going to cry," he went on. "He was furious with me for vexing you. Poor old Jake." A curious little pang of resentment went through her. "You seem to think he is very much to be pitied," she said. "I do," said Bunny instantly. "He looks so down in the mouth nowadays. I saw it directly I came home. He's got a sort of hurt look at the back of his eyes, as if he wasn't getting on with himself. I sometimes wish you'd be a bit kinder to him, Maud. I'm sure he mopes." This was a point of view so new to Maud that she hardly knew how to regard it. Somehow it had never occurred to her that Jake could take her attitude to heart. Jake, who trampled down all rebellion with so merciless a heel. She had always told herself that Jake had all he really wanted. That he was aware of any need of the spirit she had never seriously believed. Bunny's assertion brought to mind Mrs. Wright's kindly assurance that there was a whole lot of reserve in Jake. And for the first time the old woman's words recurred to her. "He won't show you his heart so long as he thinks you've no use for it." Was there a measure of truth in those words, she wondered. She wondered. "Guess I must be going," said Bunny. "I've got to have a bath. You might turn on the water for me, like a brick, while I go and undress." There was a subtle tact in the suggestion. Bunny knew, none better, that to wait upon him was his sister's dearest privilege, and he judged by her sad face that it was time to change her thoughts. When he arrived in the bathroom a few minutes later, he found everything put ready for his comfort, and Maud waiting to turn off the water at his command. He was attired in a large bath towel, which he held artistically draped about his person. He thrust a bare, warm arm about her neck. "Thanks, old girl. You're jolly decent to me. I don't know how I managed to be such a beast. Guess my temper must have got warped in its youth. By the way, there's a letter for you from Charlie on my dressing table. He told me to give it to you when we were alone. I suppose it's something to do with the mother's affairs." "Oh, perhaps," Maud said. and she hoped he did not note her sudden start or the quick flushing of her face. "When did you see him?" "He came up the garden way this evening, just before I was riding with Jake. You were out with Dr. Capper. He was in a rather decent mood," said Bunny. "He gave me half a sovereign. Not a bad sort, Charlie." He began to emerge from the enveloping towel, and Maud turned to go. "You can stay if you like," said Bunny graciously. "I've no wish to make a stranger of you." But she smiled and declined the invitation. "You do better without me now," she said. And as the boy's small thin figure slipped down into the bath, she went out and crossed the passage swiftly to his room. The letter from Charlie was not on his table, but tossed carelessly on the bed with his clothes. She shivered at the thought that Jake and not she might have found it there. The purple crest stood out conspicuous on the white envelope, a fox's head with the motto "Sans vertu" underneath. She wondered what wild ancestor of his had designed the cynical device. Her hands were trembling as she tore open the flap. She was half impatient, yet half afraid. Her heart throbbed hard at sight of the dashing scrawl, once so familiar and so dear. "Ma belle reine des roses." Her heart throbbed a little faster. The old sweet name. How it brought back to her those free, happy days of her youth. How she marveled now at the high, girlish pride that had sent him away. How cruel had been the cost of that same pride. She read on. It was a characteristic epistle, half mocking, half tender throughout. Would she meet him again? But of course she would. Had she not said that he could serve her? But they would not risk another interruption. Would she be going to the Greydown races? If not, he would manage to return early and come to her by the garden way. They would thus be sure of at least half an hour together before anyone else got back. He seemed confident that she would not refuse, and she knew even as she read that she could not. She must see him somehow. She must somehow get back to normal relations with him. She could not sacrifice his friendship to that one night's madness. Besides, there was her mother. A trampling of hoofs in the yard below drew her to the window. She looked forth. It was the Albatross being led out of his stable for the evening canter. Dick Stevens held the bridle. He wore a heavy, glowering look. She remembered, and the memory seemed to scorch her, that morning after her wedding day when she had stood and listened in petrified horror to Jake pouring forth terrible invective upon the lad's head. He was standing by now, watching with a frown, as though the boy's movements displeased him. And even as she looked, he went forward and took the bridle into his own hand. Stephen stood aside sullenly, while he readjusted the bit with set lips. The Albatross nuzzled against him, and after a few moments Jake's hand went to his pocket and brought forth a piece of sugar. Then while the animal munched it, he turned round upon the sulky stable boy and spoke. "If any harm comes to him through any damn carelessness of yours, I warn you, and I'm a man of my word, I'll leather you to a jelly if it costs me £50. His words were quiet, but absolutely distinct. His right hand was hard gripped on his riding whip. Stephen slunk back a step, not speaking, his face crimson and defiant. Maud, at the upper window, clasped her hands suddenly and very tightly upon the letter they held. Yes, he was a man of his word. And what if he kept that other promise he had made to her? Life alone on a ranch, with Jake. Her whole being rose in revolt at the thought. She turned away with a shudder. 10. The Mistake. The day fixed for the race for the Birchester Cup was inclined to be showery. Jake was up at an early hour, and when he was gone Maud rose also. But she felt too languid to bestir herself very greatly. She sat by the open window, breathing the pure morning air, and wondering what the day would bring forth. Since the receipt of Saltash's letter she had been making up her mind. That she must see him alone that day was inevitable, but she had formed a strong determination that for the future she would put bounds to their intercourse. It could but lead in the one hopeless direction. Moreover, open friendship between them had become, owing to Jake's prohibition, impossible. She did not blame Saltash for what had happened, but bitterly she blamed herself. She had been carried away by the moment's madness. Her feet had slipped. But the determination to retrace that false step was strong within her. For Charlie's sake, as well as for her own, she knew that they must not go on. With fatal clearness she realized that it was the downward path leading to destruction. It had never attracted her before her marriage, that downward path. The care of Bunny had absorbed her life. But now that her life was empty of all but the bondage she hated, she faced the fact that her resolution had begun to waver. She could no longer trust herself to stand firm. Sitting there, drinking in the refreshing coolness of the rain-washed air, feeling the sweet morning chill all about her, something of that innate purity of hers seemed to revive. Some of the bitterness went from her soul. She was very, very tired. But after long meditation she had begun to see her way more clearly. Perhaps dimly the future had begun to draw her. Yes, her life was empty now. But in a little while. A deep, deep breath escaped her. The memory of Mrs. Wright and her confident words of wisdom came to her. Her life would not be always a dreary wandering in a desert land. Prisoner she might be, but even so, the flowers might bloom around her within her reach. A little tremor went through her. Ah, yes, it might be there were compensations in store even for her. Her life would not be always empty. A kind of waking dream came upon her. It was as though a soothing hand had been laid upon her, stilling her wild rebellion, giving her hope. The kaleidoscope of life was changing every day. Why should she despair? When she descended to breakfast she was calmer, more at peace with herself than she had been for long. She found Capper waiting alone. He gave her his quick, keen look, but characteristically he made no comment upon what he saw. "I am wondering how I shall catch the boat train tonight," he said. "Must you do so?" she asked. He nodded vigorously. "Indeed I must. I have trespassed upon your hospitality quite long enough. And there is work waiting across the Atlantic that only Maurice Capper can do." She smiled at him. "How indefatigable you are. Won't it wait a little longer?" "Not a day," declared Capper. And neither of them dreamed that that same work would have to wait many days ere Maurice Capper was at liberty to handle it. They sat down alone to breakfast. Jake and Bunny had had their meal long before. "There's no holding the boy this morning," Capper observed. "It will be a good thing now when you get him off to school, Mrs. Bolton. He'll grow quicker there than anywhere." Maud looked up quickly. "You think so?" He smiled. "I have told Jake so. He, I believe, is waiting till these all-absorbing races are over to consult you on the subject." Maud's eyes fell. "He won't do that," she said in a low voice. "He and Bunny will settle it between them, and I shall be told afterwards." "That's so," said Capper. "Then, if I may take the liberty to advise you, madam, I should consult them first." She shook her head in silence. How could she even begin to tell Capper of the utter lack of sympathy between herself and Jake? "And you really think he is fit to go to school and fend for himself?" she asked after a moment. "Do him all the good in the world," said Capper. He added kindly, "Guess you'll miss him some, my dear. But believe me, you won't be sorry when you see what it does for him." "Oh, no, I shall never be sorry on his account," she said. And there the subject ended. But before she left the breakfast table she found an opportunity to acquaint him with her decision to remain at home that day. He expressed regret, but not surprise. "You are wise not to overtire yourself," he said. She became aware again of the green eyes surveying her for a moment, and colored. "I am not sleeping very well," she said with an effort. He nodded as one who fully understood. "Take things easily," he said. "Don't fret over 'em. Let the world go by." She got up, moved by an impulse curiously insistent. "Dr. Capper," she said, "it's rather a difficult world, isn't it?" Her voice had a quiver of wistfulness in it. He reached out a hand at once that sought and held hers. "My dear Mrs. Bolton," he said, "we live too hard, all of us. That's 9/10 of the trouble. It's because we won't trust the hand on the helm. We're all so mighty anxious to do our own steering, and we don't know a thing about it. The hold of the thin yellow fingers was full of kindly comfort. There was nothing disconcerting in the shrewd green eyes that looked into hers. "I think you'll be happier presently, you know," he said. "It seems to me that two people I'm mighty fond of have got wandering off their bearings in the wilderness. They'll find each other presently, and then, I guess, that same wilderness will blossom into a garden, and they'll settle down in comfort and enjoy themselves." He pressed her hand and released it, making it evident that he had no intention of pursuing the matter further without definite encouragement. And Maud gave him none. Something in her shrank from doing so. He was Jake's friend before he was hers. The day seemed very long. It was oppressive also, gleams of sunshine alternating with occasional heavy thunder showers. She was lying in a hammock chair under the trees in the orchard with Chops at her feet, when Jake came striding through at the last moment to find her. "Capper tells me you don't feel up to coming," he said. She barely glanced up from the book in her lap. She did not want to meet his eyes. "I didn't tell him so," she said. "But it is so," insisted Jake. "I have decided not to come, certainly," she said, feeling her heart jerk apprehensively as she made the statement. He stood a moment in silence, then bent unexpectedly, took her by the chin, and turned her face up to his own. It was flooded with scarlet on the instant. Her eyes flinched away from his. He held her so for several seconds, looking at her, mercilessly watching that agonizing blush, till it faded under his eyes, leaving her white to the lips. Then, without another word, he let her go. She heard the jingle of his spurs as he went away, and for a long time after she lay as he had left her, too unnerved to move. What could he know? How much did he suspect? She felt cold to the very heart of her, stricken and sick with fear. He had not so much as kissed her in his brutal, domineering way, and that fact disquieted her more than any other. Though she hated the touch of his lips, she would have welcomed it thankfully in that hour of sickening apprehension, only to feel reassured and safe. The patter of rain roused her to activity and drove her back to the house, in time to meet Mrs. Lovelace hastening forth with an umbrella to her rescue. "You shouldn't be sitting out there, ma'am, on a day like this," the old woman said. "And lack a massy, you do look bad." Maud tried to smile. "I am not bad, Mrs. Lovelace. It's only the heat." Mrs. Lovelace pursed her lips and looked severely incredulous. "You'd best lie down, ma'am," she said. "I'll bring your lunch immediately." She bustled away, and Maud sank on the couch in the parlor and strove to compose herself. But she could not with that awful fear coiled like a snake about her heart. A terrible restlessness possessed her. It was impossible to remain still. If she could only send a message to Charlie, warning him not to come. But that was impossible. She knew that no message could reach him now. He would have to come, and Jake would know of it. Maneuver as she might, those lynx eyes would wrest from her the secret. She knew herself powerless to withstand them. She made scarcely any pretense to eat the luncheon that Mrs. Lovelace brought her. She had never before been in such a ferment of disquietude. Those few awful moments of Jake's silent scrutiny had shaken her to the very foundations of her being. She felt that he had ruthlessly forced his way past her defenses and looked upon her naked soul. And she realized that he had spoken the truth when he said that she could not deceive him. He could tear her reserve from her like a garment and expose her most secret thoughts. She spent most of the afternoon in pacing to and fro, for she could not rest. Her feet were soaked with the drenched orchard grass, but she did not know it. Her limbs were strung to a feverish activity. There were times when she thought she would go mad. The hours crawled by leaden-footed. She did not know in the least when Charlie would come, but she began to expect him long before he could possibly arrive, and the waiting became a torment that chafed her intolerably. If he would only come soon, so that she might make her petition and let him go. Back and forth she wandered, conscious sometimes of a dreadful physical sinking, but for the most part too torn with anxiety to be aware of anything else. And Chops paced with her in mute sympathy with her distress. The afternoon was beginning to wane towards evening when Mrs. Lovelace came forth once more in search of her. Mrs. Lovelace with prim set lips sternly disapproving. "You'll make yourself bad if you go on, ma'am," she said. "And if you please, Mrs. Wright is here, and I'm laying the cloth for tea." "Mrs. Wright?" Maud looked at her with dazed eyes, bringing her thoughts back as it were from afar. "There she is," said Mrs. Lovelace. And even as she spoke, Maud caught sight of the comfortable portly figure standing on the steps. She gave a gasp that was almost a cry, and began to hasten toward her. Mrs. Wright, on her part, bustled down to meet her. "Don't hurry, my dear, don't. I've only just come. Why, how tired and white you look! There, run along, Sarah, and get the tea like a good soul. I'll take care of Mrs. Bolton." Her arm was already around Maud's waist. She looked up at her with round eyes full of kindly concern. Maud bent to kiss her. "How good of you to come," she said. She herself was divided between relief and dismay. But the relief predominated. It would not matter now if Charlie came. She would have to write to him on her mother's behalf. It was the only way. She believed she could evade Jake's vigilance with a letter, so long as Charlie did not write to her. The anguish through which she had passed had made her realize that she must not, could not, take such a risk again. She clung to Mrs. Wright as to a deliverer. "Thank you for coming," she said. Mrs. Wright had begun to steer sturdily for the house. "Lor bless you, dear, I'm as pleased as anything to come," she said. "Jake dropped in this morning, casual like, and happened to pass the remark as they was all going to the races but you. So I sent down to Tom's young lady to be so kind as to come and mind the shop for me this afternoon, and after dinner I dressed myself and came along to keep you company. I could have got here an hour ago, but I thought as you'd be resting, and I knew as Sarah would be busy." So it was Jake's doing. He had taken this step to circumvent her. Maud was conscious of a throb of anger against him, but her visitor's guileless chatter made her stifle it. Mrs. Wright was so obviously unsuspecting. They ascended the steps together, Mrs. Wright's arm stoutly assisting her. Then in the parlor she turned and looked at Maud. "If I was you, my dearie, I should lie right down and have a rest. And I'll give you a drop of brandy in your tea." She sank upon the sofa without protest. The reaction from those hours of feverish suspense was upon her. She felt exhausted in mind and body. Mrs. Wright attended upon her with the utmost kindness. She did not talk a great deal, for which forbearance Maud was mutely thankful. She was so unutterably tired, too tired even to protest against that drop of brandy in her tea upon which Mrs. Wright insisted. Another hour went by, but there was no sign of Saltash's coming. The evening was turning dark and wet. Maud lay on her sofa, sometimes dozing, sometimes talking abstractedly to her visitor. For Mrs. Wright was determined to remain till Jake returned, and briskly said so. Maud did not want to combat the decision. She was glad to have her there. It seemed that Charlie was not coming after all. Something had detained him. Her anxiety had spent itself, but she felt terribly weak. The comfort of the old woman's tender care was too great to refuse. She scarcely knew how the time went, so overpowering was the languor that possessed her. The rainy sky brought down an early dusk long before the setting of the sun. A brooding stillness hung upon all things, through which the patter of the rain sounded with unvarying monotony. "Dearie me, they will get wet," sighed Mrs. Wright. Slowly the heavy clouds gathered and hung. Slowly the darkness deepened. Suddenly Maud raised herself, sat up, tensely listened. "What is that?" she said. Mrs. Wright looked at her. "I hear nothing but the rain, dear." Maud broke in upon her impatiently. "Yes, that. Don't you hear? What is it? Oh, God, what is it?" Her voice rose wildly. In a moment she had sprung from her couch and was standing with caught breath, listening. "My dearie, it's only the rain," said Mrs. Wright soothingly. "Don't let yourself get jumpy. There's nothing there." But Maud paid no attention to her. With a movement incredibly swift, she reached the door and threw it open. Then indeed Mrs. Wright heard sounds, muffled but undeniable, of some commotion in the stable yard. "I expect they've just got home, dear," she said. "And very wet they'll be. Hadn't you better tell Sarah to get a nice hot brew of tea ready for 'em? Little Sir Brian will be sure to want his tea." But the rush of Maud's feet along the oaken passage was her only answer. The girl went like the wind, urged by the most awful fear she had ever known. The front door was open. Bunny was on the step. But she brushed past him without so much as seeing him, tearing forth bareheaded, ashen-faced into the rain. For there, in the murky twilight, terrible as a lion newly aroused, stood Jake, gripping by the collar a struggling, writhing figure, the while he administered to it as sound a horse-whipping as his great strength could accomplish. His right arm moved slowly with a deliberate regularity unspeakably horrible to behold. She had a glimpse, only a glimpse, of his face, and the savage cruelty of it was such that it seemed no longer human. Of his victim she saw very little, but of his identity not the smallest doubt existed in her mind. And as the sound of those awful blows reached her, the last shred of her endurance was torn away. She shrieked and shrieked again as she ran. Those shrieks reached Jake as the cry of its mate in distress might reach an animal intent upon its prey. He flung the prey from him on the instant and wheeled. He met her a full 10 yards from the spot, just as her feet slipped on the wet stones of the yard. He caught her, she almost fell against him, and held her hard in his arms. She was sobbing terribly, utterly unstrung, hysterical. She struggled for speech, but the wild sounds that left her lips were wholly unintelligible. She struggled to free herself, but her strength was gone. In the end her knees suddenly gave way under her. She collapsed with a gasping cry. And Jake, stooping, raised her, and bore her in senseless out of the drenching rain. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 2, chapters 11 and 12 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Reason. "You've only yourself to thank," said Capper. He tugged irritably at his pointed yellow beard. His eyes were moody under brows that frowned. "You might have known what to expect if you'd had an ounce of sense." "Guess I always was an all-fired fool," said Jake. The great doctor looked down at him from his post on the hearth, and his eyes softened a little. For Jake's dejection was very thorough. He sat as it were in dust and ashes. "Not always, my son," he said. "But I guess you've surpassed yourself on this occasion. Well, it's done. She may get over it, but she won't love you any the better for it. It'll be up to you to make a fresh start presently." Jake was silent. He was not smoking. He sat with bent head and lowered eyes. Capper contemplated him a while, till at length a faint glint of humor began to shine in his green eyes. He moved and laid a long, wiry hand upon Jake's shoulder. "Say, Jake," he said, "don't take it too hard, man. Let it be a lesson to you, that's all. And the next time you want to whip a stable boy, do it on the quiet, and there'll be no misunderstandings. Guess you'll have to sing small for a bit, but it's not a hanging matter. She'll forgive you by and by." "Why should she?" Jake did not move his head or respond in any way to the friendly touch. "Because she's that sort." Capper spoke with stout conviction. "She won't hold out against you when she sees you're sorry. Don't be afraid to tell her so, Jake. Don't hide your soul." Jake raised his head suddenly, looking full up at Capper with eyes that glowed red and somber. "You don't quite grasp the situation, Doc," he said. "She won't be sorry for this when she comes to herself. She never wanted to bear a child of mine. She loathes the very ground I walk on. She'd do most anything to get quit of me. No, I reckon she won't be sorry any. She'll be sort of glad." "Oh, shucks!" Capper's hand suddenly smote him hard. "You don't know women. I tell you, you don't know 'em." "I know one." Jake's voice was deadly calm. His eyes shone like a still, hot fire. "I thought I could win her, though the odds were dead against me. I staked all on the chance, the 100th chance, and it's gone. I've lost. There's no sense in pretending otherwise. Now this has happened I shan't hold her any longer, unless it's by brute force, and I reckon there's more loss than gain that way. And yet I know, his voice suddenly took a deeper note, that where I've failed, no other man has ever yet succeeded. No one else has ever got to the heart of her. That I know." He spoke with grim force, as though challenging incredulity on Capper's part, but Capper made no attempt to contradict him. He even nodded as if he held the same opinion. "Then I guess it's up to you to find the way," he said. "There's a better way for all of us than brute force, my son. There is a power that all the violence in the world can't beat. It's greater than all the devils. And you'll win out, on the strength of it." He paused. Jake's eyes had kindled a little. He set his hands on the arms of his chair as though about to rise. "You get me?" Capper asked. A faint smile came over his face. "You speak as one who knows," he said. "I do know." Capper's voice was very emphatic. "It's not an easy world to live in. It's a mighty difficult one. But we've been given a compass to steer by, a divine compass, Jake, my lad. Guess it's our own faults in the main, if we fail to get there." He waited. The light was gradually growing in Jake's eyes. He had a speculative, half-doubtful look. "And yet you advised me to jump the hedge," he said. Capper smiled somewhat ruefully. "I didn't tell you to burst your way through, did I?" he said. "You didn't take it the right way, my son. You blundered, and it's left a nasty breach. It's not beyond repair, mind you. But it'll take some patience and some faith before it's all filled up. Set to work on it right now. You've got the materials. Use 'em, all you know. Show her what love, real love, is worth. She's a woman. She'll soon understand." Jake got to his feet with the quiet, purposeful movement of a man who has work before him. He gripped Capper's hand for a moment and looked him straight in the face. "I reckon you're right, sir," he said, speaking rather heavily. "I've made a damn muddle of the whole show. I was nearer to her, several lengths nearer, in the old days, when we were just friends. Just friends." His voice quivered slightly. "Than I am now. Well, I reckon I must get back to the old footing. We'll be just friends again." He turned from Capper with the words, went to the mantelpiece and took up his pipe. The doctor watched him for a while silently. There was a greatness about the man's simplicity that commanded his respect. There was even an element of the superb in it. "I take off my hat to you, Jake," he said at length. "You're a white man." Jake's head was bent over his pipe. He made a brief, contemptuous sound and rammed it into his mouth. "We don't all think alike," he said. "Well, I must be going anyway. So long, Doc." "Where are you off to?" Capper asked. He made a gesture as of one who contemplates an unpleasant task. "I must go up to the castle. I said I would. I've got to tell Lord Saltash how the Albatross failed this afternoon." "But man, he knows!" exclaimed Capper. "He was there." Jake turned round. His pipe was alight. He puffed at it grimly. "Maybe he does, but it's my duty to tell him all the same. It may interest him also to hear that Stevens won't be fit for the saddle again for a week or two. I'd have marked the young blackguard for life if I hadn't been stopped." His brows suddenly met fiercely. "I'd have got out of him what he did it for, too, though I guess I know. When a hot favourite like the Albatross gets left behind like that, there's always a reason, a damned substantial reason, at the bottom of it. Oh, it's a foul business," he said bitterly. "I ought to have scratched sooner than run the chance of having him pulled. I never trusted Stevens. Never. I'll see him drawn and quartered before he ever rides another horse of mine." "But you've no evidence," suggested Capper. "I've the evidence of my own eyes," said Jake bluntly. "And there'll be further evidence presently, or I'm a nigger." "What do you mean? He'll never own it." "No." Jake spoke with a savage disdain. "He won't have the spunk for that, and he won't have the spunk either to take out a summons for assault. He'll just take it all lying down. I know. He swung round on his heel to go, went as far as the door, then suddenly wheeled and came back. "Say, Capper," he said, and all the savagery was gone from his voice. It held a note of pleading. "She'll get over it, sure." Capper's yellow face was full of kindness. He reached forth a hand that gripped hard. "Please God, she'll live to be the mother of your children yet, Jake," he said. Jake drew a sharp breath. "God knows I don't want her just for that," he said with husky vehemence. And then abruptly, as if ashamed, he pulled his hand free and departed. Capper's fingers sought his beard as the door closed. "You're learning, Jake," he said. "You're learning. Wonder how soon she'll begin to find out that there's another man in the place where her husband used to be." He coiled himself down into a chair, bending and cracking his long fingers with meditative zest. But the frown remained between his brows. If Capper the man were satisfied, Capper the doctor was very much the reverse. He was not dismayed, but he was anxious, more anxious than he deemed it necessary for anyone to know. "She'll pull through," he muttered to himself once. And again, "She must pull through." But in his heart he knew that it was more than possible that his patient's life might ebb out on the bitter side of disappointment and misery, even when the worst danger seemed to be over. She was so lonely in her trouble, so piteously bereft of all desire or incentive to live. Up in the room above Maud lay, white and still, her dark hair all about her, her eyes closed, an aloofness that was almost like the shadow of death wrapping her round. Mrs. Wright sat by her side, very alert and watchful. It was growing late, but she had long ago signified her intention of remaining for the night. Very practical and sure of herself was Mrs. Wright. She and Dr. Capper were already firm allies. The night was close, and the windows were flung wide. The door in the adjoining room was wide open also, and a faint current of air eddied about the room, stirring now and again the chintz hangings of the old-fashioned bed, rustling occasionally the white muslin curtains at the window. The wash of the sea came up vaguely from the dark distance. It sounded like the far splashing of mighty oars. Near at hand, down in the dim garden, there came sometimes the mysterious movements of some small creature creeping stealthily through the bushes, and once or twice, down in the orchard, an owl hooted its weird half-human signal. Mrs. Wright did not like the voice of the owl. She shivered whenever she heard it. But Maud lay as one oblivious of all things, drifting, drifting on a grey lonely sea, on which no sun ever rose or star shone. Someone came into the adjoining room and stood in the open doorway. Mrs. Wright looked swiftly round. Jake's eyes met hers. He made a brief sign for silence. Then, without sound, he crept in and stood against the bed curtain, looking down mutely at his wife's still face. Several seconds of complete silence followed, then quite suddenly, as though someone had called her, she opened her eyes wide and turned her head. He drew back behind the curtain on the instant ere she could catch sight of him, standing motionless as a statue, not seeming so much as to breathe. A troubled frown gathered on Maud's face. She made a restless movement. At once Mrs. Wright bent to her from the other side of the bed. "What is it, my dearie? You're not in pain?" Maud was panting a little. She tried to raise herself, but was gently checked by a motherly hand. She took and held it with trembling fingers. "Mrs. Wright, please, you won't go," she begged. "Surely not, my dear," stoutly Mrs. Wright made answer. "I'm going to take care of you all night long." But Maud was not wholly reassured. She clung faster to the plump, soothing hand. "If Jake comes in, he will want to send you away. Don't let him, Mrs. Wright. I can't be alone with Jake to-night." She was becoming agitated, but Mrs. Wright gently hushed her. "You shan't be, dearest. Jake wants me to be with you to-night. He is very unhappy about you, poor Jake. Goodness knows you needn't be afraid of him. Oh, how can I help it after what he did to Charlie? Did you see? Is Charlie very badly hurt?" "Charlie?" questioned Mrs. Wright. Charlie Birchester, Lord Saltash. Didn't you see what Jake did to him? Oh, it was terrible. Terrible." A great shudder shook her at the remembrance of what she had seen. My dear, my dear." Mrs. Wright leaned to her, smoothing her pillow. "Why, what a mistake, to be sure. And to think you've put yourself out like this all for nothing. Dear, 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 to be sure. That wasn't Lord Saltash, darling. Whatever made you think it was? It was just one of them pesky stable boys as he was giving a jacketing to, and richly he deserved it, I'll be bound." "Oh, Mrs. Wright." Maud's voice was suddenly eager. "Are you sure? Are you sure?" Her dark eyes, wide and beseeching, were raised in earnest questioning to her old friend's kindly face. She clung to the sustaining hand. "My dear, of course I am sure. I came along behind you. I saw it all. It was that young dog, Dick Stevens. I know him well, never did like him. And I'm sure he deserved all he got, probably more. Now you mustn't worry yourself any longer. Leave it all to old Mother Wright and go to sleep. Will you, my dearie?" "You're sure Charlie is safe?" Maud said quiveringly. He was coming. Don't tell Jake. To see me today. But he didn't come. And I thought, oh, are you sure Jake isn't listening?" She broke off in sudden terror, starting up as if she would tear aside the curtain. But Mrs. Wright was swift to interpose. "My dear, you mustn't upset yourself like this. It's very wrong. What if Jake did know? Surely he would understand. He would know that there could be no reason why Lord Saltash should not drop in and see you in a friendly way now and then. Didn't you tell me you were old friends?" "Oh, you don't know Jake," moaned Maud. "He is so terrible, so terrible. He would shoot Charlie, if he knew." "My dear!" Mrs. Wright was genuinely shocked. She threw a sharp glance towards the curtain. "But there is no reason. There can be no reason. You're talking wildly. You can't know what you're saying." Maud had sunk back upon her pillows, white-lipped, exhausted. "There is a reason," she whispered. "There's a reason. I love Charlie. I have loved him for years. And Jake would kill him if he knew. He does know a little. That's why I'm so afraid. Oh, I wish I were dead." She ceased to speak, and a dreadful pallor crept up over her face. Mrs. Wright, anxiously watching, saw that she was slipping into unconsciousness, and across the bed she issued a sharp command. "Quick, Jake! Go and fetch the doctor." The shadow behind the curtain vanished. Mrs. Wright reached for a fan. The heat was intense. The darkness hung before the window like a pall. And the good woman trembled a little in spite of herself. She felt as if the angel of death had suddenly entered the quiet room to share her watch. 12. Refuge. "So you've come to see your old uncle at last? Dear me, you've been a precious long time about it. Tut, tut, child. What a close peg, to be sure. Sit down, sit down. You don't look fit to stand." Old Uncle Edward pulled out a chair from his dining-room table and almost thrust his visitor into it. Then he turned, seized a decanter, and poured some wine into a large, old-fashioned glass goblet. "You drink this. It's good stuff. Older than you are. It'll turn to blood in your veins, and a good thing, too. You look as if you hadn't got more than a thin half-pint in the whole of your constitution. There, that's better. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. Take another dose before you start talking. I know what you women are once your tongues get going. Take another dose, I say. You're looking half dead. What have they been doing to you? Starving you?" His gray whiskers seemed to bristle with indignation as he asked the question. His eyes glared at her like the eyes of a terrier on the hunt. Maud sat in the red velvet chair with a feeling of vast unreality. It was true that she was feeling almost too weak to stand, and her weakness imparted to her an odd desire to cry. The gruff kindliness of her reception made her feel like a lost child brought home to a kind but somewhat severe parent. She drank the wine in almost unbroken silence. Uncle Edward stood looking on, sternly critical. "So you've been ill, have you? I can see you have. Poor girl, poor girl. Well, we must see what we can do to get you strong again. And you haven't brought your young brother along. How is he? Quite cured?" "Yes, quite cured." Maud put out a hesitating hand and somewhat shyly slipped it into her uncle's. "He is quite cured," she said, forcing a difficult smile. "And he would have come, too. It was so good of you to ask him, only it is September, and the school will soon be opening. And it seemed a pity not to let him go at the beginning of the term. We all thought so." Uncle Edward grunted as if not wholly pleased. But his old knotted fingers closed very kindly about her own. "So your good husband is going to pay for his schooling, is he? That's very generous of him. Very generous indeed. He's a man of property, is he, your Jake?" A quick flush rose in Maud's upturned face. She averted it swiftly. "I don't know. He seems to be able to do anything he likes. He is very kind to Bunny." Uncle Edward grunted again. "Well, and how do you amuse yourself, now that the all-important Bunny is off your hands? I suppose you play the busy housewife, do you?" Maud uttered a faint laugh, as forced as her smile had been. "Oh, no. I don't do anything. There is an old woman who cooks and does everything. I really can't think of anything that I do. Of course, just lately, I haven't been able to do things. But everything goes very well without me." Uncle Edward squeezed her hand and released it. "You've too humble an opinion of yourself, my dear. Most women get uppish when they marry. I don't as a rule like young married women for that reason. They think all the world stands still to admire 'em. But well, you're different. You and I will get on together." He smiled upon her so suddenly and so genially that she felt as if a burst of sunshine had warmed her tired soul. She lifted her face with a gesture that was half instinctive, and he stooped at once and kissed it. "You're a very pretty young woman," he said, patting her cheek paternally. "At least you might be if you weren't so painfully thin. You've been very ill, I can see. You're hardly fit to travel alone now. Why didn't you tell me? I'd have come and fetched you if I'd known." "Oh, I didn't travel alone," she said. "I had Dr. Capper with me. I shouldn't have come so soon but for him. He was going to the docks, and he offered to bring me and take care of me. He knew how dreadfully I wanted to get away." "And who may Dr. Capper be?" Uncle Edward demanded grimly. "He is a very great American surgeon, a friend of Jake's. He was with us when I began to be ill. And I have been in his hands ever since." Maud spoke haltingly. "He is a very kind man," she said. "I don't think I should have lived if it hadn't been for him. He made me live." "Oh, he's one of your quacks, is he?" Uncle Edward spoke with a mighty contempt. "Well, I thank heaven I've never called in a doctor all my life, and I consider it's one of the chief reasons why I've lived so long. People think a deal too much about their health nowadays. The world is getting neurotic. Plenty of fresh air and exercise and good wholesome food. That's my motto. No beastly doctor's messes for me. Now that man of yours, he's a healthy animal, I'll be bound. I liked the looks of him, and the ways of him, too. A bit offhand, but straight and clean. He's been good to you, has he?" He shot the question with an abruptness that found Maud wholly unprepared. She made an involuntary movement of shrinking. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Uncle Edward. "He's been high-handed, I gather. Just what I expected. If a man doesn't make love to a woman before he marries her, he'll never be bothered to after. Silly fool! Silly fool! Still, you might have done worse. Don't take him too seriously, my dear. Tip him off his perch if he crows too loud." Maud smiled her faint sad smile and rose. "I am not complaining of anyone, Uncle Edward. You mustn't jump to conclusions. And you mustn't call Dr. Capper a quack, for he has healed Bunny. Now, may I please go up to my room? I know you are busy, and I shall be glad to rest for a little if I may." "Go by all means," said Uncle Edward. "You're to do exactly as you like in this house. Consider the whole show at your disposal. Come and go exactly as you will." He drew her to him abruptly and kissed her a second time. "Be happy, my dear," he said. "Be happy. You won't be young always, and there's not much fun to be had when you're old, especially if you're alone. But you'll never be that, please heaven. You'll have your children and your children's children growing up around you, even when you're old." He paused, holding her, for Maud had suddenly hidden her face against his shoulder. "I can't look forward like that," she whispered. "I often think that I'd rather live alone." There was a pathos in her words that bordered upon tragedy. Uncle Edward thrust a protecting arm about her, rasping his throat as if something had made it smart. "Tut, tut," he said. "You wouldn't enjoy it for long. There's precious little fun in the lonely life, I can tell you, for I know. I sit here on a Sunday and listen to the quiet till even the racket of a dog fight would be welcome. We're all the same, I expect, wanting what we haven't got, instead of making the best of what we have. I should think the Almighty must smile sometimes at the very contrariness of us." He patted her shoulder as she lifted her head, looking at her with his keen grey eyes that held humour as well as sympathy. "You'll have plenty of solitude in this establishment, anyhow," he said. "You can soak yourself in it all day long. There's a library that may amuse you, but that's all I can offer in the way of entertainment." "Oh, I don't want entertainment," Maud assured him. "You're singularly unlike your mother," was Uncle Edward's comment. He did not ask how her mother was faring, and she did not feel that the moment for speaking of her affairs had arrived. There was a touch of the formidable about the old man, all his kindness to her notwithstanding. And she felt too tired and ill for a difficult discussion. She wanted to lie down and rest for a long, long time. This visit to Uncle Edward meant deliverance to her from a yoke too heavy to be borne. All through her illness she had yearned for, striven for, this escape; and because of this intense longing of hers, Capper, realizing that disappointment could but retard her progress, had set himself to further her desire. Jake had offered no opposition to it. She had scarcely seen Jake since the night of the races, and not once had they been alone together. He had bidden her farewell that morning in Capper's presence, briefly, almost coldly. There had not been even so much as a touch of hands between them at parting. He had got into the carriage after them, it was true, and had wrapped a rug about her knees; but he had done it without any personal solicitude or show of sympathy. Only at the very last, just as the train started, had he looked her in the face; and then, as it were half against his will, he had turned his eyes upon her. And the memory of that look had gone with her throughout the journey. It was to haunt her for many days with a strange poignancy. For the red-brown eyes had held no mastery, no passion, only a dumb misery that had somehow gone to her heart. Why had he looked at her like that? Why was he so unhappy? Had he wanted to speak to her and failed for lack of words? Did he blame himself at all for what had happened? Did he desire in any way to make amends? She had thought that to escape from his proximity would have been sheer relief, but now that she actually found herself free from all possibility of seeing him, she was curiously perturbed by the thought of him. She had an odd little regret that she had not waved a hand to him as the train had borne her away. Just a friendly wave to show him that she harboured no resentment any longer. She might have done it, but for an overpowering shyness that had prevented any expression of farewell. Ill though she was, ill and weary, she could have made him that sign of friendship and been none the worse for it. But reserve had held her back. It towered between them, a barrier more insurmountable than it had ever been before. And behind that reserve her whole being crouched in fear. for she had begun to tell herself over and over, like a panic-stricken child, that once away from him, she could never return, never face again that which she had faced. Possibly he had begun to realize this also. Possibly that was why he had looked at her so. Would he accept it as inevitable, she wondered? Would he, now that she had dragged herself free for a space from a bondage unendurable, be merciful and let her go altogether? There was her promise. Oh, yes, there was her promise. But might not that promise now be regarded as fulfilled? She had striven to do her duty, but it had proved too hard for her. Surely he must see that now. Surely he could not wish to hold her any longer against her will. The thought tortured her. She was like a hunted creature in a temporary refuge, all exits from which were barred. If she made a final dash for freedom and the open, she would almost certainly be trapped. Against her will the thought of Charlie went through her like a flaming sword. Charlie, who had sworn to be a friend to her. Charlie, from whom she had not heard one single word since that awful day that she had awaited him in vain. No one had spoken to her of him, but that he was no longer at the castle she was fairly convinced. He had, as it were, darted like a firefly into her ken and out of it again. But he would return. She was sure he would return. And when he came, what then? What then? She did not ask herself why he had gone in that sudden fashion. It was so characteristic of the man that she saw nothing in it. That there had been no encounter between him and Jake she was now certain. Perhaps he had gone away for her sake in order to avert Jake's suspicion. His complete silence seemed to point to this. But it was quite useless to speculate. His ways were past understanding, so vague was her knowledge of the motives that governed his actions. Meanwhile, the problem of her mother's difficulties remained and was becoming more and more acute. The place had been mortgaged by Shepherd to Saltash's predecessor, who had had a fancy for possessing the whole of Fair Harbor, and the affairs of the landlord of the Anchor Hotel had been on the downward trend ever since. Occasionally a good season would arrest this decline for a space. But good seasons were becoming more and more rare. Giles Shepherd sought consolation too often in his cellars, and the management was no longer what it had been. Regular visitors were beginning to desert him in consequence, and the downward slope was rapidly becoming precipitous. Saltash's man of business was tightening his hold, and Shepherd's tenure of the place was becoming week by week more uncertain. All of this Maud knew. Her mother was growing desperate. Her life, it seemed, had been nothing but a series of misfortunes, and this threatened to be the greatest of them all. Giles had deceived her outrageously, and now that he had secured her he cared for her no longer, save when his frequent libations rendered him tipsily amorous. Something of a vixenous nature was beginning to develop in Mrs. Shepherd. She was no more the gentle, plaintive creature she had been. She had once, and only once, approached Jake on the subject of financial help. Maud was unaware of this. Jake's reply had been perfectly courteous but uncompromisingly firm. He would give Mrs. Shepherd shelter if she ever needed it, but he would have nothing to do with her husband or his affairs. Mrs. Shepherd had turned from him with a bitter look that had said more than words. And since that day she had steadily avoided all intercourse even with her daughter, declaring herself far too busy to get as far as the stables. Maud had not needed her, but none the less she was uneasy about her. She wished she knew where Charlie was. But she could not risk sending a letter to the castle. There seemed to be nothing more she could do. She had begun to tell him of her trouble. He knew she needed help. Possibly even he might without further persuasion refrain from carrying matters to extremes. She had mentioned her mother to him. He must have understood. He would surely remember her distress. And yet whenever her thoughts turned towards him, the memory of Jake's words awoke within her, tormented her. Trust him and he will let you down, sure. Why had he spoken so certainly? What did he know of Saltash and his ways? Was it possible, could it be, that he knew a side of Charlie's whimsical nature that had never been presented to her? Or was she so blind that she had failed to perceive it? It was true that in the old days he had failed her, he had wavered in his allegiance. But he had come back. He had come back. Always she remembered that. And because he had come back, her heart had warmed to him again, against her will, against her judgment, even in spite of every instinct. He belonged to her. That was the thought that flashed with such a burning intensity through her soul, the thought that refused utterly to be stifled or put away. He belonged to her, and to none other, trifle or intrigue as he might. She was his fate. How often he had said it. And so he would return. She was sure he would return. And when he came, what then? Ah, what then? End of chapters 11 and 12. Part 2, chapters 13 and 14 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The Lamp Before the Altar. Life at Uncle Edward's was, as he had predicted, a very quiet affair indeed, but Maud slipped into it very easily with a sense of comfort at her heart. It had a healing effect upon her. It stilled the fevered unrest of her spirit. It was all so well ordered, so methodical. It soothed her, gave her a sense of normality and peace. Her physical strength came back to her with a rapidity that surprised herself, and with its return she found herself beginning to look upon the world with new eyes, found herself able to thrust dark thoughts and problems into the background, found herself at rest. At Uncle Edward's suggestion she wrote once a week to Jake. It was not easy to write, but when her uncle remarked that the young man would probably come tearing hell for leather across England to find out what was the matter if she didn't, she deemed it the wiser course to follow. Her letters were very brief, very formal, and the letters she received in reply were equally so. She was sure that they were penned in that cheerless little den of his that faced north and overlooked the stable yard. Bunny's letters were very few and far between. He was completely engrossed with the thought of the new life at school upon which he was about to enter, and it was very plain to Maud that he missed her not at all. The fact had ceased to hurt her as poignantly as when she first discovered it. Empty though her life was, she had learned by degrees to do without him. She was learning day by day to endure that emptiness with patience, for by some secret instinct she knew that it would not be her portion forever. Not far from her uncle's house, at the corner of a busy street, there stood an old grey church. The doors were always open, and one day she dropped in to rest. It was the first visit of many. The place was infinitely peaceful, full of silence and soft shadows. A red light burned ever before the altar, and there were always beautiful flowers upon it, white lilies that never seemed to fade. She loved to draw near and smell the incense of those flowers, to gaze upon their shining purity, to feel with awe that the ground beneath her feet was holy. She did not often turn her eyes upon the lamp that burned so still and red. It was always the flowers that drew her, the fragrance of them that comforted her soul. Once, on a golden afternoon in mid-September, she came in late and stayed for the evening service. And then it was that, sitting in the body of the church, she found herself gazing not at the flowers, but at the red mystic flame that burned unflickering before the altar. It reminded her of something, that still red flame, something that made her want to flee away and hide. It came between her and her prayers. It lay in wait for her in dreams. And yet, when Sunday evening came and Uncle Edward prepared to sally forth alone, she put forward a tentative suggestion that she should accompany him. He was delighted with the proposal, and as they fared forth together, his horny old hand was on her arm, making her glad that she was with him. They sat near the door, and she was secretly relieved. In the glare of many lights all down the body of the church, the gleam of that one red light was swallowed up, and she saw only the flowers. It was a beautiful service, a harmonious whole in which no individual note was struck. The man who officiated was young and very quiet, and not till he ascended the pulpit was she aware of anything out of the ordinary in his personality. It came to her then instantaneously, like a flashlight piercing her soul. He struck no attitudes, made no visible attempt to gain the attention of his audience. But it was fully his from the moment he began to speak. He preached, not as one delivering a discourse, but with the absolute simplicity of a man who speaks from his heart. "Let your lights be burning," were the words he first uttered, and then, without preamble, he began to talk of love, love divine, unconquerable, eternal, love that stoops, but is never small, love that soars, but is never out of reach. He spoke of the great warfare of the spirit, of the thousand difficulties holding back the soul. And he declared that love was the one great weapon to meet and overcome them all. "We do not know the power of love," he said. "We only know that it is invincible and undying, the very essence of God." He spoke of spiritual blindness, and swept it aside as naught. "We may not all of us be able to believe, but we can all have love. Nothing counts in the same way. However blind we may be, we can keep that one lamp burning in the darkness, burning in the desert, giving light to the outcast, and guiding the feet of the wanderers." It was while he was speaking thus that the lights in the body of the church went down, and the red flame before the altar shone clear and unchanging in the gloom. Maud's eyes were drawn instantly to it, became riveted upon it. She sat with bated breath, almost as one who watched a miracle. And by some strange telepathy the man in the pulpit became aware of it also. He turned towards it. "Look at that light," he said. "It is kept burning perpetually, the symbol of undying worship, undying love. Every one may keep such a light as that burning always. The spark is ours for the kindling. It may be placed before the altar of an unknown God. But none the less is it offered to his glory and immortal. It is not faith or hope that the soul needs above all things. It is love, the power to love, and the power to create love. The will to offer love perpetually before the altar of love. It is only love that counts in the long run, only love that survives. There may be 1,000 other things around us when we die, good and evil, but the only thing we shall carry with us beyond is that lamp that we have always kept burning before the altar, and never suffered to go out. It is no easy thing to keep it always burning in this world of many failures. It is bound to flicker sometimes, even to die down. But while we live, the power to revive it is still ours, the power to worship God with love." He paused a moment, turned slowly back to face the dim nave, and then very quietly he gave utterance to words that Maud was never to forget. "We all want love, hunger for it, starve for it. Our lives are mere ash heaps without it. But do we all realize that love is only gained by love, that we must pour out all we have to win it, that we must purge our hearts of all selfish desire, sanctify ourselves by self-sacrifice, by the complete renunciation of self, before the perfect gift can be ours? Love is a joyful sacrifice. There are people whom everyone loves. They are the people who realize what love means, who give and give without measure, not counting the cost, rejoicing only in the power to give, till it all comes back to them 1,000-fold. It is then that the plowman overtakes the reaper, for plowman and reaper are one." When Maud lay down that night, those words were still running in her mind. That unstinted giving, that measureless pouring out, that utter sacrifice, were these indeed the means by which the desert could be made to blossom, even for her? She slept sooner than usual, but the echoes of that quiet voice still followed her down through the deeps of slumber, till she dreamed that she was back before that shining altar of flowers. And a radiance that was not of earth was all about her, a radiance unimaginable that was warmth as well as light. And looking up, she saw that it came from the red lamp above her, the symbol of undying love. As in a trance, she waited, for the wonder of the thing held her spellbound. And while she waited she became aware of someone else in the holy place, someone who moved stealthily, as if half afraid. And turning by the light of that revealing glow, she saw her husband, with that look of silent misery in his eyes. It pierced her then, as it had not pierced her before. She was conscious of an almost fierce impulse to comfort, an impulse that urged her to him, banishing all hesitation, all doubt. She went near to him. She gave him both her hands. and even as she did so, the look in his eyes changed. She saw a deep, still fire come into them. It seemed to be reflected from the red lamp above. He moved forward with her into the glow. And suddenly her own eyes were opened, and she knew that he loved her. He loved her. Then she awoke with a palpitating heart, and realized that it was a dream. 14. The Open Door. Not till she had been in her uncle's house for close upon 4 weeks did Maud brace herself to speak to him of her mother. She had been on the verge of doing so many times, but always in his bluff fashion he had managed to convey to her that the subject was not to be broached. But for an urgent letter from Mrs. Shepherd herself, she would scarcely have summoned the courage to break through what was almost a prohibition, for Uncle Edward was not an easy man to resist. And even as she did so, she knew with absolute conviction that her effort was foredoomed to failure. She scarcely knew how to make it, so uncompromising was the old man's attitude, and when at last it was made, when in desperation she forced herself to tell him of her mother's pitiable plight, she regretted it almost immediately, so curtly was her information received. She saw that Uncle Edward was really angry, though he said but little. She also saw that what she said on her mother's behalf made not the smallest impression upon his will. He heard her out, indeed, but so grimly that at length, feeling that she was presenting the matter quite inadequately in face of his total lack of sympathy, she gave him her mother's hysterical appeal to read. He shook his head at first, but finally, as she pressed it upon him almost tearfully, he took and read the letter. Then, while anxiously she watched him, he tore it across, and flung it back to her over the table. "Pshaw!" he said. "The woman's a hypocrite, a confounded impostor. I know her. You don't. Leave her alone, and let her sink." And with that he stumped angrily from the room, with beetling brows and fiery eyes. Maud sat very still after his departure. She had known in her heart that it was hopeless to appeal to him, but now that the appeal had failed she was utterly nonplussed. There was no doubt in her mind that matters were desperate. Her mother had made her realize that, and she felt she could not write and tell her that she could do nothing. Slight as was the bond of sympathy between them, still were they mother and daughter, and she could not fling her off as Uncle Edward recommended. In a fashion the old man's anger reacted in her mother's favor, for she was conscious of indignation on her behalf. Whatever Mrs. Shepherd's faults might be, and it was quite possible that insincerity was among them, he had no right to abuse her to her daughter. It aroused her own anger, and it aroused also that protective instinct which was never very far below the surface with her. When she rose at length her face was very pale and determined. She had not wanted to write to Charlie, but it seemed that she had no choice. It was a still, warm afternoon in October. She went into the drawing-room, a stiff apartment upholstered in gold brocade, and sat down at a writing-table in a window recess to write. It was the most difficult letter she had ever composed, and yet she had never experienced the smallest difficulty in writing to him before. She could not express herself freely. Words would not come. She desired to avoid all reference to what had passed between them on that night of witchery on which they had last met. She wanted to blot it out of her mind and heart, to address him, to regard him as only a friend. Ever since that Sunday evening, now nearly a week ago, she had kept her thoughts rigidly from straying in his direction. Had it been possible, she would have put him altogether out of her life. It was not possible, and she knew it. But it was with the greatest reluctance that she set herself to write to him, and her reluctance displayed itself in every sentence. She sat over that letter for the greater part of the afternoon, and when it was finished at last she felt utterly dissatisfied with it. She had an urgent desire to tear it up, but she could not face the writing of another. With a weary sigh she closed and stamped the envelope. It was then that there fell a step outside the drawing-room door, and Uncle Edward's discreet elderly maidservant peeped in. Maud turned in her chair. "What is it, Martha?" Martha was about to explain, but broke off with a gasp and drew back. There was a muttered word in the doorway, and the next moment Martha had disappeared, and a man's figure stood in the opening. "Hullo," said Charlie, with a smile of gay effrontery. "May I come in?" Maud sat for a second or two as one in a trance and stared at him. It was as if the afternoon's labour had suddenly taken concrete form. He did not wait for her greeting, but came lightly forward with hands outstretched. "Ah, Queen of the Roses," he said, "what a peculiarly unbecoming setting you have chosen for yourself." Why, what is that? A letter to me? How many times a day do you write them?" With a lithe, elastic movement, he drew her to her feet, held her a moment, looking at her, then bent his smiling, swarthy face to hers. "Greeting, Queen of the Roses," he said. She awoke then, came out of her trance, drew swiftly back from him. "Oh, Charlie, is it really you?" she said, rather incoherently. "You? How you startled me!" He let her go, as always, at her desire, but with a faint, monkeyish grimace of disapproval. "You were always easily shocked," he said. "But on this occasion I assure you there is no need. I found myself in the neighbourhood, and thought it would be the correct thing to pay you a morning call." His queer eyes mocked her openly as he made the explanation. She felt discomfited, painfully embarrassed, and withal conscious of an almost desperate longing to tell him to go. But she knew she could not do that. Too much hung in the balance. "Sit down," she said, mustering her dignity with an immense effort, "and I will tell you why I have been writing to you." "Wouldn't it save trouble to show me the letter?" he suggested with easy audacity. "Or have you decided, now that you have had a further opportunity of considering my personal charms, that you really can't?" She flushed at the implied suggestion. "You can read the letter if you like," she said somewhat stiffly. "It is on business." She held it out to him, and he sank upon one knee to receive it. "Merci, ma belle reine. Do you wish me to read it in your august presence?" "Please," she said. He sat facing her, and read it. She watched his mobile brows as his eyes travelled over the page. She saw amusement turn to humour, and humour to merriment on his face. When he looked up at her at length he was laughing. "You write as a serf appealing to a feudal lord," he said. "Did you mean to write like that?" She shook her head at him gravely. "It is not a laughing matter," she said. "What I am laughing at is," he rejoined, still smiling, with a hint of derision. "By the way, have you heard from our worthy cow-puncher lately?" She flinched sharply before she was aware. Her whole body tingled with a sudden burning blush. And Saltash laughed again wickedly. "I saw him yesterday. He was in a fiendish temper for some reason or other. Naturally, I asked after you, when he was expecting you back. What do you think he said?" "What?" Maud breathed the words through lips that panted. Her heart was beating violently, she knew not why. Saltash's dark face seemed to exult over her agitation. "He said, you know his soft, drawly way, 'I guess I shall go shortly, and fetch her back, my lord.' I wondered if you were aware of his amiable intention. There was the most deadly air of determination about him. I thought you might like to know." Maud's face was no longer burning. She was white to the lips. But she turned from the subject with composure. "How did you know where to find me?" He laughed teasingly. "You are curiously curious, Maud of the Roses. Don't you yet realize that I always know everything? For instance, I know exactly why you are treating me to this wet blanket reception. But you would be angry if I told you, so I won't. I also know—" He paused suddenly. "Shall I say it? No, perhaps I had better not." She smiled faintly. "Perhaps it is beside the point, Charlie. Do you mind coming back to the subject of that letter? It is that is troubling me now more than anything else." "Really?" he said. "But why should you be troubled? It wouldn't trouble me to see my arch enemy in dire straits." "It is my mother I am anxious about," she said. "If Giles Shepherd goes under, she will go too." Saltash raised his brows in amused interrogation. "Oh, does that follow? I should abandon the sinking ship if I were Mrs. Shepherd. She has nothing to gain by sticking to it." Maud received the remark in silence. He leaned forward, his dark face still smiling. "Do you know, I love you for that," he said. Chère Reine des Fleurs, Lady of the Golden Silences. Do you ever say what you really think?" She shook her head. "Charlie, I am learning, very slowly, a hard lesson. Don't, please, make it any harder for me." "What?" he said. "You are really going back to him?" She put up a hand to her face, almost as if she would hide it from him. "I don't know yet what I shall do. But I do know that it would be wrong not to go back." "Mais vraiment!" he protested. "Is life so simple as that? How do you arrive at that conclusion? Do you follow always the easy path of virtue?" She looked at him quickly. "It is not easy," she said. He lifted his shoulders. "No, but it is safe at least. And you do not possess the adventurous soul. You like to be safe, ma belle, even at the sacrifice of your very heart. Do you remember that night of moonshine? But of course you do. Do you know that I prowled in the garden half the night for your sake, just in case you should deem it worth while to be true to that poor heart of yours? You went through a good deal that night, my Maud." His voice changed subtly. The half scoffing note went out of it, a faint warmth of pity took its place. "And yet you endured it all in silence. Why didn't you break free and come to me? You knew, and so did he, that I was waiting, or you might have known." Maud's head was bent. She did not attempt to answer him. He got up abruptly and came to her. "Good bye, Maud of the Roses." She started slightly. "You are going?" "Yes, I am going. I have received my discharge. My faithful service is at end, unless, or may I say until, that message comes to call me back." He bent towards her. "Even I cannot wait for ever," he said. "Do you know I stood by the orchard gate in the rain for 2 hours on the day of the races? You had a visitor, and so I would not intrude upon you. But you, chère reine, you knew I was going to be there, and yet you never came." She raised her head sharply, moved by something in his tone. "But how could I? How could I?" she said. "Besides, Jake knew." He laughed. "Yes, Jake knew. He saw me that night of moonshine. He nearly challenged me. And then he changed his mind and passed on. I conclude it didn't suit him to quarrel with me. But what of that? He was bound to know some day." She clasped her hands tightly together. "If he knew all, he would shoot you," she said with a sudden hard shudder. But Saltash only laughed again and touched a wisp of her hair. "Oh, I don't think so, Queen of the Roses. I think he would have pity on my innocence, if he knew all. But that isn't the point, you know. The point is that you choose bondage with him rather than freedom with me. And that being so, I can only bow to your ruling. Once more, good bye." She parted her hands with an effort, and gave him one of them. "What about my mother, Charlie?" she asked. He pressed her fingers lightly. "I commend her to the kind care of her worthy son-in-law." She raised her eyes to his almost incredulously. "You are going to let them be ruined?" He smiled at her, flashing his strange eyes. "It wouldn't do for you to be under an obligation, a personal obligation, to me, would it? Jake, you know, Jake might object." She rose quickly and stood facing him. "Charlie, please don't jest," she urged him, her voice low and very earnest. His smile became a grimace. "It rests with you," he said, "whether I jest my way to the devil, or whether I live a godly, righteous, and sober life for evermore. If it is to be the latter, then I am quite prepared to fulfil my virtuous devoirs to my prospective mother-in-law. But if the former is to be my portion, well, I don't think even St. Peter himself would have saddled himself with anyone else's. That is the position, chère reine. Tu comprends maintenant?" Yes, she understood. There was nothing complex in the situation. She stood looking at him, her hand still in his. "Then I cannot look upon you as a friend," she said at last, almost under her breath. He smiled upon her, a sudden baffling smile. "But ask yourself that question, Maud of the Roses," he said. "You will find the answer there, in your own heart, if you seek for it." She quivered at the words, feeling the subtle attraction of the man even against her will. "You have refused to help me," she said. He bent towards her, his dark face glowing. "I offer you all I have," he said. "It is your own to do with as you will. But you must take all, or leave all. Maud, Maud," his speech quickened to sudden vehemence, "you love me. Why do you cling to your prison when the door is standing wide? Now is your time to escape, if ever. I will take all your cares, all your burdens. You shall be free as air. Only, now that the door is open, come." "Yes, I should shut the door another time, if I were you," a gruff voice commented behind them. "It's a rash thing, young man, to leave the door open when you're talking confidences. What are you doing in this house, I wonder? Did you come in at the door?" Both Maud and Saltash had faced round at the first sentence, she with a sharp exclamation, he with a laugh. Uncle Edward, his eyes very bright under the beetling brows, stumped up to them with the air of an old watchdog investigating the presence of a suspicious stranger. He rasped his throat ferociously as he came. "Who may you be?" he demanded. "I?" Saltash was laughing still, facing the situation with his hands in his pockets, the soul of careless effrontery. "I don't suppose you have ever heard my name before. I am Saltash." "Who?" Uncle Edward turned for explanation towards his niece. "Lord Saltash," she said in a low voice. "Oh, Lord Saltash." The old man turned back to him with a sound like a snarl. "Yes, I have heard of you before. You were correspondent in the Cressedy divorce case a few years back." Saltash laughed again with easy nonchalance. "You have a good memory, sir. If it serves you as it should, you will also recall the fact that the case was dismissed." "I remember all the facts," said Uncle Edward, with ominous deliberation. "And as it is not my custom to admit man of your stamp into my house, you will oblige me by quitting it without delay." Saltash turned to Maud. "I am sorry you have been caught in such bad company," he said. "Pray explain that I came uninvited. I shall be at Birchester for the present. When you come back, you and your husband must come and dine. Good-bye." With the unabashed smile still on his ugly face, he turned to go, moving with the easy arrogance of the ruling race, royally incapable of discomfiture. Uncle Edward followed him to the door, and grimly watched his exit. Then still more grimly he came tramping back. "And now to pick a bone with you, my niece," he said. End of chapters 13 and 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 and 16 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. The Downward Path. She stood erect, facing him. Her face was very pale, but her eyes were quite unflinching. There was about her a majesty of demeanor that might have deterred a less determined man than Uncle Edward. But he stood upon his own ground and grappled with the situation quite undismayed. He was, moreover, very angry. "You young hussy," he said, bringing out his words with immense emphasis. "How dare you have your lover here? Thought you were safe, eh? Thought I shouldn't know? Oh, you're like the rest of 'em, crafty as an eel. What's the meaning of it, eh? What have you got to say for yourself?" She did not attempt to answer him. Where her mother would have been loud in self-justification, she uttered not a word. Only after a moment or two, she turned slowly and sat down at the writing table, leaning her chin on her hand as one spent. Even so, there was an aloofness in her attitude that conveyed to the wrathful old man beside her an unpleasant sense of being at a disadvantage. He stood looking down at her, grievously resentful, striving to select a weapon sharp enough to pierce her calm. "I thought you were to be trusted," he said. "Goodness knows why. You didn't seem to have any leaven of your mother about you. But I see now I was wrong. You are just your mother over again. But if you think you are going to pursue an intrigue with that aristocratic blackguard in my house, you're very much mistaken. No doubt I'm very old-fashioned and straight-laced. But there it is. I object. I object strongly. The man's a liar, and a thief, and a scoundrel. Don't you know it, eh? Haven't you found him out yet?" He stopped so pointedly for an answer that she could not maintain her silence any longer. She moved a little, turned her head slightly without raising her eyes, and spoke. "I know him very well. But forgive me, Uncle Edward, I can't discuss him with you. I am sorry you thought it necessary to insult him." "Insult him?" Uncle Edward's anger boiled afresh. "Didn't I catch the hound making love to you? Here, in my house, where I have lived decently and respectably for over 50 years. Didn't I catch him, I say? He a well-known profligate, and you a married woman. Didn't I actually hear him trying to tempt you from your husband and your duty? And you were calmly permitting it? Look here, young woman, I've been too kind to you. That's the fact of the matter. You've had too much liberty, too much indulgence, too much of your own way. You married in a hurry against my judgment. But, by heaven, since you are married you shall stick to your bargain. You take a pen now, do you hear, and a sheet of paper, and write to your husband this minute, and ask him to come and join you here. I won't be surety for you any longer. Tell him to come to-morrow." But Maud only stiffened as she sat, making no movement to comply. She looked like a marble statue of despair. Uncle Edward came a little nearer to her. He was not accustomed to being set at naught. Most people regarded him as formidable even when he was in a comparatively genial mood. "Are you going to do as I tell you?" he said. She glanced up at him momentarily. "I think," she said, "we will wait till to-morrow." He stamped a furious foot. "Will we indeed, madam? Well, you may wait as long as you please, but I tell you this, if you don't write that letter instantly, I shall go straight to the post office round the corner and send your husband a telegram to summon him at once. He will be here by the morning if I know him, and then I shall tell him exactly why I sent for him. So now you can take your choice. Which is it to be?" He had moved her at last. Maud rose to her feet with a suddenness that was almost suggestive of panic. "You would never do such a thing," she said. "You could not be so wickedly cruel." He snapped his jaws like an angry terrier. "Oh, that would be wicked, would it? You have some odd ideas of morals, that's all I can say. But wicked or cruel, it's what I mean to do. So take your choice, and be quick about it, for I shan't go back on what I've said. When a woman starts on the downward path she usually takes it at a run, and I won't be responsible. So which is it to be? Your letter or my telegram? Make up your mind. Which?" His manner was almost menacing. She stood facing him, with an awful sense of impotence growing at her heart. To summon Jake herself was a proceeding that she could not for a moment contemplate, but the bare thought of Uncle Edward's alternative pierced like a poisoned knife. She felt again that dreadful trapped feeling of former days. The liberty she had enjoyed of late made it all the more terrible. "I can't decide anything just now," she said at last, and she knew that her voice trembled painfully. "Please, please, let us wait a little. There is really no need to send for Jake. Lord Saltash has gone, and he will not come back." "Don't tell me," said Uncle Edward truculently. "Even if he doesn't, how am I to be sure that you won't take it into your head to go to him? No, my niece, I've heard too much. Why, he'd have had his arm round you in another second. I know. I saw. If I'd waited another 3 seconds he'd have been kissing you. And not for the first time, I'll be bound." The hot colour rushed to Maud's face. She turned sharply aside. "Ha! That touches you, does it?" snarled Uncle Edward with ferocious triumph. "I guessed as much. Now which is it to be? Are you going to write that letter?" It was hopeless to carry the discussion further. A burning wave of anger went through her, anger that buoyed her up above despair, stimulating her to a fierce rebellion. She drew herself to her full height, and faced him with supreme defiance. "I will not write that letter," she said. "I will not be forced into a false position. If you are tired of me, I will go. I will not stay in any case to be insulted." And with that, boldly, with the carriage of an outraged princess, she swept by him and out of the room, leaving him staring after in a fury too great to express itself before the closing of the door. Up to her room she went, outwardly calm, inwardly raging. All the old hot rebellion against destiny had awaked within her. It had died down of late, soothed into quiescence by the peaceful solitude in which she had been living. But now it had sprung afresh to quivering life. Her freedom from bondage had given her new strength. She would not be bound again hand and foot, and thrust back into the old bitter slavery. It was too much. Too much. She had her life to live. It was hers, not Jake's. She had a right to do with it as she would. With hands that trembled, she began to pack. Uncle Edward had made it impossible for her to stay. If he had not set her feet upon the downward path, he had sped her upon it with an impetus that drove her irresistibly. She worked in a fever, not pausing for thought, conscious but of the one urgent desire to be gone, to escape, she had scarcely begun to think whither. No one came near her during those evening hours. The daylight waned, and she realized that it was nearing the dinner hour. Then suddenly it came to her that she could not face her uncle again. She must make some excuse. Her work was done. She rang the bell. After a pause Martha came to her. There was a scared look on the woman's face. She seemed half afraid to meet Maud's eyes. "Did you ring, ma'am?" she inquired. "Yes." With an effort Maud made reply. Is my uncle in?" "He's just come in and gone upstairs to dress for dinner, ma'am," Martha told her. "Ah!" Maud's heart contracted a little. "He has been out some time," she said. "Yes, ma'am, a long time. He seems a bit out of temper about something." Martha's round eyes suddenly conveyed sympathy that shone out to Maud like a beacon in the darkness. "I shouldn't take much notice of him, ma'am," she said. "He often says what he don't mean when he's in one of his tantrums. He'll be better in the morning." Again that awful sense of impotence assailed Maud. She leaned her head against the doorpost, closing her eyes for a second. What would the morning bring forth? The thought turned her sick. "Is there anything as I can do, ma'am?" asked Martha. "Yes." Abruptly Maud pulled herself together. A sudden resolution had sprung up within her. She could not face another storm such as that through which she had just come. Above all, she could not face the morrow and its possibilities in this house. She turned back into the room and took a half-sovereign from the table. "Martha," she said, "I have packed everything up, and I am going away. I want you please to call a cab now, at once, to take me away before my uncle comes downstairs. I will write him a note while you are gone. Please, please, Martha, be as quick as you can." The sympathy in Martha's eyes became a sort of tragic friendliness. "I knew as you wouldn't stay, ma'am," she said. "Not after the way he hollered at you. I wouldn't myself in your place, ma'am. No, that I wouldn't. But you see, I've been with him so long. I don't mind his rough ways. I'll go at once and thank you kindly, ma'am. It won't take me 5 minutes. But mind you, I think he'll be sorry to lose you." "I can't help that," Maud made answer. "It is quite impossible for me to stay. He will know why. But I will write him a note all the same." And when Martha had gone she sat down and scribbled 2 notes. The first she addressed to her uncle. "Dear Uncle Edward, I do not think you will be greatly surprised at my leaving you. After what has passed I could not stay. I am very sorry for what has happened, but I suppose it had to be. I wish I could thank you for all your kindness to me, but I know this is not the time, so I will only say good-bye. Yours, Maud." The second note consisted of 1 sentence only. "I am going to my mother, Maud." And when she had written it she picked up a tiny packet of tissue paper that lay beside her and dropped it into the envelope with the note. She addressed the envelope to Lord Saltash, Birchester Castle, and later she sealed and registered it, stopping at a post office to send it on its way. She believed it would reach its destination almost as soon as she did. And that packet, That tiny object wrapped in tissue paper would convey its own message. No further words were needed. She herself went for the night to a small hotel in a back street that was not far from her uncle's house. There would be a train in the early morning. She would not travel by night. Something held her back, some instinct she did not attempt to fathom. But she believed that Charlie would travel by the night train, and she did not want to see him again until he had received that packet. Afterwards, well, that afterwards would rest with him. Her sleep was fitful and troubled that night, broken repeatedly by the persistent chime of a church clock. Towards morning she slept and dreamed again that strangely haunting dream of the flower-decked altar and the red shining lamp above. For a space she held herself aloof from that dream, refusing to yield to it. But at length it seemed to her that someone came and took her hand, drawing her forward, and she had no choice. Straight into the wondrous glow she went, and presently she knelt before those flowers of dazzling purity. The quiet hand still held hers in a calm and comforting grasp. She felt that she would have been frightened but for that sustaining hold. And then, suddenly, she saw that the candles also were burning upon the altar, knew that she was kneeling there with Jake, heard a voice above their heads, very low and clear, that seemed to be speaking to their hearts. "Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder." And turning, she found Jake's eyes upon her, alight with adoration. She awoke with a gasping cry to a seething, passionate regret. Because in those first wild moments she knew with an awful certainty that her feet were set upon the downward path, and she could never turn back again. 16. The Revelation. The autumn dusk was falling as the Fair Harbor train crawled at length into the station. A sea fog hung clammily along the shore, and a smell of burning weeds was in the air. Maud shivered with cold and weariness as she descended to the platform. It had been a long, long journey. Her whole body ached with fatigue. There were not many travelers, and they had all disappeared before she had collected her luggage and made her way out into the dank chill of the station yard, where a rickety cab stood waiting. She shivered afresh as she got into it. The dampness and the cold seemed to penetrate to her very bones. She sat huddled in a corner. "Where to, miss?" The porter thrust a cheery face in upon her, and albeit she was veiled, she shrank back with an instinctive desire to avoid recognition. "The Anchor Hotel," she said, through teeth that chattered in spite of herself. She heard him give the order, and in a moment the ramshackle conveyance was on its way. They clattered forth over the stones into the clinging billows of mist. The cold caught and pierced her anew as they neared the dreary front. She heard the muffled roar of the sea splashing dully against the wall. The mist became a wet drizzle beating in through the window. She tried to close it, but the strap was broken. She could only draw her wrap more closely about her. The cab horse stumbled, and was dragged up by his driver with a curse. They were nearing the Anchor Hotel. She wished she had prepared her mother for her advent. She had not dared to do so in case, just in case, it should come to Jake's knowledge, though she believed that Jake must be well on his way to Liverpool by now, if he had not already arrived there. It was possible that he had not been able to leave at a moment's notice, and she had not dared to take the chance of any rumour of her coming reaching him. But now that she was so nearly at the end of her journey, she wished earnestly that her mother were expecting her. The thought of meeting Giles Shepherd, asking his hospitality, was hateful to her. It would not be more than that one night. Of that she was convinced. Charlie would be swift to answer her summons, if indeed he had returned to the castle. But he was so erratic in all his ways that she had some doubt on this point. If he had not returned. But she could not think of that possibility. She turned from it with a sick foreboding. Surely fate could not play her so hideous a trick. They lumbered on. Suddenly the light from the swinging lamp that hung in the porch of the Anchor burst across their path. The horse stumbled again, recovered itself, jolted on a few yards, and stopped. They had arrived. Maud gathered her energies for one supreme effort, though she felt almost too stiff with cold to move. The cabman shambled down and opened the door. "No one about, seemin'ly," he remarked. She controlled her quivering nerves. "Perhaps you will get down my trunk," she said. "You can leave it in the porch." The man grumbled to himself, but proceeded to comply, she standing on the step to watch him. The mist was beating in from the sea. Her face was wet with it. And yet her dread of entering that house was such that she could hardly bring herself to open the swing door, debating with herself if even then she might not run up the hill to the house in which they had lodged a year before — only a year before — and obtain shelter for the night there. The darkness and the rain deterred her. Her courage seemed to have quite left her. In the end she turned with a species of dreary desperation, and pushed back the heavy door. The entrance hall was empty, vaguely lit by one flaring gas jet round which the fog wreaths curled and drifted in the draught, cold as a vault, and smelling of stale tobacco smoke. The place looked bare and poverty-stricken, almost squalid. The rugs were gone from the floor, the pictures from the walls. The door swung closed behind her, and she felt as if she stood inside a prison. The office window was shut, and no sound came from any quarter. Only through the desolate silence there came the sullen thump of the sea against the wall, like the waning struggle of a giant grown impotent with long and fruitless striving. The utter solitude of the place began to possess her like an evil dream. She stood as one under a spell, afraid to move. And then, quite suddenly, she heard a step. The impulse came to her then to flee, but she did not obey it. She stood stiffly waiting. Even if it were Giles Shepherd himself, she would meet him before she went out into the dripping dark outside. It was not Giles Shepherd. A man in a tweed suit and brown gaiters, square-shouldered, rather short than tall, a man of bulldog strength, came suddenly upon her from the interior of the house. She heard the jingle of spurs upon the stones of the hall, caught one glance of a sunburnt dominant face and hair that shone like burnished copper in the light, and then she was tottering blindly backwards, groping for the door by which she might escape. He came to her ere she could open it, and in a moment she became rigid, as one fascinated into passivity. He took her ice-cold hands and held them. "Why, Maud," he said, in the tone of one who would comfort a child. A great shiver went through her at his touch. But she stood speechless. His face swam before her shrinking vision. She felt sick and faint. "Snakes," he said. "You're perished with cold. Say, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Then, as still she could not speak, "Come along into the office. There's no one there, and I'll soon have a fire for you. You lean on me, my girl. It'll be all right." His arm went round her. He supported her strongly. The warmth of his body sent a faint glow through her. Almost without knowing it, she leaned upon him. He took her into the deserted office, put her into a chair by the empty fireplace, lighted the gas, then knelt to kindle the fire. The wood was damp. He coaxed it to burn, blowing at the unwilling flame, his head in the smoke. "Say, that's better," he said softly at length. "Now I'm going to give you something you'll hate, but I reckon you'll take it to please me. Won't you?" He still knelt beside her, but there was no hint of authority, no possessiveness in his bearing. Rather, there was about him a curious something that was almost like humility. She watched him dumbly as he pulled a small glass flask out of his pocket and withdrew the cork. He turned to her as he did it, and for an instant she met his eyes. The old hot glow was wholly gone from them. She missed it with an odd sense of shock. Only kindness shone out at her. Only friendliness was in the clasp of the hand he laid on hers. "You'll take it?" he said in his voice of soft persuasion. "It's raw spirit, but it's not going to do you any harm. Just a drop, and then I'll feel easier about you. There now, if that's not real good of you." He was pressing it gently upon her, and she could not refuse. She took the flask from him and drank a burning drain. "Has it gone?" said Jake. She nodded silently, feeling the glow of the spirit spreading through her veins, and the deadly coldness at her heart giving place to it. He smiled upon her his pleasant sudden smile, and took the flask back into his own keeping. Then he bent again to the fire, blowing at it persistently, patiently, till it shot up into a blaze. She watched him as one in a dream from which all nightmare horror had been magically banished. This was the old Jake to whom she had once turned in trouble, in whose arms she had sobbed out her misery and despair. This was Jake the friend, into whose keeping she had given her life. He straightened himself again, coughing a little. She caught again the gleam of the red-brown eyes seeking hers. "Better now?" he asked her. She bent her head. "Yes, I am all right now. I didn't expect to see you here."
"Guess it was a mutual surprise," said Jake. "What brought you, anyway?"
Her heart gave a sudden quick throb of dismay. Actually, she had forgotten the desperate resolution that had urged her for so long. She turned her face quickly from him. "I came to see my mother," she faltered. He raised his brows momentarily.
"She wasn't expecting you, sure," he commented.
"No." She felt her cheeks burning and strove still further to avoid his look. "No, it was a surprise visit." There fell a brief silence upon her words, and while it lasted she sat in tense suspense, waiting for him to pounce upon her secret and drag it to the light. She dared not look at him kneeling there beside her, dared not meet that awful scrutiny of those lynx eyes. Such was her agitation that she scarcely dared even to breathe. And then an amazing thing happened. Jake's hand was suddenly laid upon her knee, pressing it reassuringly.
"Well," he said in his casual drawl, "I reckon you've come in the nick of time so far as your mother is concerned. Your amiable stepfather has cleared out bag and baggage and left her to face the music. He pawned everything he could lay his dirty hands on first, and the place is empty except for the old ostler who is serving behind the bar till further orders."
"Oh, Jake!" Startled, Maud turned back to him. "And what is my mother doing?" There was a faintly humorous twist about Jake's lips as he made reply.
"Your mother has gone to bed in hysterics. I can't get out of her exactly what she means to do. Perhaps you will be more successful. I came down this morning as soon as I got the news of Shepherd's departure, and tried to persuade her to come along to the stables, but she wouldn't hear of it. She's got some idea at the back of her mind, I gather, or maybe the stables aren't aristocratic enough. Anyway, there was no moving her. I've been up at Tattersall's all day, only got back half an hour ago. I thought I'd look in again here and see how things were going before I went home. But they haven't moved any since this morning, and she is still in bed with hysterics."
He had not been home all day. He had received no message. The thought darted through Maud with a suddenness that nearly made her gasp with relief. He did not know of Uncle Edward's summons. And then she remembered that it must be awaiting him, and her heart sank again.
"You're shivering still," said Jake gently.
"It's nothing," she made answer. "It's nothing." And then desperately, You didn't get a telegram from Uncle Edward last night?"
"I," said Jake. "No. What should he wire to me for?"
She hesitated a second, then feverishly faced the danger that menaced her. I expect he will find a message waiting for you. We had a disagreement yesterday. That's why I came away."
Jake's brows met abruptly. "Hasn't he been treating you properly?"
"Oh, it's not that. I can't tell you what it was. But he said he should wire to you, to go to Liverpool." Maud's hands clasped each other very tightly. She was striving with all her strength for composure. But she could not bring herself to look him in the face.
"And so you came away," said Jake slowly.
She nodded, swallowing down her agitation. "I didn't want to meet you like that. I didn't know what was in the telegram." Jake's fingers patted her knee gently.
"And so you came back here for refuge. All right, my girl. You needn't be afraid. Uncle Edward may go to blazes. I shan't read that telegram."
He stooped with the words, picked up a fragment of burning stick that had fallen at her feet, and tossed it back into the flames. Maud uttered a sharp exclamation. "Jake, you'll be burnt!" He looked up at her with a smile. "I guess not," he said. "And now that that matter is disposed of, you'll, maybe, like to go and see your mother?" She met his eyes with a feeling that she could do no less. "You're very good," she said with an effort. His smile broadened. "Then it's the cheapest form of goodness I know," he said. "If your Uncle Edward were a little younger, I'd give myself the pleasure of accepting his invitation, just for the sake of administering the kicking he deserves. However, we won't waste time discussing him. Are you going to spend the night here along with your mother?" He seemed bent upon making things easy for her. His attitude amazed her. She kept asking herself again and again if this could be the man from whom she had fled in bitterness of spirit all those weeks ago. She hesitated to answer his question. She was painfully uncertain of the ground beneath her feet. Almost she expected it to cleave asunder at any moment and reveal the raging fires that once had scorched her soul. But Jake did not suffer her to remain in suspense. Very quietly he filled in her hesitation. "Maybe you'd sooner stay here," he said in his soft, rather sing-song voice. "It's up to you to decide. Guess I shan't interfere any with your movements." His one hand still lay on her knee. It pressed upon her a little, as though seeking to convey something that she was slow to grasp. Her doubt subsided under the steady touch. She suddenly knew beyond all questioning that she stood on solid ground. Yet it was not without difficulty that she answered him. "I think, perhaps, for tonight, I will stay with her." Jake nodded with his face to the flames. "It's up to you," he said again. She looked at his bent head, conscious of a new distress. How was she going to repay him for this, his goodness to her? He was trusting her blindly. He had refused to let his eyes be opened. For she knew he would keep his word about that telegram. Jake always kept his word. Her distress grew, became almost unbearable. She saw herself in a new and horrible light, and shrank in anguish of soul from the revelation. It was as if upon that downward path she had suddenly caught a glimpse of the precipice at the end, the cruel rocks, the dreadful fall, the black seething whirlpool below; and her whole being revolted. All that was pure in her made swift outcry. If Jake had climbed back to the old high ground, surely she could do the same. Surely she could do no less. He trusted her. He trusted her. How could she go on? The wild tempest of feeling rushed through her and passed. She was left very cold, striving desperately to suppress a fit of shuddering that threatened to overwhelm her. Jake was not looking at her. He seemed unaware of her agitation. After a moment he took his hand away and rose. He began to feel in his pockets, produced his clay pipe and tobacco pouch, then suddenly paused. "Do you mind if I light up? I'm just going." "Oh, please do," she said. He began to fill the pipe with minute care. "Don't let your mother take too much out of you," he said. "Have a meal and turn in as early as you can. Guess you're needing a good rest." She leaned her head on her hand. "Yes, I am tired." Jake was silent again for a space. Finally, he put the pipe into his mouth and shook the tobacco back into his pouch. Then in a curiously hesitating voice he spoke. "Say, Maud." She gave a start and raised her head. He was looking down at her with a faint smile in his eyes, a smile that struck her as being whimsical and yet curiously wistful also. "I just want to tell you, my girl," he said, "that you're not to be scared of me any more. Reckon you've had a hell of a time all your life, but it's come to an end right now. For the future, you do the asking and I the giving. You're boss, and don't you forget it. I'm your man, not your master, and I'll behave accordingly. Guess I'll even lie down and let you kick me, if it'll make you happy any." Maud was gazing at him in open amazement long before he had finished his astounding speech. The slow utterance, half sad, half humorous, was spoken with the full weight of the man's strength of purpose. Every word came with the steady force of unwavering resolution. There was a touch of the superb about him even with that unlighted pipe between his teeth. And every word seemed to pierce her with a deeper pain, pain that was well nigh unendurable. As he uttered the last deliberate sentence, she rose quickly with a gesture of protest. She could bear no more. "Jake, you hurt me," she stammered incoherently. He put out a hand to her. "No, no," he said. "That was not my intention." It was almost as though he pleaded with her for some species of clemency. She was sure she read entreaty in the red-brown eyes. But she could not lay her hand in his. She could not. She stood before him, panting, speechless, shaken to the very foundations of her being. His hand fell. "I just want you to be happy, my girl. That's all," he said gently. "Happy after your own notions of happiness. Maybe there ain't room for me in the general scheme of things. If that's so, I reckon I'll stay outside." He turned aside with the words, and struck a match to kindle his pipe, with the air of a man who has had his say. Then, while she still watched him, he puffed a great cloud of smoke into the air, straightened himself, and made her an odd, clumsy bow. "I'm going now. So long," he said. And so, without further parley, he left her, striding away in his square, purposeful fashion, without a backward glance. Only when he was gone did it flash upon her that this was her dream come true. All unknowing, wholly without intention, he had opened her eyes. And she knew that he loved her. He loved her. End of chapters 15 and 16. Part 2, Chapters 17 and 18 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. The Last Chance. "It's a cruel world," complained Mrs. Shepherd. "Nothing ever goes right, and no one ever thinks of anybody but themselves." She wiped her eyes pathetically. "I'm sure I've always tried to consider others, and this is the result. In my hour of need I am forsaken by everybody." "It's no good fretting," Maud said very wearily. "We must think what is best to be done." She realized that her mother was in her most unreasonable mood, and she felt herself powerless to cope with it. Yet the situation had to be faced, and with a heavy heart she faced it. "My dear, I've thought and thought till my brain refuses to work," said Mrs. Shepherd plaintively. "What is the good of it? You know as well as I that if Charlie refuses to help all hope is gone. And you say he has refused." "Yes." Maud was stooping over the kettle that she was boiling in her mother's bedroom. "He has refused." "Unconditionally?" Mrs. Shepherd sent a sudden keen glance across at the slim, drooping figure, and noted the weariness of its pose. "Maud, tell me. Unconditionally?" Maud remained bent. "I am not going to accept his conditions," she said after a moment. "Then he made conditions?" The question came sharp and querulous from the bed. "One condition." Maud bent a little lower. "What is it? My child, you must tell me. I have a right to know." Mrs. Shepherd raised herself to a sitting posture. "What was this condition?" Maud did not turn. "What does it matter what it was, as I am not going to accept it?" she said. "You have refused." "I am going to refuse." There was utter weariness in her voice. She spoke as one to whom nothing mattered any more. "Maud, then you haven't actually refused him yet?" Mrs. Shepherd suddenly flung out her arms. "Maud, darling, come and tell me all about it," she urged. "There is something behind that you haven't told me yet. Come here, dearest. Come to me." Maud turned an unwilling face over her shoulder. "I am too tired to night, mother," she said. Besides, there is really nothing to tell. Charlie made me a certain proposal which I thought for a little that I might accept. I now realize that I can't, and a faint quiver of vehemence crept into her voice. I want to forget that I ever thought I could. Please let me forget. My dear child, do you mean that he made you a proposal of marriage?" The eagerness of Mrs. Shepherd's query was scarcely veiled. Her eyes had the look of one in search of treasure. "Yes, just that." The emotion had gone out of Maud's voice again. It sounded flat and mechanical. She leaned her arm upon the mantelpiece for support. "I ought not to have suffered it. I was to blame more than he. He has always been that sort. I haven't." "But, my dear, you have always loved each other. Why should either of you be to blame? The fault was certainly yours in the first place for sending him away long ago. But now I am married to another man," Maud said. Mrs. Shepherd clasped her hands together in a sudden access of impatience. "A man for whom you have not the smallest respect or affection. A man of intemperate habits, who took advantage of a weak moment to marry you, who has made you utterly miserable, and deserves nothing from you but the utmost contempt. My dear Maud, I always thought that you were proud and fastidious. Didn't Charlie always call you his Queen Rose? How can you regard that farcical marriage of yours as binding? How can you contemplate ruining your own life and Charlie's also now that another chance has been given to you? It is sheer wilful folly. It is madness. Or is it that you are just afraid?" Maud shook her head. "I don't suppose you would ever really understand, Mother," she said. "Anyhow, I don't know how to explain. But I can't do it now. I thought I could. I came back because I thought I could. But now I am here, now I have seen Jake, I find I can't." "That is because you are afraid," declared Mrs. Shepherd. "He has terrorized you. But, oh, my dear, do try to break away from that. Do think of yourself, and of Charlie, who has loved you all these years. One great effort, only one, and you will be free from this horrible unnatural bond. I know that Charlie will be true to you. You are the one woman so far as he is concerned. And he is the one man, dear, isn't he? Surely you can't, bear to disappoint him now. Think of the years to come. Think of the life happiness waiting for you if you only muster the strength now to grasp it. Maud, my darling, my own girlie, can't you be brave just this once, when so much hangs upon it? He will take you away in his yacht, and you will be all in all to each other. You will find all the good things you have missed till now, and this dreadful year will fade away like a dream. Oh, darling, surely you will make this one great effort to gain so much. The chance will never come again to you. It is the one chance of your life, the last. How can you bear to throw it away?" "And what of Jake?" Maud spoke the words as though uttering her thought aloud. She was gazing downwards at the steaming kettle and the red-hot glow of the fire. "Jake?" Mrs. Shepherd's reply was instant and contemptuous. "He will marry a girl in his own station who will satisfy all his desires. You can't honestly imagine that you have done that he regards his marriage with you as a success. He may be annoyed at your preference, but he will be as glad as you are to be rid of his bargain. It will be the greatest kindness you can do him, if you want to be kind. You know you hate him from the bottom of your heart." "Mother, you're wrong." Sharply, as though stung to action, Maud turned. "I don't hate Jake. He is too good a man, too upright a man, to hate. It is true I haven't been happy with him, but that has not been his fault. Our ideas of happiness are not the same, that's all." Mrs. Shepherd stared in momentary discomfiture at this sudden display of strength. She had not expected serious resistance in this quarter. But she was quick to rally her forces. "Oh, I don't blame him entirely," she said. "As you say, you are utterly unsuited to each other. But it is sheer nonsense to call him a good man. I know that he is often the worse for drink. I have seen him myself flogging his horses down on the beach as no man in his sober senses would dream of doing. He is an utter brute at heart. There is no getting away from that fact. He may not be a wholly bad man. I have not said that he is. But he is a man of violent impulses. He knows nothing of the refinements of life. He is a brute." Mrs. Shepherd paused. Maud was standing mute and motionless, with tragic eyes fixed before her. After a moment or two to give her words time to sink in, Mrs. Shepherd continued on a note of pathos. "You may say to me that I have made exactly the same mistake myself. But then I did it for you children, and it was not the whole of my life that I had to offer. But you are young. Your good time is yet to come. And think, dear, think how much depends upon you. If Charlie dies unmarried, there will be no one to succeed him. He is the last of the Birchesters. And if he doesn't marry you, I am sure he will never marry any other woman. He loves you so devotedly. Through all his peccadilloes, he has always remembered you, come back to you. Are you going to let him be lonely always, because of his love for you? He has laid the greatest gift in the world at your feet, dear. Oh, grasp it while you can. Don't let the whole of his manhood, your womanhood, be one long and fruitless regret." It was the climax of her pleading. The tears were running down her face as she reached it, and she did not check them too readily, though she knew that she had made an impression. Victory would not come at once, she fully realized. The stony immobility of Maud's attitude told her that. But she had laid her plans with craft. She believed that by the exercise of extreme patience victory might ultimately be achieved. "There, darling, you're very tired," she said as she slowly dried her eyes. "Much too tired to see anything in its proper light to-night. You must go to bed and sleep. You will see things much more clearly in the morning. And shall I tell you a secret?" She smiled a wistful, loving smile. "Charlie will be at the castle to-morrow afternoon." "How do you know, mother?" Maud spoke quickly, as one suddenly awakened. "How do I know? But everyone knows," Mrs. Shepherd answered vaguely. "The yacht is in the harbor, and they are getting her ready for a trip. Darling, the kettle is boiling at last. Mind how you take it off." "Oh, dear, I'm very tired. I hope I shan't end my days in the workhouse. So trying to have to make one's bed every day. Good night, darling. No tea for me, thank you. I haven't the heart to drink it. There's a bed made up in the room next to this. I hope you will find it comfortable. Good night, dear." "Good night." The words went into a deep sigh. Mrs. Shepherd sank down upon her pillow. And Maud turned with a set face and prepared to leave her for the night. Yes, her mother's words had made an impression upon her. They had voiced all the doubts and turmoil in her own sad heart. But they had not blotted out that vision of the precipice, the rocks, and the black, black whirlpool that awaited her at the end of the downward path. Neither had they wholly taken from her the memory of a man's eyes, straight and honest, and strangely appealing, that had looked into hers only a couple of hours before. Above her mother's warnings, above all the trouble and the tumult of her soul, she heard a voice within, clear, insistent, indomitable. "Love is only gained by love. We must pour out all we have to win it, purge our hearts of all selfish desire, sanctify ourselves by the complete renunciation of self, before the perfect gift can be ours." The perfect gift! The perfect gift! She had almost ceased to believe in it. But that night she dreamed that she had it in her grasp. 18. The Whirlpool. "Well, Billings, you're looking as cadaverously blooming as ever. How do you do it, man? Did someone give you an overdose of respectability in your youth?" Saltash leaned back in his chair, smiling up at his wry-faced servitor with insolent humor. Billings the decorous betrayed not the smallest sign of surprise or resentment. It was said of him that when Saltash had once in a fit of anger flung a wine-glass at his head, he had knelt and collected the fragments, and mopped up the wine before he had dreamed of retiring to attend to the cut on his face that the glass had inflicted. On the present occasion he made response with the utmost gravity. "I can't say, my lord. Shall I light the fire, my lord?" "Oh, yes, it's a filthy day, typical of a filthy climate. Yes, light the fire, and pull down the blinds, and let's be comfortable." "It won't be dark yet, my lord," observed Billings, with a glance at the clock. Saltash's eyes went in the same direction. It was not quite 3:00. "What of that, good Billings? I please myself," he said. "By the way, you might take coffee up to the music room. Leave it to brew up there. And when Mrs. Bolton calls, tell her I'm out, but I shall be back in a very short time. Ask her to wait in the music room, and pour her out some coffee. Light the red lamp by the piano, but leave the rest. Is that quite clear, Billings?" "Quite clear, my lord." Billings was on his knees before the fire. Saltash leaned forward in his chair. "Be sure you get her to have some coffee, Billings," he said. "Tell her I especially recommend it." "Very good, my lord." Billings spoke with his head nearly touching the logs of wood he was seeking to kindle. "I quite understand, my lord." Saltash got to his feet. "I'll give you a gold watch if you succeed, Billings," he said. "You're very good, my lord," said Billings. Saltash wandered down the hall. He had a cigarette between his lips, but he was not smoking. He reached the marble statue near the grand staircase, and pressed a switch that flooded it with light. Then he stood before it, silent and intent. White and wonderful the anguished figure shone, but it was rather a figure of death than life. Its purity was almost dazzling. Its very agony was unearthly. Saltash frowned abruptly and switched off the light. Then for a space he stood in the gloom, staring at the vague outline. Billings came up behind him, soft-footed, unobtrusive. "The rose light, my lord, was placed on the other side, according to your lordship's orders," he said deferentially, and passed on as if he had not spoken. Saltash glanced over his shoulder momentarily, and resumed his silent contemplation of the figure in the shadows. Several seconds passed. Then, very suddenly, he moved again, bent swiftly, and pressed another switch. In a moment the figure was fully visible again, but no longer did it dazzle the eyes with its whiteness. A soft rose radiance surrounded it. It glowed into life, pulsing, palpitating flesh and blood. And the man's eyes suddenly kindled as they passed over the naked, straining form. "I have you now, my captured angel," he murmured. He stood and feasted upon the vision. Once he stretched a hand to touch the faultless curve of the breast, but checked himself with an odd flickering smile, as though he did reverence whimsically to a sacred element in which he had no faith. The agonized shame of the thing, poignant, arresting though it was, seemed wholly to pass him by. His queer glancing eyes saw only the unveiled voluptuousness of the form, the perfect contour of the limbs, the exquisite moulding of each full and gracious line. He dwelt upon them all with the look of an epicure. He moved again at length, drew near to the statue, reached a hand to the dark panelling of the recess behind. It slipped inwards noiselessly, disclosing a narrow doorway. In a moment he had passed through, and the great hall was empty. Empty, save for that figure of tragic womanhood, rose-lighted, piteously alive, standing out against the shadows. It was nearly half an hour later that an electric bell sounded through the silence, and Billings, the respectable, came noiselessly through the hall. He swung the great door open with a well-bred flourish. A woman's figure clad in a streaming waterproof stood on the step, and in a low voice asked for Lord Saltash. Billings stood back with a deep bow. "Will you walk in, madam?" She entered and stood on the mat. He took her umbrella and set it aside. "Will you permit me to remove your waterproof, madam?" he suggested. She seemed to hesitate, but in a moment yielded. "But I can only stay a few moments," she said. "Please tell him so." "Quite so, madam." Billings was deftly removing the wet garment. "Up in the music room, if you please, madam." She suffered his ministrations in silence. Only as he turned to lead the way she shivered suddenly and uncontrollably. She followed him up the dim hall. They approached the rose-lit statue. Her eyes were drawn to it. She stopped as though involuntarily, stopped and caught her breath as if in sudden surprise or dismay. Then she quickly passed on. They ascended the grand staircase in solemn procession, and reached the music-room door. Again Billings stood back for her to enter, but when she had done so he closed the door, remaining within. The great room was dim and shadowy, heavy with some mysterious Eastern fragrance that hung in the air like incense. It was lighted by 2 red fires that burned without flame, and a red-shaded lamp that shed a mysterious arc of light far away by the piano. There was a small table by the further fire, and on this a silver coffee-pot hissed over a spirit lamp. A low divan, so low that it looked a mere pile of luxurious cushions, stood invitingly close. Billings deferentially led the way thither. "If you will be pleased to take a seat, madam," he said. "His lordship will not keep you waiting long." "Is he out?" Maud asked quickly. "He has been out, madam. He came in wet through, and is changing. He begged very particularly that you would drink a cup of coffee while you awaited him." He indicated the divan, but Maud remained on her feet. The atmosphere of the place disturbed her. It seemed to be charged with subtleties that baffled her, making her vaguely uneasy. She had come in answer to a message accompanying a great bunch of violets that had reached her that morning. She had not wanted to come, but for this once it seemed imperative that she should meet him face to face, and explain that which she had felt no written words could ever express. She had sent him her rash summons, and he had replied by that bunch of violets and the request that she would come to him, since he did not wish to risk interruption from Madame la Mère. On this point she had been fully in accord with him, and she had sent back word that she would come in the afternoon just to speak to him for a few minutes. She had hoped that he would gather from that since the sending of her summons, she had repented of her madness. It would not be an easy interview, she was sure. But she was not afraid of Charlie. She hated the thought of hurting him all the more because she did not fear him. He would let her go. Oh, yes, he would let her go. He had never sought to hold her against her will. But that very fact would make the parting the more bitter. His half-whimsical chivalry was somehow harder to face than any fury of indignation. He had hurt her at their last interview, hurt and disappointed her. But yet the man's fascination overpowered all thought of his shortcomings. Already she had almost forgotten them. She stood before the fire, absently watching the servant as he busied himself over the coffee, till the aromatic scent of it suddenly brought her out of her reverie. "Oh, thank you," she said. "I don't think I will have any. I have only come for 5 minutes' talk with Lord Saltash." "His lordship particularly desired that you would take a cup, madam," the man replied. "It is a very special Egyptian brew." He turned round with a small silver cup on a salver, which he decorously presented. "It is supposed to be particularly pleasing to a lady's palate, madam," he said. She did not want the coffee, but it seemed ungracious to refuse it. She took the cup and set it on the mantelpiece. "It should be drunk very hot, madam," said Billings persuasively. "Will you be so very kind, madam, as to taste it, and tell me if it is to your liking?" She hesitated momentarily, but it was too small a matter to refuse. She took the cup by its slender handle and put it to her lips. Instantly it was as if a warm current of life went through her, a fine golden thread of delight. She looked at Billings and smiled. "It is delicious," she said. Billings looked gratified. "The second cup is generally considered even better than the first, madam," he said. "Oh, I won't take more than one, thank you," she said. And Billings retired, closing the door soundlessly behind him. Maud lifted the cup again to her lips. Its fragrance pervaded all her senses. It was unlike anything she knew, and in some subtle fashion it made her think of palms and orange groves and the strong sunshine of the East. It presented before her mind a vivid picture of beauties that she had never seen. She drank again, and again that strange sense of dawning bliss came to her. It was like the coming of a tropic morning after a long, black night. Her anxiety was magically lifted from her. A sensation of pure gladness, of warmth of soul and body began to possess her. It was like drinking in the pure essence of sunshine. All things seemed easy, all difficulties were smoothed away. She was sure that Charlie would understand and be content. Had he not promised to be to her whatever she wished? She drained the cup and set it down. It seemed a little strange to her that her hand should be trembling as she did so, for all her misgivings had vanished. She had stepped, as it were, into a garden of delight. A strange, unearthly happiness was hers. It was as if her life had been suddenly and mysteriously filled to the brim with all that she could desire. The only thing lacking was music. She looked across at the grand piano lighted with that one red lamp, and a haunting memory came to her. She saw the altar and the glow of the undying flame before it, but the flowers, the white lilies of purity, where were they? A vague distress came to her, filtering as it were through locked senses, dispelling the golden rapture, dimming her dream. She moved over the polished floor, drawn by that red arc of light. She reached the piano. She stood before it, and then her dream changed. The vision of the altar faded. She slipped down before the gleaming keys. She struck a soft, sweet chord, and with it the former magic took her. The sun and the orange groves were hers again, and a blue, blue gleam of sea came into the picture like the last touch of romance into a fairy tale. As one beneath a spell, she sat and wove her vision into such music as she had never contemplated before. As of old, she never knew quite when he came to her. She only realized, very suddenly, that he was there. His dark face gleamed down at her in the lamplight. His odd eyes sent a mocking invitation into hers. Again her vision was swept away. Her hands fell from the piano, and were caught in the same instant into his. "Oh, Charlie!" she gasped incoherently. He drew her close, laughing at her with half-teasing tenderness. "Oh, Maud!" he said. "Oh, queen of all the roses!" But she hung back from him. It was almost as if something dragged her back. I have something to say to you," she faltered confusedly. "I came to say it." "What was it? Oh, what was it?" His swarthy face was bending nearer. She saw the humorous lift of his black brows. "You have said it," he told her softly. "There is nothing left to say. There will never again be any need for words between us two." He laughed at her again with a kind of kingly indulgence. His arms went round her, pressing her to him, ignoring her last quivering effort to resist. His lips suddenly found her own. And then it was that her eyes were opened, and her memory came back. In a flash of anguished understanding she was brought face to face with the realities of life. She knew that she had been enmeshed in a dream of evil delight, drawn unaccountably by some hidden, devilish strategy to the very edge of that precipice that she had striven so desperately to avoid. In that moment she would have torn herself free, but her strength was gone. Her body felt leaden and powerless, her throat too numb to utter any protest. Her visions had all fallen away from her, but she thought she heard the roar of the whirlpool below. And through all, she was madly conscious of the lips that pressed her own, the arms that drew her closer, always closer, to the gulf. She thought that her senses were leaving her, so utterly helpless had she become. An awful cloud seemed to be hanging over her, slowly descending. Faintly she tried to pray for deliverance, but his lips stilled the prayer. Against her will, as one horribly compelled, she knew that she returned his kiss. And then she was lying on the low divan with Charlie beside her, holding her, calling her his queen, his captured angel, his wife. She did not know exactly what happened afterwards, for a great darkness took her. She only knew that she was suddenly lifted and borne away. She only heard the rush of the whirlpool as it closed over her head. End of chapters 17 and 18. Part 2, chapters 19 and 20 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. The Outer Darkness. Something was waking her. Someone seemed to be knocking on the outer door of her brain. She came back to consciousness as one returning from a far, far journey that yet had occupied but a very brief space of time. An inner sense of urgency awoke and responded to that outer knocking. As through a maze of disconnected impressions, she heard a voice. "I give you 10 seconds, my lord," it said. "Just 10 seconds." The words were absolutely quiet, they sounded almost suave. But the deadly determination of them smote upon her like the call of a trumpet. She started up. The next instant she was staring about her in utter bewilderment. She was lying on a deep couch in a room she had never seen before, a strange conical chamber, oak paneled, lighted by a domed skylight. It was furnished with bizarre Eastern luxury. The couch on which she lay was a nest of tiger skins. But she saw these details but vaguely. That voice she had heard had made all else of no importance. It had spoken close to her, but it was not in the room with her, and she could not for the moment tell whence it had come. She could only listen with caught breath for more, listen with starting eyes fixed on the stuffed skin of a cobra poised on a small table near as if ready to strike. She even fancied for a moment that the thing was alive, and then realized with a passing relief that it had been converted into the stem of a reading lamp. Again the voice came. It was counting slowly, with the utmost regularity. But it was not allowed to continue. Saltash's voice, quick and imperious, broke in upon it. "Be quiet, you damn fool! If you murder me you'll only be sorry afterwards. I have told you I don't know where she is." "You have told me a lie, my lord." Grim as fate came the answer, and following it a movement that turned her sick with fear. She sprang to her feet with a wild cry. "Jake! Jake! I am here! Jake, come to me!" She threw herself against the paneling of the wall in a frenzy of terror and beat upon it fiercely, frantically. There was a door behind her, but instinct warned her that it did not lead whither she desired to go. It was through the paneling that those sinister words had reached her. But it resisted her wild efforts. She beat in vain. "Oh, Jake!" she cried, and broke into agonized sobbing. "Jake, where are you?" And then she heard his voice again, short this time, and commanding. "Let her out, my lord. The game is up." "Trust a woman to give it away," said Saltash, and laughed a cold hard laugh. The paneling against which she stood suddenly yielded, slid back. She found herself standing on the threshold of the music room, close to one of the carved fireplaces. And there, face to face with her, one hand thrust deep into his breeches pocket, stood her husband, stood Jake. All her life she was to remember the look he wore. Saltash was nearer still, but she scarcely saw him. She went past him, sobbing, inarticulate, unnerved. She stretched out trembling, beseeching hands to the man in whose eyes she read the lust of murder. She cried aloud to him in her agony. "Come away, oh, come away! Be merciful this once, only this once! Jake, Jake!" She reached him, she clung to him, she would have knelt to him. But he thrust his left arm around her, forcibly holding her up. He did not speak to her, did not, she believed, so much as look at her. His eyes were fixed with a terrible intensity upon the man beyond her. His attitude was strained and unyielding. The untamed ferocity of the wilds was in every line of him, in every tense muscle. Ruthlessness, lawlessness, savagery unshackled, fiercely eager, beat in every pulse, every sinew of his frame. She felt as if she were holding back a furious animal from his prey, as if at any moment he would burst free, and rend and tear till the demon that possessed him was satisfied. But she clung to him faster and faster, seeking to pinion the murderous right hand that was thrust so deeply away out of her reach. She heard another laugh from Saltash, but she did not dare to turn. And then came a sound like the click of a spring trap. The tension went suddenly out of Jake. He relaxed, and with a certain cowboy roughness took his hand from his pocket and grasped her by the shoulders. His eyes came from beyond her, and looked straight into hers. And she knew without turning her head that her own hour of reckoning had come. They were alone. For many, many seconds he looked at her so, with a red-hot glow in his eyes that seemed as though it would burn its way to her most secret soul. She endured it with a desperate courage. If he had caught her by the throat she would not have flinched. But his hold, though insistent, was without violence. and at last, very, very slowly, he let her go. "I guess that ends it," he said. "What do you mean?" Through quivering lips she asked the question. She felt as if an icy wind had suddenly caught her. She was cold from head to foot. He made a slight gesture, as of one indicating the obvious, and turned away. She saw his square figure moving away from her, and a terrible fear went through her. Her very heart felt frozen within her. She tried to speak, to utter his name, but her throat only worked spasmodically, making no sound. He reached the door, opened it, and then, as if he could not help it, he looked back at her. And in that moment, with frantic effort, she burst the bonds that held her. She threw out her arms in wild entreaty. "Jake," she gasped, "Jake, don't leave me." He stopped, but he did not return. There was a curious look on his face. He seemed to stand irresolute. She began to move towards him, but found herself trembling too much to walk. She tottered to the mantelpiece for support. But still she looked towards him, still tremulously entreated him. "Jake, you don't understand. You never will understand if you leave me now. I'm going under. Jake, save me." She bowed her head suddenly upon her hands and stood quivering. She had made her last piteous effort to escape from the toils that held her. Nothing but a miracle could save her now, nothing but the power of that love that dieth not. Seconds passed. She thought that he had gone, had abandoned her to her fate, left her to the mercy of a man who would compass her ruin. And she wondered in her agony if she could muster sufficient strength to flee from that evil place, and snatch her own deliverance down on the dark lonely shore, where no one could ever drag her back again. And then, very suddenly, a hand touched her, closed upon her arm. It was as if a current of electricity ran through her. She turned with a great start. Jake's eyes, very level, quite inscrutable, looked straight into hers. "I guess we'll be getting along home," he said. His hand urged her steadily, indomitably. He led her speechless from the room, supporting her when she faltered, but never hesitating or suffering her to pause. They came out at the top of the great branching staircase. The hall below them was lighted only by the soft glow that surrounded Saltash's favorite statue. The hand that held Maud's arm tightened to a grip. They went down the stairs together, and passed the tragic figure by. As they moved down the long hall, a man stepped suddenly out from behind the statue, and looked after them with eyes that shone derisively. He did not utter a word, and his movements were without sound. Neither of the two was aware of his presence. Only as they paused at the outer door, Maud glanced back, and saw the arc of light about the statue vanish. She uttered a quick exclamation, for it was as if the marble itself had come to life and fled from her gaze. And then she was aware of Jake's hands fastening her waterproof about her, and she forgot all but her longing to escape. To escape. A few seconds more, and she heard the heavy door shut behind them. She was out in the gathering darkness with Jake, and the rain was beating in her face. It was then that her weakness came back to her, a sense of terrible exhaustion that gave her the feeling of dragging heavy chains. She fought against it desperately, dreading every instant lest he should misinterpret her dragging steps and leave her. An overwhelming drowsiness was creeping over her, numbing all her faculties. She struggled to cling it off, but could not. It crowded upon her like an evil dream. She staggered, stumbled, almost fell. Jake stopped. "Reckon you're tired," he said. She answered him with a rush of tears. "I can't help it. Really, I can't help it. I believe I must be ill." She tried to cling to his supporting arm, but her hand slipped weakly away. She felt herself sinking into a black sea of oblivion, and knew it was futile to struggle any longer. Yet a vague sense of comfort came to her with the consciousness of his arms tightening around her. She gave herself to him like a tired child. She even feebly thanked him as he lifted her. And then for a long, long space she knew nothing. Billows and billows of unfathomable nothingness were over her, under her, all about her. Sometimes her drugged brain stirred as if about to register an impression, but no actual impression reached it. The things of earth had faded utterly away. She was as one vaguely floating in a nebulous cloud, through which now and then, a dim star shone for a moment, and then went out. After a time even this slender link was snapped. She went into a deeper darkness, and there for a while her troubled wanderings were stayed. She slept as she had never slept before. It was as if for a long, long space she ceased to be. Out of the silence at last came a fearful dream. Out of a great emptiness she entered another world, a world of demon shapes and demon voices, of faces that jeered and vanished, a world of terrible outer darkness, in which she seemed to be bereft of all things, to stand as it were naked and alone. She dreamed that the statue had come to life indeed, and behold, it was herself. In horror unutterable, in shame that was agony, she went her appointed way, a fallen woman who could never rise again. And ever a voice within seemed urging her to soar, but she could not. Wings had been given her, but she could not use them. One wing had been broken, how she knew not. Perhaps it was in beating against the bars of a cage. Some such struggle hovered vaguely in her memory, but all struggling was over now. All hope of escape was dead. Again the demon faces came all about her, demon hands clutched at her, pulling her down. And every face was the face of Charlie Burchester, every hand wore the ring which twice over he had given to her. And still she heard his laugh, that cruel, bitter laugh with which he had left her alone in the music room with Jake. At last she knew that she cried aloud to die. But instantly she realized the futility of her prayer. There was no God to hear her in this awful place, and there was no death. Yet it was then that it seemed to her that a door was opened somewhere very far above her, and a gracious breath of purity came down. Crushed as she was, overwhelmed with evil, grossly besmirched and degraded, it came to her like a puff of morning wind from the clean open spaces of the earth. She turned her face upwards. She gasped and opened her eyes. And then, all in a moment, the dreadful vision passed away from her, and she saw Jake's eyes gazing into hers. 20. Deliverance. She stared at him vaguely for a space, half in wonder, half in fear. His look was very intent, but it was without anger. She wondered hazily what had happened, why he was watching her so. "Where am I?" she murmured at length. He made answer very quietly, as if he had expected the question. "You are here in the old parlor with me. I brought you here." "Oh." She gazed around her doubtfully. Her brain felt clogged and dull. "Have I been away, then?" she said. "Where is Bunny?" He rose and moved across the room to the fire. "Bunny is at school," he said, and stooped to lift off a saucepan. "Yes, you have been away. You came back from Liverpool yesterday." "Ah!" She gave a quick gasp. The mists were beginning to clear a little. She became dimly conscious that there was something terrible behind. She raised herself on her elbow, but was instantly assailed by a feeling of sickness so intense that she sank back again. She was lying with closed eyes when Jake came back to her. He bent over her with a steaming cup in his hand. "Try a little of this," he said. She looked up with an effort. "I don't think I can. Jake, what has happened? Am I ill again?" "Guess you'll remember presently if you drink this," he said. She drew back, shuddering. "What is it? Not brandy?" "No, it's beef tea." He sat down beside her with a resolute air, and she suddenly realized that resistance was useless. He was very gentle with her, feeding her spoonful by spoonful, and gradually as she swallowed it she revived. Her brain stirred and seemed to awake. Memory came crowding back. Long ere the cup was finished, that last scene in the music room hung before her like a lurid picture from which she could not tear her gaze. Quietly Jake set aside the cup. "Maybe you'll sleep better now," he said. She lifted her heavy eyes to his. "No, I don't want to sleep any longer. Jake, you are not going away." He seemed on the point of rising. She stretched out a beseeching hand and laid it on his arm. "Jake, I want to tell you something. Will you listen to me? Please, will you listen to me?" His arm grew tense as stretched wire under her touch. She thought there was a glitter of hardness in the red-brown eyes as he said, "There is no call for you to tell me anything unless you wish." She sat up slowly, compelling herself to face him. "But I want you to understand," she said. He laid his hand abruptly upon hers, with a gesture that almost seemed as if he would restrain her. "You needn't fret any about that," he said. "Reckon I do understand." The vital force of the man was in that free grip of his. She looked to see the awful flare of savage passion leap back into his eyes. But she looked in vain. His eyes baffled her. They seemed to hold her back, like a sword in the hand of a practiced fencer. The words she had thought to utter died on her lips. There was to be no reckoning, then. And yet she could not feel reassured. He did not look like a man who would forego his revenge. What are you going to do?" she faltered at last. "I shouldn't want to know too much, if I were you," said Jake, softly drawling. "Not at this stage, anyway." His hand still held hers. He looked her hard and straight in the face, and she was conscious of something fiery, something elementary, wholly uncivilized, behind his look. There was a suggestion of violence about him. She saw him as a man tracking his enemy through an endless wilderness, breasting mighty rivers, hewing his way through pathless forests, conquering every obstacle with fixed determination, mercilessly riding him down. She braced herself and rose, drawing her hand free. Her head still swam, but she controlled herself resolutely. She stood before him like a prisoner upon trial. "Jake," she said, "I am going to tell you something that will make you terribly angry. But it's something that you must know." She paused, but he sat in silence, grimly watching her. She found her resolution wavering, and gripped it with all her strength. "When I came back here from Liverpool, it was not to see my mother, as I gave you to understand. It was to She faltered under his look, found she could not continue, and suddenly threw out her hands in piteous appeal. "Jake, don't make it impossible for me to tell you." He rose also. They stood face to face. "Are you going to tell me that you lied to me?" he said. She drew back from him sharply. The question felt like a blow. "I am telling you the truth now," she said. "And for whose sake?" He flung the words brutally, as a man goaded beyond endurance. But the moment they were uttered he drew a hard breath, as though he would recall them. He came to her, took her by the shoulders. "You take my advice," he said. "Leave the whole miserable business alone. You've been tricked, badly tricked. You have appealed to me to protect you, and that's enough. I don't want any more than that. I reckon I understand the situation better than you think. You are trying to tell me that it was your original intention to elope with Saltash. Well, maybe it was. But you had given up the notion before you went to him at the castle, and he knew you had given it up. If he hadn't known it, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to drug you. It's an old device, old as the hills. He's probably done it a score of times, and with more success than he had today. Yes, that makes you sick. I guessed it would. And that's what he's going to answer to me for. What he'll ask your pardon for on his knees before I've done with him." "Oh, no, Jake, no!" She broke in upon him with a cry of consternation. "For pity's sake, no. Jake, I can't bear it. I cannot bear it. Jake, I beseech you, leave him alone now. Oh, do leave him alone. You can punish me in any other way. I'll bear anything but that. Anything but that." Piteously she besought him, shaken to the soul by the grim purport of his speech. She did not flinch from him now. Rather she appealed to him as one in sore straits, pouring out her entreaty with all that remained of her quivering strength. And her words made an impression upon him of which she was instantly aware. His hands still held her, but the tension went out of his grasp. He looked at her with eyes that were no longer hard, eyes that held a dawning compassion. "Reckon you're the last person that deserves punishing," he said at length, and in his voice she fancied she caught an echo of the old frank kindliness. "You've been the victim all through. Reckon you've suffered more than enough already." She hid her face from him with a sudden rush of tears. Something in his words pierced straight to her heart. "You don't know me," she sobbed. "Oh, you don't know me." She drew herself away and sank down in the chair by the fire where once she had poured out all her troubles to him. He did not kneel beside her now. He stood in silence, and as he stood his hands slowly clenched and he thrust them into his pockets. He spoke at last, but with a restraint that made the words sound cold. "Maybe I know you better than you think. I know you've cared for the wrong man ever since I first met you. Guess I've known it all along, and it hasn't made things extra easy for either of us, more especially as he was utterly unworthy of you. But you're not to blame for that. It's just human nature. And you'd never have fallen in love with me anyway." He paused a moment. "I don't see you're to blame any for that either," he said, and she knew by his voice that he had turned away from her. "Anyway, I'm not blaming you. And if punishing Saltash means punishing you too, well, even though he's a skunk and a blackguard, I reckon I'll let him go." He was moving to the door with the words. They came half strangled, as if something within rebelled fiercely against their utterance. He reached the door and stopped with his back to her. "You'd better get your mother to join you here tomorrow," he said. "I'm sleepin' with the 100th chance tonight. He's been below par lately, and I'm kind of worried about him." He opened the door. He was on the point of squarely passing through when quickly, tremulously, she stopped him. "Jake, please wait a moment. I must, Jake." He closed the door again and turned round, but he did not come back or even look at her. There was a hint of doggedness about him, almost as though he waited against his will. She stood up. Something in his attitude made it difficult, painfully difficult to speak. She strove for self-control. "You are going to forgive me?" she said quiveringly. He glanced up momentarily, a grim flicker as of a smile about his mouth. "For what you haven't done, and never could do. It would be mighty generous of me, wouldn't it?" he said. She moved a step towards him. "I might have done it. I so nearly did it," she said in distress. "I don't deserve any kindness from you, Jake. I don't know how to thank you for it." He made a sharp gesture with one hand. "If I've given you more than bare justice," he said, "put it to my credit. Make allowance for me next time." Something rose in her throat. She stood for a moment, battling with it. Bare justice! Had she ever given him so much as that? And he rewarded her with this blind generosity that would not even be aware of the weakness that had so nearly been her ruin. Trembling, she drew nearer to him. She stretched out a quivering hand. "Jake," she said, and the tears were running down her face, "I will try to be worthy of your goodness to me." He took her hand, gripping it with a force that made her wince. "Shucks, my girl," he said with a gruffness oddly uncharacteristic of him. "That's nothing. Be worthy of yourself." And with that abruptly he let her go, turned, and left her. She knew by the finality of his going that she would see him no more that night. End of chapters 19 and 20. Part 2, chapters 21 and 22 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. The Poison Fruit. It was curiously like the old days to see Jake enter the parlor on the following morning with Chops the red setter at his heels. But for Chops' delighted welcome of her, Maud could almost have felt that the intervening weeks had been no more than a dream. She sat in her accustomed place and fondled him. Then, as Jake passed her, she put out a detaining hand. "Good morning, Jake." Her face was burning, yet she lifted it. He stood a second, only a second, behind her chair. Then bent and touched her forehead with his lips. "You're down early," he said. "Have you slept?" She nodded, feeling her agitation subside with thankfulness. "How is the 100th chance?" Jake went to the fire. "I think he'll be all right, but I won't trust anyone else to look after him. By the way, here's a letter for you." He held it out to her behind his back. She took it. Her fingers closed upon a crest. She got up sharply, went to his side, and with a passionate movement dropped it straight into the flames. "Shall we have breakfast now?" she said. "Here's another letter," said Jake. The grim smile was hovering about his mouth, but he made no comment whatever upon her action. She took the second letter. "Is this all?" "That's all," said Jake. "It's from Uncle Edward." She opened it and began to read. Suddenly she glanced up and found his eyes upon her. They fell instantly. "You can read it, too," she said, and held the letter so that he might share it with her. He stood at her shoulder and read. It was a very brief epistle, written in evident distress of mind. "My dear grandniece, will you permit me to tender to you my very humble apology for the gross behavior by which I drove you from the shelter of my roof? The fact that you have returned to your husband's house convinces me of the base injustice of my suspicions. I ought to be old enough to know that a woman cannot be judged by her friends. If you find that you possess sufficient magnanimity to extend a free pardon to a very lonely and penitent old sinner, will you of your charity return, for however brief a period, and give him an opportunity to demonstrate his penitence? Yours humbly and hopefully, Edward Warren." "Oh, poor old man!" Maud looked up quickly. "But how did he know I was here?" "I wired to him of your safe arrival," said Jake, "in reply to a wire from him which I didn't read. I thought he might come posting down here if I didn't." "Poor old man," she said again. And after a moment, "Thank you, Jake." He looked at her. "For keeping my word. I generally do that. Say, what are you going to do?" "I'll write to him," she said. He moved round to his place at the breakfast table. "You're not wanting to go back, then?" She hesitated. "What is it?" he said. "Money? I can let you have some if you're short of it." She flushed. "No, Jake, no. I think I'll stay here for the present. I will make him understand." "Please yourself," said Jake, and opened the morning paper. A faint sense of disappointment went through her. She had fancied her decision would have evoked approval if not open pleasure from him. She poured out his coffee in silence. As she brought it to him he glanced up at her. "Don't stay on my account if you feel you'd sooner go," he said. "I get along very well alone." She stiffened ever so slightly. "Thank you," she said. "I'll think about it." Jake fell to work upon his breakfast with his usual businesslike rapidity. She did not attempt to keep pace with him. Somehow the idea that he really wished her to go had robbed her of all desire to eat. After a time he glanced across at her again. "Are you going down to see your mother?" She answered him somewhat listlessly. "Yes, I suppose so." "She'll have to decide on something soon," he observed. Maud bit her lip. The thought of going to her mother again was wholly repugnant to her. She marveled that he did not see it. "I am sure she won't come and live in this place," she said after a moment. "She can please herself," said Jake imperturbably. That was to be his attitude, then. They were to please themselves. He had withdrawn his control over her actions. An evil spirit suddenly whispered to her that he would even have left her in Saltash's keeping had she not called to him to deliver her. She shook off the poisonous thought, but it had been there. He had been kind, more than kind, to her. She forced herself to dwell upon his kindness. But his present indifference was even more obvious. He was engrossed in his work. He had thought only for his animals. Plainly it was a matter of small importance to him if she went or stayed. He finished his breakfast and got up. "Well, so long," he said. "I may not get back before nightfall. I have to go over to Greydown." She scarcely acknowledged his words, and he did not wait for any acknowledgment. He took up his riding whip and went out. Chops looked round at her doubtfully, and followed him. The door closed upon them. And suddenly Maud leaned upon the table and hid her face. This was to be her life, then? The unspeakable dreariness of a loveless home. She had thought he loved her. She had thought. And now she saw that it began and ended with mere kindness and possibly a sense of duty. His passion for her, that fiery all-mastering desire, had burnt itself out, and there was nothing left. An unutterable weariness came upon her. Oh, she was so tired. She was tired of life. It was then that in some mystic fashion that voice which she had once heard spoke again in her soul. The spark is ours for the kindling. The power to love, the power to create love. Was she indeed capable of kindling this lamp in the desert? Out of those dead ashes of passion could love the immortal indeed be made to rise? She sat for a long time, and pondered. When an hour later she went down the hill to the town, the day was brilliant and the sky without a cloud. The sea was one glorious sheet of blue that seemed to stretch away limitless into infinity. Down by the quay a white yacht rocked at her moorings. She marked it with a throbbing heart. Why, oh why did he linger? She yearned to trust him forever out of her life. She reached the Anchor Hotel and entered. The bareness of the place smote cold upon the senses. She passed through it quickly and went up to her mother's room. "Oh, my dear, at last!" Querulously Mrs. Shepherd greeted her. "Shut the door and come in. Charlie is watching for you. He will be over directly." She was clad in an old pink wrapper, and kneeling before a half-filled trunk. Maud stood still in the doorway, every spark of animation gone out of her. "Mother, what are you doing? What do you mean?" Her voice sounded frozen and devoid of all emotion. Her fingers were clenched rigidly upon the handle of the door. She stared at her mother with eyes that were suddenly stony. "What do you mean?" she repeated. Mrs. Shepherd looked up at her, smiling. "I mean, dear, that while you go for your Mediterranean cruise, I am going back to London. Dear me, why did I ever leave it? I have never been happy since. Fair Harbor never suited me. I was saying so to Charlie only last night. He told me all about it, dear. Poor child, I hope that horrible cowboy person wasn't very cruel to you. I couldn't help letting out where you had gone yesterday afternoon. He came in only a few minutes after you left and was so insistent. But thank goodness you've broken away. You had Charlie's letter, did you? I told him I was sure you would come directly you knew he was waiting. Dear Charlie, he really is very good. I quite see his point of view about the poor old Anchor, and I really think it is all for the best. Giles is gone anyway, and I am released from any obligations in that direction. Charlie hated Giles for some reason, though I can't discover that he ever met him. Come in, child. Why do you stand there looking so tragic? Surely all's well that ends well." Maud turned stiffly, as though her limbs had become automatic. "I am going," she said. "I am going." "Oh, wait till Charlie comes for you, dearest. Don't be too impetuous. I am sure he will come immediately. He would be watching the shore from the yacht. Such a lovely morning for a cruise, too. You will be wanting a few little necessaries, dear. I have put them up for you in that leather bag. I knew you would never think of that for yourself. I believe he means to take you straight to Paris, you lucky child. The yacht will go round and wait for you at Marseilles. Charlie always does things so royally, doesn't he? He has been most kind, most generous to me." Mrs. Shepherd was talking into the trunk, a smile of happy anticipation about her lips that made her almost comely again. "Really," she said, "it is quite wonderful how things always turn out for the best. I only wish I had known a year ago how happy you and dear little Bunny were going to be. It would have saved me so much anxiety. When you are Lady Saltash, of course you will make a home for him at the castle. And there may be just a corner sometimes for me too, darling. What a happy party we shall all be." She threw a smile over her shoulder, and then suddenly turned and stared. The door was closed, and she was alone. Down the wide staircase Maud ran like a wild thing seeking freedom, down into the bare echoing hall. But the moment she reached it, she stopped dead as one suddenly turned to stone. He was waiting for her, there in the sunny open doorway, a smile of arrogant satisfaction on his ugly face, and a triumph, open triumph in his eyes. He came to meet her like a king, carelessly gracious, royally self-assured. "Ah, Maud of the Roses," he said. "Free at last." He reached her where she stood, rigidly waiting. He opened his arms to take her. And then, as though there had been the flash of a dagger between them, he stopped. She had not moved. She did not move. But the blazing blue of her eyes gave him check. For the space of many seconds they stood, not breathing, not stirring, and in those seconds, as by the light of a piercing torch, each read the other's soul. It was Saltash who gave ground at last, but insolently, with a smile of bitter mockery. "This scene is called 'The Unmasking of the Villain,'" he observed. "The virtuous heroine, having descended from her pedestal to expose his many crimes, now gathers her mud-stained garments about her and climbs back again, in the confident hope that the worthy cow-puncher who owns her will conclude that she has never left her exalted position, and that the mud was all thrown by the villain. Now, I wonder if the worthy cow-puncher is quite such a fool as that?" Her face was quite colourless, but she heard his jibe without a sign of shrinking. Only as he ceased to speak she lifted one hand and pointed to the open door. "Go," she said. Just the one word, spoken with a finality more crushing than any outburst of anger. If it expressed contempt, it was involuntary. She uttered only what was in her soul. He looked at her, and suddenly the derision in his eyes flamed into fierce malignancy. "Oh, I am going," he said. "You will never kick me from your path again. You shall tread it alone, quite alone except for the cow-puncher, who no doubt will see to it that you walk on the stony side of the way. And I warn you it will be very stony, especially when he comes to realize that his lady wife has been his ruin. A tramp across the world with Jake Bolton under those conditions will at least destroy all illusions as to the stuff of which he is made. And I wish you joy of the journey." He made her a deep ironical bow, and swung upon his heel. But as he went she spoke, suddenly, passionately, as though the words leaped forth, compelling her. "Jake Bolton is a man. A white man." Saltash laughed aloud, lifting his shoulders as he sauntered away. "With the heart of a beast, chère reine," he said. "For that cause also, I wish you joy." He went. The sun smote through the empty doorway. She put up both hands to her eyes as though to blot out some evil vision. And presently, like a creature that has been sorely wounded, she also crept away, fleeing ashamed by another door that no one might observe her going. No, Jake was no fool. He saw only what he chose to see, believed only what he willed to believe. He had been generous to her. Ay, generous past all understanding. But he was no fool. He had refused the mute offer of her lips only that morning. Wherefore? Wherefore? The answer lay in Saltash's mocking words, and all her life she would remember them. The poison plant had borne its bitter fruit indeed, and she had been forced to eat thereof. It burned her now with a cruel intensity, consuming her like a darting flame. But she knew by its very fierceness that it could not last. Very soon her heart, her soul, would all be burnt away, and there would be only dead ashes left, only dead ashes from which no living spark could ever be kindled again, No, Jake was no fool, no fool. He would not blame her, that was all. Because she was a woman. 22. The Loser. "Why doesn't Maud come back?" said Bunny, discontentedly. "It's beastly mean of her to stay away over the holidays." "You can go to her if you like, my son," said Jake, between whiffs of his pipe. "Oh, I know, but it isn't the same thing. And besides, I'm not going to leave you alone for Christmas, so there. Say, Jake, I wonder you put up with it. Why shouldn't we go, the two of us, and fetch her back?" "She's better where she is," said Jake. "And as to my going away, it's out of the question. I'm a fixture, so long as there's anything left to do." Something in the last words caught Bunny's attention. He looked at him with sudden shrewdness. "What do you mean, Jake? What's up?" Jake was silent. He sat moodily smoking and staring into the fire. His chin was sunk on his chest. He looked older than his years. Bunny, on the other side of the hearth, gazed at him for several seconds with close attention. Finally he got up, went to him, slipped down onto the arm of his chair. "What is it, Jake, old feller? Tell me." Jake looked up, met the warm sympathy in the boy's eyes, and in a moment thrust a kindly arm about the slim young figure. "Don't you worry about me, little pard," he said. "There ain't anything the matter that I can't face out by myself." "Oh, but that's rot, Jake." Bunny's cheek went down against the man's bronze head and pressed it hard. "What's the good of bottling it up? 'Sides, you know, Jake, I don't count. I'd die before I'd split." "Guess I know that," Jake said. He hugged Bunny to him, as if there were comfort in mere contact, but he said no more. Bunny hugged him in return, and after a brief silence began to probe for the enlightenment he desired. "Why do you say Maud is better where she is, Jake? After all, she is your wife, and no one else's, isn't she?" Jake puffed at his pipe for a few seconds, as if considering his reply. At last, "I say it because it is so," he said. "Your Uncle Edward wanted her, and I reckon that's just the silver lining to my cloud. He's a rich man, I gather. He can look after the two of you if I go under." "Jake! You aren't going under?" Horrified incredulity sounded in Bunny's voice. He leaned swiftly forward to look into Jake's face. A queer, dogged smile showed upon it for an instant and was gone. "Don't you worry any, sonny. I shall come up again," said Jake. "I've been under before, practically down and out, but it hasn't killed me. It ain't going to kill me this time. So long as you and Maud are provided for, I can fend for myself." "But, Jake, what's it mean? You haven't lost money?" urged Bunny in bewilderment. "No, I've got a little money. There are plenty of poor devils worse off than I." Jake leaned his head back against Bunny's wiry arm. There was a fighting gleam in his eyes. "But it ain't enough to keep me going. If it had been, I reckon I shouldn't have waited for notice to quit." "Is that what you've got? Jake, you aren't in earnest? Charlie wouldn't be such a blackguard." Jake uttered an abrupt laugh. His teeth were clenched on his lower lip. "Oh, Charlie's a blackguard, all right. Blackguard enough for anything. Don't you ever make any mistake about that. But I presume it's up to him to sell the studs if he feels so disposed. There ain't anything specially blackguardly in that. It's just his polite way of telling me to git." "Sell the stud? Is that what he's going to do? Oh, Jake, old feller, Jake!" Shocked sympathy was in Bunny's voice. Jake hugged him harder. "I hadn't meant to tell you on your first night, but you're such a shrewd little chap, and you've got to know sooner or later. Don't make an all-fired fuss about it, anyway." "All right, Jake." Bunny sounded a little breathless, but there was resolution in his voice. "It's you I'm thinking of. When's it going to be?" "The sale? Early in the year, I expect. I haven't any definite instructions as to that. I'm expecting 'em every day. All I've been told officially at present is to cancel all engagements. Of course I guessed what was in the wind then.
I tackled old Bishop, the agent, about it the other day, and he had to confirm it. Ah, well."
Jake heaved an abrupt sigh that seemed to catch him unawares, and became silent.
"P'raps he won't sell 'em all, Jake," said Bunny, hesitatingly. "He couldn't, surely, sell the 100th Chance."
Jake's pipe suddenly cracked between his teeth. He sat up sharply, and took it out of his mouth. It fell in twain between his fingers. He sat staring at it, then, with a curious reverence, he stooped forward and dropped the pieces into the heart of the fire.
"Yes," he said heavily, "I reckon the 100th Chance will go with all the rest."
He looked at Bunny, and there was desolation in his eyes, but he gave it no verbal expression. And Bunny also found that the subject demanded silence. It was beyond words. "Does Maud know?" he asked at length, speaking rather doubtfully, as if not quite sure of his ground.
"No. I didn't want to worry her before I need."
Jake's eyes went back to the fire, gazing into it, dumbly troubled.
"I fancy there's no doubt that the old man will provide for her, for both of you. That's what I'm counting on, anyway."
Bunny made an abrupt movement of impatience.
"Oh, damn all that, Jake. What of you?"
For the first time his strong language went unrebuked. Jake's eyes remained fixed upon the fire, where burned the remains of his treasure. He spoke slowly, as one reading words but dimly discerned.
"Reckon I shall go back to America. I shall find my feet again there. There's no call for you to be anxious about me. Guess I shan't starve."
"Jake!" Bunny's arm went round his shoulders, gripping them hard. He spoke into Jake's ear, a rapid, nervous whisper. "Jake, if you're going to America, I reckon I'm coming too. There's no one worth speaking to after you. I just won't be left behind. I'll work, Jake. I'll work like a nigger. I won't be a drag on you. But I can't stay behind. Not after all you've been to me. Jake, Jake, old feller. Say you'll have me. I'm as strong as a horse, and I'd sooner starve along with you than be left without you. Jake, old feller, please." He suddenly bowed his head upon Jake's shoulder with a hard sob.
"Little pard," Jake said, and pulled him down beside him. "Don't act the fool now. That ain't like you."
Bunny clung to him almost fiercely. "You shan't lose everything, Jake. First Maud, and then the animals, and then the home, and me too. You like me a bit, don't you, Jake?"
"Just a bit,"
said Jake, ruffling the black head. "Then let me come with you, Jake. I'll do whatever you tell me. I'll black your boots for you every day. I'll do anything under the sun. Only don't leave me behind. I miss you badly enough at school. But I can't stick it without you altogether."
"Shucks, shucks," said Jake very softly.
He was holding Bunny in his arms in the old brotherly way. They were too close to one another for any boyish dignity to come between. The bond that linked them had been forged in the fires of adversity, and adversity served but to strengthen it. "I can't," Bunny reiterated. "You don't know what you are to me, Jake. You've just made me. And I feel as if I'll all come undone again if you go right away."
"I haven't gone yet," said Jake, in a drawl that was slightly unsteady. "But if it is to be, Bunny lad, and God knows it's more than likely, you can do a bigger thing for me by staying back here, along with Maud, than if you came along and roughed it with me. You'll be the link between us, boy, when all the other links are gone."
He became silent, gently smoothing the hair that he had ruffled. Bunny was silent also for a space. It was as if something sacred had come into their communion. At last, with his head still pillowed on Jake's shoulder, he spoke. "Say, Jake." Jake's arm tightened almost as if he would silence him, but he said nothing. And Bunny persisted. "Jake, old chap, it doesn't take a prophet to see that things aren't as they should be between you two. I'm beastly sorry. I know jolly well it's not your fault." "It ain't hers," Jake said almost under his breath. "No, I guess it's that blackguard Charlie.
I wish I were a man."
"I'd shoot him," said Bunny vindictively.
"I guess you wouldn't," Jake said, faint humor in his voice. "Besides, there's nothing to shoot him for now. He's as much a loser as I am."
"What? They've quarreled?" questioned Bunny. "Where is he? At the castle?"
"No. Heaven knows where he is. He's been gone for the last 6 weeks and more."
"It's twice that since Maud went away," observed Bunny uneasily. "Why on earth doesn't she come back, Jake? She's not afraid of you?"
"She has been back once in that time," Jake said quietly. "She stayed one night with your mother at the Anchor. The place is shut up now, and your mother has gone back to London. I thought, possibly, that she would have settled down here a bit, with Maud. But she didn't quite see it. And it was as well, for the old uncle wrote asking Maud to go back to him, and she went."
"Without consulting you?" asked Bunny quickly.
"She didn't consult me, certainly, but she knew I was willing for her to go."
Jake spoke with a touch of restraint.
Bunny raised his head and looked at him with a sudden shrewdness.
"Who did she want to get away from? You or Charlie?"
A flicker that was scarcely humorous crossed Jake's face. "Maybe both," he said.
"And you quarreled with Charlie?"
"No. Seeing he was a loser, I let him go in peace. It was the only thing to do."
"And he has got his knife into you on that account?" questioned Bunny.
"Maybe," Jake admitted.
"Then he's a low hound, and I'd love to tell him so."
"Where's the use? Reckon he knows it all right," said Jake dryly.
"I hope Maud knows it, too."
"She does," said Jake.
Bunny looked slightly mollified. "That's something, anyway. Say, Jake."
"What is it, my son?"
Jake's red brown eyes looked at him with a tenderness that only Bunny was ever allowed to see. Bunny's head went back to its resting place against his shoulder swiftly, endearingly.
Jake, old man, why don't you go back to her? Maybe she's wanting you, and she hasn't the pluck to say so. Women are like that, you know."
Jake was silent.
"Give her the chance, Jake," Bunny urged. "You don't know her like I do. She was always shy. Lots of people thought her proud, but it was mostly shyness. Give her the chance, Jake, old feller. Just this one chance. It may make all the difference."
"Think so?" said Jake. "Course I do. I know Maud. She'd sooner die than show you her feelings. But she's got 'em all the same. Maybe she's wanting you, quite a lot, Jake. You can't tell."
"And maybe she's not," said Jake.
"Oh, don't be an ass, Jake. Come along and find out anyway. It's up to you, Jake. And there's no one else in the running."
A whimsical smile touched Jake's grim mouth. "Guess that's just what makes it so difficult," he said. "Is anyone at all in the running? I'd sooner draw a loser than a blank."
Bunny lifted a hot, earnest face. "Don't be an ass, Jake," he urged again. "Go in, man. Go in and win. You love her, don't you?"
It was a straight shot, and it found its mark. Something fiery, something wholly untamed, leaped into Jake's eyes. They shone like a flame upon which spirit has been poured. Bunny pulled himself free with a sound that was almost a whoop of triumph.
"You silly coon. Go and tell her so," he said. "I'll bet you never have yet."
And Jake uttered a laugh that was curiously broken. "You're getting too damn clever, my son," he said. End of chapters 21 and 22. Part 2, chapters 23 and 24 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. The Storm Wind.
"It'll be real sport to take her by surprise," said Bunny with a chuckle of anticipation.
"But what a beast of a journey it's been."
They had been traveling practically all day, and a black night of streaming rain had been their welcome. They had found accommodation at the hotel in which Maud had once spent a night, and having dined there, they splashed through the muddy streets in search of their goal, They found it, a tall, gaunt house standing back in a dark dripping garden, unlighted, forsaken. "It can't be the place," said Bunny, for the first time feeling his ardor for the adventure slightly damped. "We'll soon find out," said Jake. They groped their way to a flight of steps, and with the aid of a match found the bell. It rang desolately through the building. "The house is empty," declared Bunny. But after a considerable pause a step sounded within, and a white-faced maidservant opened to them. "Come in," she said in a hollow voice. "You're very late." "Mrs. Bolton here?" asked Jake as he stepped on to the mat. She nodded as if in agitation. "Yes, I'll tell her." She shut the door behind them and went away, leaving them in the narrow, dimly lighted hall. "What a rum go," said Bunny. Jake said nothing. He was gazing into the shadows in front of him with intent, searching eyes. How would she greet him? Would she be glad? Would she be sorry? He watched for her face, and the first instinctive expression it would wear at sight of him. There came the rustle of a dress, a footfall that was light and yet somehow sounded weary. She came through the dim hall with a slow, tired gait. "Good evening," she said. "Will you come upstairs?" Bunny's fist suddenly prodded Jake in the back. He went forward a step almost involuntarily. "Maud," he said. "Jake." She stood as one transfixed. And in that moment he forgot to notice how she looked at him, forgot everything in the one overwhelming thought that he was with her. He strode forward, and somehow her two cold hands were in his before he knew whether he had taken or she had offered them. "My girl," he said, and again huskily, "my girl." She lifted a quivering face. "Jake, thank you for coming. I hardly thought you could have got here so soon." He drew her to him and kissed her. "You've been wanting me?" he said. She nodded. "I sent for you, yes. I didn't feel as if I could face it all by myself." His hold was warm, full of sustaining strength. "You'll have to tell me what has happened," he said. "I didn't get your message." "You didn't?" She looked momentarily startled. "Then why are you here?" "I came." He hesitated, glanced over his shoulder. "Bunny's here, too," he said. "Thought we'd just look you up," said Bunny, emerging from the background. "Hello, Maud. What's the matter? Is the old man ill?" She turned to greet him. "He died yesterday," she said. "Great Scott!" said Bunny. Jake said nothing. He was watching her closely, closely. She kissed Bunny lingeringly, but without emotion. "He was only ill 5 days," she said. "It was a chill, and then pneumonia. I nursed him right up to the last. He wouldn't have anyone else. In fact, he wouldn't let me out of his sight." Her face quivered again, and she paused. Then drearily, "I was expecting the undertaker when you came in," she said. "I've had to arrange everything. The funeral will be the day after tomorrow. Will you come into the dining room? There's a fire there." She led the way to that stiff and cheerless apartment. Bunny pressed close to her and pushed his hand through her arm. "Say, Maud, old girl, you're ill yourself," he said. She looked at him out of deeply shadowed eyes. "No, I'm not ill. Only tired. Too tired to sleep. There is some wine in that cupboard, dear. Do you mind getting it out? You and Jake must have some." She went over to the fire almost as one moving in a dream, and stood before it silently. Jake came to her, put a kindly arm about her. "You must go to bed, my dear," he said. "You're worn out." She shook her head with a rather piteous smile. "Oh, no. I can go for a long while yet. I must get some rooms ready for you and Bunny." "You won't need to do that," he said. "Bunny is putting up at the hotel round the corner, and I can sleep just anywhere." She let herself lean against him. "Thank you for coming, Jake," she said again. She was plainly worn out, and from that moment Jake took command. He made her sit in one of the stiff velvet chairs in front of the fire, made her drink some wine, and finally left her there with Bunny in charge. She was absolutely docile, gladly relinquishing all responsibility. To Bunny she gave a few halting details of the old man's death, but she could not talk much. The strain of those days and nights of constant watching had brought her very near to a complete breakdown. She was so tired, so piteously tired. She dozed presently, sitting there before the fire with him, holding his hand. It was so good to have him there, so good to feel that there was someone left to love her, to think for her, so good to know that Bunny, though he had ceased to be the one aim and end of her existence, had not drifted wholly out of her life. It must have been more than an hour later that she was aroused by a few whispered words over her head, and sat up to see Bunny on his feet, preparing to take his departure. She looked up in swift distress. "Oh, are you going? Must you go?" "Yes, he must go," Jake said gently. "He'll get locked out if he doesn't. And the little chap's tired, you know, Maud. He's been traveling all day and wants a good night's rest." That moved her. Though Bunny disclaimed fatigue, she saw that he had been sleeping also. All the mother in her rose to the surface. "Yes, of course, dear. You must go," she said. "I wish you could have slept here, but perhaps it's better you shouldn't. Can you find your way alone? Jake, won't you go with him?" But Bunny strenuously refused Jake's escort. He bade her good night with warmth, and she saw that he hugged Jake at parting. And then the door closed upon him, and Jake's square figure came back alone. He came straight to her, and bent over her. "My dear," he said, "you're tired to death. You must go to bed." She shook her head, wanly smiling. "It's no good going to bed, Jake. I'm much happier here. Directly I lie down I am wide awake. Besides, I'm too tired to get there." "All right. I'll put you there," he said. "No, no, Jake." She stretched out a quick hand of protest, but there was no holding him off. His arm was already about her. He lifted her to her feet. His face wore the old dominant look, yet with a subtle difference. His eyes held naught but kindness. She yielded herself to him almost involuntarily. "I haven't been to bed for nearly a week," she said. "I've slept, of course, in snatches. I used to lie down in Uncle Edward's room. Poor dear old man. He wanted me so." Her eyes were full of tears. I was with him when he died," she whispered. "We had arranged to have a nurse this morning, but the end came rather quickly. We knew his heart was weak. The doctor said it was better for him, really, that he went like that." "Why didn't you send for me sooner?" Jake said. Her pale face flushed. She turned it from him. "I didn't think you'd want to come. It wasn't till I got frightened at the dreadful emptiness that She broke off, fighting with herself. "All right. Don't try to tell me. I understand," he said soothingly. He went up the long dim staircase with her, still strongly supporting her. He entered her room as one who had the right. The tears were running down her face, for she could not check them. She attempted no remonstrance, suffering him like a forlorn child. And as though she had been a child, he ministered to her, waiting upon her, helping her, with a womanly intuition that robbed the situation of all difficulty, meeting her utter need with a simplicity and singleness of purpose that could not but achieve its end. "You treat me as if I were Bunny," she said once, smiling faintly through her tears. And Jake smiled in answer. "A man ought to be able to valet his own wife," he said. The words were simply uttered, but they sent the blood to her cheeks. You are very good to me," she murmured confusedly. "I ought not to let you." "Don't you worry any about that," said Jake. "The main idea is to get you to bed." "I am sure I shall never sleep again," she said. Yet as she sank down at last upon the pillow, there was a measure of relief in her eyes. "Now you're going to lie quiet till morning," Jake said, tucking in the bedclothes with motherly care. "Good night, my girl. Is that comfortable?" He kissed her for the second time, lightly, caressingly, exactly as he might have kissed a child. She tried to answer him, to thank him, but could not. He smoothed the hair from her temples and turned away. But in that moment her hands came out to him with a gesture that was almost convulsive, caught and held his sleeve. "Oh, Jake," she said. "Jake, I'm so lonely. and suddenly began to sob. "I want you more than Bunny does. Don't go. Don't go." It was a cry of utter desolation. He turned back to her on the instant. He stooped over her, his face close to hers. "Do you mean that?" he said, and in his voice, low as it was, there sounded a deep note as of something forcibly suppressed. She clung to him, hiding her face against the rough tweed coat. "I've no one else," she sobbed. "Ah," Jake said. A very strange look came into his face. His mouth twitched a little, as if in self-ridicule. "But my girl," he said, "I reckon you'd say that to anyone tonight." "No, no." Quiveringly she answered him. "I say it to you. To you. I'm so terribly alone. So empty. Uncle Edward used to tell me what it meant to be lonely. But I never knew it could be like this." "Poor girl," Jake murmured softly. "I know. I know." The look of faint irony still hovered about his lips, but his voice, his touch, conveyed nothing but tenderness. He was stroking the dark hair with a motherliness that was infinitely soothing. She was holding his other hand tightly, tightly against her breast, and it was wet with her tears. "I've been so miserable," she told him brokenly. "I know it's been no one's fault but my own. But life is so difficult, so difficult. I've treated you badly, badly. I haven't done my duty. I've always yearned for the things out of reach. And now, oh, Jake, my world is a desert. I haven't a friend left anywhere." "That's wrong," Jake said, in his voice of soft decision. "You've got me. I mayn't be the special kind of friend you're wanting. But, as you say, I reckon I'm better than nothing. And I'm your husband, anyway." "My husband, yes. That's why I sent for you. Jake," she hid her face lower, deeper into his coat, If I had had a child, would it have made you happy?" "Oh, that." Jake laid his head down suddenly on the pillow above hers. He spoke into the thick darkness of her hair. "My girl, don't cry so. I wanted it, yes." She moved slightly, stretching a hesitating hand upwards, touched his face, his neck. "Jake, it would make me happy, too." He put his arm about her as she lay, and gathered her close to him, not speaking. She was trembling all over, her face was still hidden. But she yielded to the drawing of his arm, clinging to him blindly, desperately. He held her so for a little space, then with steady insistence he moved his other hand, beginning to turn her face upwards to his own. She tried to resist him, but he would not be resisted. In the end, panting, quivering, she yielded very suddenly. She lifted her face voluntarily to his. She offered him her lips. But her eyes were closed. She palpitated like a trapped thing in his hold. Yet when his lips met hers, she returned his kiss. And it was for the first time in her life. She slept that night in the shelter of his arms, safeguarded from the desolate emptiness of her desert. And if she dreamed that she had gone back into the house of bondage for the sake of the fire that burned there, the dream did not distress her, nor did the fire scorch. Rather, the warmth of it filled her lonely spirit with such comfort as she had long ceased to hope for. And the steady beat of a man's heart lulled her to a deeper rest. When the dim dawnlight came filtering in, Jake's eyes turned to meet it with a lynx-like watchfulness as of an animal on guard. He had not slept all through the night. His face was grim and still, and there was a hint of savagery, or was it irony, about his mouth. For the second time in their lives, fate had driven her to him for refuge. Like a bird out of the storm she had come to him, perchance but for that one night shelter. Already a contrary wind was blowing that might sunder them forever. With the coming of the day they might drift apart and meet no more at all, so slender was the bond between them, so transient their union. For he knew that she loved him not, had never loved him. His eyes grew harder, brighter. They shone with a great and bitter hunger. He turned them upon her sleeping face. And then magically they softened, grew pitiful, grew tender. For though she slept, the veil was lifted, and he read the sadness of her soul. His lips suddenly trembled as he looked upon her, and the irony went out of him like an evil spirit. Whether she loved him or loved him not, she was his, till the storm wind drove her from him. And she needed him as she needed no one else on earth. His arm clasped her. He gathered her closer to his breast. 24. The Great Burden. "By Jove!" said Bunny, in a voice of awe. "I never thought of that. Then Maud will be rich, will she? Rich as Croesus? Just think of it! Maud!" He drew a deep breath that ended in a whistle. "Puts a different complexion on things, eh, Jake, old feller?" he said. "Quite different," said Jake. He stood at the window gazing forth into the murky atmosphere with his brows drawn. He looked like a man searching the far distance. Bunny glanced at him questioningly. "What does she say to it? Was it a great shock?" "I don't know. I think it was. She said he once offered to provide for the two of you, and leave you provided for at his death. But that was before her marriage." "And now he's gone and left her the whole caboodle. Say, Jake, what's it come to? Did the lawyer chap give you any idea?" "No one knew what the old man was worth," Jake said, with his eyes still fixed steadily ahead. "He wasn't very great at spending money. But he owned a large factory, and had a vested interest in several others, besides some thousands in other concerns. The lawyer put it down at not less than $250,000. "Jake!" Bunny began to execute an ecstatic war dance behind him. Jake wheeled sharply. "Don't do that here, Bunny. It's not decent." Bunny stopped. "Oh, sorry, Jake. I forgot. But aren't you pleased, old feller? You don't look it. Or is it just decency on your part?" "I'm pleased she's got enough to live on, yes," Jake said. "I don't know that a whole pile is specially good for anyone. And now, look here, young chap. I'm going back directly after the funeral. I've got to go, and you're to stay and take care of her." Bunny's face fell. "Oh, I say, Jake, I'd sooner come with you." "That may be." Jake smiled momentarily. "But you've got to do as you're told, see?" Bunny looked mutinous. "But she won't want me, Jake. She'll be much too busy. And this is such a beastly hole. And there's the hunting. You promised I might hunt these holidays. Oh, I can't stick here. I shall only be in the way." His eyes flashed sudden rebellion. "Can't and won't, Jake," he said boldly. "So that's settled." He stood and defied Jake openly for an instant, then flung round with a dogged air and walked away. Jake remained motionless, watching him. "Say, Bunny," he said after a moment, his voice very soft and drawling. Bunny came to a stand before the fire, which he poked with considerable violence. He did not turn his head. "Put that thing down." The order came from the further end of the room, but he obeyed it. There fell a brief silence, then from his post by the window Jake spoke. "You can do as you like about it. You can come back with me to the stables, but you'll do all your riding on a leading string if you do. And if you hunt, it'll be on foot." Bunny's face flamed scarlet. "Jake, you're a beast," he said. "Oh, I can do beastlier things than that," Jake said. "I can give you one hell of a time, my son. I'm dashed ingenious in that respect when I give my mind to it." Bunny growled something deep in his throat and kicked the coals with a savage foot. Jake turned deliberately round and looked at him, watched him with the utmost patience, till he desisted. Then, "Come here now," he said, "and have your head punched." Bunny growled again, less articulately, more ferociously. Jake left the window. The boy wheeled to meet him with the glare of a tiger. "Touch me if you dare!" he exclaimed. There was a faint, relentless smile on Jake's face. He took Bunny by the shoulders and looked him full and straight in the eyes. Bunny stood before him for a space, with clenched hands. Then he dropped his own eyes sullenly before that stern regard, slowly lowered his head. There fell a tense silence, then, "Get on with it, Jake," he said in a voice half sulky, half submissive. And Jake abruptly moved, struck him twice lightly on the side of the head. "That's for using the forbidden language," he said. "And that's for general fooling around. A taste of the leather would do you good, only I can't leather a jolly little cock sparrow like you. Don't you think you're rather a fool, Bunny? I do." "I'm a damn cad," Bunny said with shaky vehemence, and pulled himself away with the words. "I can't help it. I don't see much of you now, and I do hate being left behind." He turned his back on Jake and leaned dejectedly against the high mantelpiece. But Jake's arm went round his shoulders, giving him a comforting squeeze. "Don't you know I'm trying to make a partner of you, my son?" he said in his soft voice. "You needn't be so mighty difficult to handle. What I'm on to now is more than a one-man job. I'm wanting all the help I can get." Bunny laid a hot cheek against his hand. "You know I'd do anything for you, Jake," he said. He swallowed once or twice hard and faced round. "Anything under the sun," he said. Jake's hand smote him the blow of good fellowship. "I'm counting on just that, sonny," he said. He turned round with the words. Someone was entering the room. "Hello," said Bunny. "Hello, Maud." He moved to meet his sister with a curious new shyness. She looked pale, aloof, very sad. "Jake has been telling you," she said. Bunny nodded. "It's rather great, isn't it?" he said. She came slowly forward, not looking at Jake. "It's too great," she said. "I might have been glad of it once. But now she broke off. Jake drew forward a chair. "Reckon you'll find it just as useful now as then," he said. She glanced at him quickly, and a tinge of color rose in her face. "Oh, I dare say we shall all find it useful," she said. Jake's expression was enigmatical. He stood up squarely, looking straight before him. "You'll be able to buy anything and everything you want," he said, "to live where and how you like. In short, you'll be in a position to create your own atmosphere. Money is freedom. Remember that. If you choose to buy a team of camels and trundle off into the desert, there's no one can prevent you." She shivered, as if a cold blast had struck her, and leaned towards the fire. "I'm not particularly fond of the desert," she said in a low voice. "Oh, you needn't go alone," Jake said. "You'll be able to buy your friends by the score, and populate all the lonely places." There was no sound of scoffing in his voice. It was not even without a hint of kindliness. But she shook her head in silence. And suddenly Bunny knelt down beside her, thrusting an impetuous arm about her waist. "Say, Maud, he's only rotting. We'll have a ripping time together presently. Don't be so down in the mouth, old girl. There's plenty of fun to be got out of life." She smiled with lips that trembled. "I'm afraid I'm getting rather old, Bunny," she said wistfully. "Old enough, anyhow, to know that money doesn't bring happiness." "Depends on how you spend it," maintained Bunny stoutly. "Of course it is a downright curse to the people who hoard it, like that beast who buried his talent. But you can make any amount of happiness out of it if you try. Think of the crowds you can reach with it. That's where the fun comes in. Why, you reap as fast as you sow." Maud made a sudden quick gesture. "Bunny! How curious that you should say that." "Why?" Bunny opened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, never mind. It reminded me of something. Something rather big, I once heard in a church here." Maud gently passed on, as though it were a matter too sacred for discussion. "Perhaps you're right, dear. Perhaps there is happiness to be got out of it. Anyhow, we'll try, won't we? Won't we, Jake?" There was almost a note of entreaty in her voice, but she received no answer. She turned sharply. Jake had gone. "Never mind," said Bunny, quick to console. "He's busy. Letters or something. But you've got me. Say, Maud, you'll be able to keep the mother above water now. That's rather a mercy, anyway." He almost forced her into the channel of his own cheery speculations, with the reflection that if it wasn't decent, at least it was wholesome. But when he looked back upon that talk with her later, he could not remember that she had made a single suggestion of her own, or displayed the smallest spark of enthusiasm in connection with the great fortune that had come to her. She was tired, of course, and sad. No doubt she would change her mind; but for the present she seemed to regard it only in the light of a new and heavy burden that had been laid upon her. Bunny could not understand it, but an uneasy wonder awoke and stirred in his heart. Was it because she was married to Jake that she felt it had come too late? If so, poor old Jake. End of chapters 23 and 24.